Some readers will be countering with the assertion that man was never more powerful, both in respect to his individual opportunities and in his collective conquest of nature. To be sure, the emphasis on the human being's great power is exactly the other side of what I have referred to as the contradiction in will. Just as the individual is feeling powerless and plagued with self-doubts about his own decisions, he is, at the same time, assured that he, modern man, can do anything. God is dead, and are we not gods? For have we not reenacted Genesis by splitting the atom in our own laboratories and over Hiroshima? Of course, we did it in reverse. God made form out of chaos, and we have made chaos out of form, and it is a rare human being who is not, in some secret place in his heart, scared to death that we shall not be able to turn chaos into form again before it is too late. But our anxiety can be easily enough hushed up by all the excitement and glamour of standing on the brink of a new age, a Garden of Eden in which there never will be any snakes. We are bombarded with advertising which tells us that a new world lies at the end of every plane ticket and every endowment policy. We are promised every hour on the hour, in the commercial spot, our daily blessing, told of the tremendous power available in the harnessing of our computers, in the techniques of mass communication, in the new electronic age which will reform our brain waves and make us see and hear in new ways, and in cybernetics, in the guaranteed income, in art for everyone, in new and ever more amazing forms of automatic education, in LSD which expands the mind and releases the tremendous potential that was once hoped for from psychoanalysis, but which now, thanks to an accidental discovery, can be achieved much more effortlessly and quickly in drugs, in chemical techniques which remake personality, in the developing of plastic organs which replace WOM-out hearts and kidneys, and in the discovering of how to prevent nerve fatigue, so that one can live on almost indefinitely, and so on ad infinitum. And it is not surprising that the listener is confused at times as to whether he is the anointed one, the recipient of all the blessings from these genii, or just the dumb fall guy. And of course he is both. In almost all of these promises of great power and freedom, a passive role is expected of the citizen who is to be recipient. Not only in the medium of advertising, but in matters of education, health, and drugs, things are done to and for us by the new inventions. Our role, however subtly put, is to submit, accept the blessing, and be thankful. This is obvious in the area of atomic power and in the vast space explorations which may unite new planets to ours. You and I, as individual persons, have nothing whatever to do with the achievements except pay our taxes through anonymous, labyrinthine channels and watch the space flights on TV. The phrase used, for example, for exploring new worlds through drugs or happenings is to turn on. The positive side of this phrase lies in its undermining the delusion of Victorianism that I am the captain of my soul, that nothing could occur unless I forced it to happen with my own Calvinistic effort and muscles, a voluntaristic arrogance which does, indeed, shrink our experience and all but suffocates our feelings. The phrase to be turned on points toward the spontaneity of letting ourselves be stimulated, be grasped, be opened. But it is no accident that it is also the phrase we use when we turn on our electricity, our motor cars, our TVs. The contradiction is clear. We move from the Victorian willpower and rigid ego control that produced the arid industrial civilization against which the hippies rightly revolt, to a freedom that may not be a new expansion of consciousness at all, but a making of ourselves over into the image of the machine in a more powerful and subtle form. LSD is talked of as the remedy for a stiflingly non-personal civilization of mechanics. But the essence of the machine is that it does something for us by standing between us and nature. And does not the essence of the act of taking a drug have within it the same element as the using of the machine in that it too renders us passive? Our curious predicament is that the same processes which make modern man so powerful, the magnificent development of atomic and other kinds of technical energy, are the very processes which render us powerless. That our wills should be undermined is inescapable, and that we are told by many people will is an illusion anyway seems only a repetition of the obvious. We are caught, as Lang puts it, in a hell of frenetic passivity. The dilemma is sharpened, furthermore, by the fact that just when we feel most powerless in the face of the juggernaut of impersonal power that surrounds and molds us, We are called upon to take responsibility for much vaster and more portentous choices. Consider the matter of increased leisure. Choices will be necessary for the growing mass of people who will be working only 4 or 6 hours a day. There is already evidence that if people cannot fill the void with meaningful activities, they will be confronted with an endemic apathy that breeds impotence, addiction, and self-destructive hostility. Or take the birth control pills, particularly the retroactive one now being developed. The new freedom, principally the complete freedom of choice about sexual relations, brings into the picture exactly that word choice. If there is to be anything but anarchy, it rests now on the individual person to choose the values of sexual experience, or at least the reasons for participating. But this new freedom occurs just at the time when the values which normally serve as a basis for choice, or rebellion, which also implies a structure, are most in chaos, when there is confusion approaching bankruptcy in outward guidance for sex by society, family, and church. The gift of freedom, yes, but the burden placed on the individual is tremendous indeed. Or consider the contradiction in the area of physical health. The dramatic growth of medical techniques coupled with the increase of specialization tend inevitably to make the patient the object of cure, to send the patient hurrying to the phone to ask his doctor not for advice about his illness, but rather which specialist he should go to this morning, or which X-ray office, or which hospital clinic. As the process becomes more impersonal and Kafkaesque, the patient's responsibility is more and more reduced. But this all happens just at the time when the illnesses of the patient become increasingly personal. As in heart conditions and the infirmities of old age, the illnesses affect the total self rather than specific mechanisms in the body. How starkly this is true of old age, which requires accepting the limitations of the body, the finitude of oneself, and ultimately death. The cure or management of these illnesses can come only with a widening and deepening of the patient's own consciousness in relation to his body, and with his active participation in his own cure. The kind of consciousness that enables a person to affirm, rather than to destructively fight against, the limitations of the body, as in heart conditions, and the infirmities of old age and approaching death, used to be called spiritual strength. It was, in its best form, a process of acceptance and reconciliation. This gave certain perspectives and values to the person which transcended the question of whether he lived or died, and made the necessary decisions possible for him. But the spiritual basis for this consciousness is not available in its old form for great segments of our modern secular society. And we have not yet found the new basis for such values and choices. Particularly with the possibility of replacing bodily organs by artificial ones and the overcoming of nerve fatigue, the choice of how long you are to live may become a very real option. The ultimate decision based on the question, do you want to live? And if so, how long? Which used to be posed as a metaphysical question on the theoretical basis that suicide is possible, now may become the practical choice of each one of us. How is the medical profession to decide how long to keep people living? Often the answer is that that question must be left to the philosophers and theologians. But where are these philosophers who are going to help us? Philosophy, in its academic sense, is reputed to be dead like God. And in any case, philosophy in our day, with the emphatic exception of the existentialists, concerns itself with formal problems rather than with these critical life questions. Now that we have bid goodbye to the theologians at the wake for our dead God, we return to open the Last Testament and assess the legacy, and we find ourselves bereft. We have inherited a plentiful amount of physical wealth, but almost nothing of those values and the myths and symbols from which they come, which are the basis for responsible choice. Friedrich Nietzsche, who in the Victorian age saw with amazing astuteness what was coming, was one of the first to announce that God is dead. But he, in contradistinction to the proclaimers of the divine demise in our day, dared to confront the consequences. What did we do when we unchained this earth from its sun? Whither do we move now? Away from all suns? Do we not fall incessantly? Backward, sideward, forward, in all directions? Is there yet any up and down? Do we not err as through an infinite knot? Do we not feel the breath of empty space? Has it not become colder? Is not night and more night coming on all the while? God is dead. With profound irony, Nietzsche puts this description of the wild disorientation of the self and the paralysis of will which results in the mouth of a madman. The tremendous event is still on its way. The madman says at the end of this parable, "It is now upon us," and is indeed a tremendous event. That man stands at the point where he can be present at the birth of a new world or can preside at the destruction of humanity itself. Thus, the crisis in will does not arise from either the presence or absence of power in the individual's world. It comes from the contradiction between the two, the result of which is a paralysis of will. The case of John. Our clinical work gives some analogies to this crisis of will and throws light on our general problem. My colleague, Dr. Silvano Arieti, in an important paper in which he points out that catatonia is a disorder of the will and not of the motor apparatus, goes on to indicate that the catatonic, in his pathological world, is caught in the same inner deadlock as we are in our world of reality. The catatonic's problem hinges on values and will, and his immobility is one expression of the contradiction he experiences. Dr. Arieti describes a patient, John, Catholic, an intelligent professional in his 30s, who was referred to him because of his repeatedly increasing anxiety. This anxiety reminded John of a time 10 years previously when he had developed a full catatonic episode. Wanting to prevent a recurrence of the event, he sought treatment. I shall give some excerpts from Arieti's case report, particularly with respect to the original catatonic episode. John, one of 4 children, recollected attacks of anxiety going back to his early childhood. He remembered how much he needed to cling to his aunt who brought him up. The aunt had the habit of undressing in his presence, causing him mixed feelings of excitement and guilt. Between 9 and 10, there was an attempted homosexual relation with his friend and fleeting homosexual desires thereafter, and also the customary masturbation. He had a special admiration for horses because they excreted such beautiful feces coming from such statuesque bodies. He did well in school, and after puberty became very interested in religion, considered becoming a monk especially in order to control his sexual impulses. This control was in a certain way opposite to that of one of his sisters who was leading a very promiscuous life. After college, he decided to make a complete attempt to remove sex from his life. He also decided to go for a rest and vacation at a farm for young men where he could cut trees. On this farm, however, he became anxious and depressed. He resented the other fellows increasingly, whom he felt were rough and profane. He felt that he was going to pieces. He remembered one night saying to himself, "I cannot stand it any more. Why am I in this way, so anxious for no reason? I have done no wrong in my whole life." But he would control himself by thinking perhaps he was experiencing was in accordance with the will of God. Obsessions and compulsions acquired more and more prominence. He found himself doubting and doubting his doubts, and doubting the doubting of his doubts, and possessed by intense terror. One day in the terror, he observed a discrepancy between what he wanted to perform and the action that he really carried out. For instance, when he was undressing and wanted to drop a shoe, he instead would drop a log. He was mentally lucid and perceived what was happening, but he realized he had no control over his actions. He thought he could commit crimes, even kill somebody. He said to himself, "I don't want to be damned in this world as well as in the other. I am trying to be good, and I can't. It is not fair. I may kill somebody when I want a piece of bread." Then he felt as if some movement or action he would make could produce disaster not only to himself, but to the whole camp. By not acting or moving, he was protecting the whole group. He felt that he had become his brother's keeper. The fear became so intense as actually to inhibit any movement. Petrified, in his own words, he saw himself solidifying, assuming statuesque positions. He was aware of one purpose, to kill himself. Better to die than to commit crimes. He climbed a big tree and jumped down, but was taken to the hospital with minor contusions. In the hospital, he would not move at all. He was like a statue of stone. During his hospitalization, John made 71 suicide attempts. Although he generally was in a state of catatonia, he would occasionally make impulsive acts, such as tearing the straitjacket to pieces and making a rope to hang himself. When Dr. Arieti asked him why he had to repeat these suicidal attempts, he gave 2 reasons. The first was to relieve the feeling of guilt and prevent himself from committing crimes. But the second reason was even stranger. To commit suicide was the only act which would go beyond the barrier of immobility. Thus, to commit suicide was to live, the only act of life left to him. One day his doctor said to him, "You want to kill yourself. Isn't there anything at all in life that you want?" With great effort, John mumbled, "Eat to eat." The doctor took him to the patient's cafeteria and told him, "You may eat anything you want." John immediately grabbed a large quantity of food and ate in a ravenous manner. Without going into the rest of the details of John's catatonia and his overcoming of it, let us note several things. First, the homosexual stimulation he was exposed to at the camp. Second, the refuge he sought in religious feeling. Third, the obsessive-compulsive mechanism and the fact that the anxiety which was first connected with any action that had to do with sexual feelings became extended to practically every action. Every action became loaded with a sense of responsibility, a moral issue. Every motion was not considered as a fact, but as a value. Ariadne notes that John's feelings were reminiscent of the feelings of cosmic power or negative omnipotence experienced by other catatonics who believe that by acting they may cause the destruction of the universe. We see in John a radical conflict in will tied up with the values he held. To me, the doctor's question, "Don't you want something?" is very significant, since it shows the importance of getting at the simple wish, the point where every act of will starts. Ariadne points out that when one bears a tremendous responsibility as John did, his passivity is entirely understandable. It is not transference of conformism in the hypnotic sense. The patient follows orders because these orders are willed by others, and therefore he does not have the responsibility for them. This is parallel, in extreme form, to the fact that in our confused age people go apathetic, comparable to John's stupor, and unconsciously yearn for someone to take responsibility for them. Such a patient is in a state where volition is connected with a pathologically intensified sense of value, so that torturing responsibility reaches the acme of intensity when a little movement of the patient is considered capable of destroying the world. Alas, Ariadne continues, this conception of the psychotic mind reminds us of its possible actuality today, when the pushing of a button may have such cosmic effects. Only the oceanic responsibility of the catatonic could include this up to now unconceived possibility. In relatively normal persons, in contrast to John, the beleaguered will take refuge in half measures that temporarily promise its some viability. Thus, at the time of a crisis of will, we observe the dilemma of the protest. When I asked certain faculty groups about the sentiment of students on their campuses concerning the Vietnam War, they responded that the division was not between those who were pro and con with respect to the war, but rather between the protesters on one side and those protesting against the protesters on the other. Now protesting is partially constructive, since it preserves some semblance of will by asserting it negatively. I know what I am against even if I cannot specifically know what I am for. Indeed, the capacity of the infant of 2 or 3 to take a negative stand against his parents is very important as the beginning of human will. But if will remains protest, it stays dependent on that which it is protesting against. Protest is half-developed will. Dependent, like the child on parents, it borrows its impetus from its enemy. This gradually empties the will of content. You always are the shadow of your adversary, waiting for him to move so that you can move yourself. Sooner or later, your will becomes hollow and may then be forced back to the next line of defense. This next defense is projection of blame. We find an illustration in every war of this unwitting confession of failure to integrate the demonic. In the Vietnam War, for example, Secretary Rusk and the administration blamed the Viet Cong for the escalation, and the Viet Cong and those in this country opposed to the war blamed Rusk and our own administration. The self-righteous security that is achieved by means of this blaming of the other gives one a temporary satisfaction. But beyond the gross oversimplification of our historical situation which this exhibits, we pay a more serious price for such security. We have tacitly given the power of decision over to our adversary. Blaming the enemy implies that the enemy has the freedom to choose and act, not ourselves, and we can only react to him. This assumption, in turn, destroys our own security, for in the long run, we have, against our intention, given him all the cards. Will is thus further undermined. We see here an example of the self-contradictory effect of all psychological defensiveness. It automatically hands the power over to the adversary. In these unsatisfactory measures, the activity of will becomes more and more tautological and repetitive, and finally tends toward apathy. And if apathy cannot be transmuted into an impetus to move to a higher state of consciousness in order to embrace the problem at hand, the person or group tends to surrender the capacity for willing itself. If apathy is to be avoided in such paralysis of will, the individual needs to ask sooner or later, is there possibly something going on in myself that is a cause of or contributes to my paralysis? Will in psychoanalysis. How have psychology and psychoanalysis confronted the crisis in will? We earlier noted how Freud's destruction of Victorian willpower was one expression of the undermining of will and decision in our whole age. And we also observed that analysts themselves are concerned about the predicament into which this confusion of will throws us. Pointing out that we have gained determinism but lost determination, Wheelis goes on in the paper we quoted above to remind us the crucial importance of will lies in the fact that it may nevertheless be the decisive factor in translating equilibrium into a process of change. Thoughtful persons in all branches of psychology, as well as in other disciplines such as philosophy and religion, have been asking pointed questions about what the process of psychoanalysis itself does to the patient's will. The conclusions of some are negative. Psychoanalysis is a systematic training in indecision, charges Sylvan Tompkins, professor at Princeton and the University of the City of New York, who himself had a number of years of analysis. Psychoanalysis is in fact the disease of which its therapy purports to be the cure, a trenchant remark reputed to Karl Kraus, referred, similarly, to the fact that psychoanalysis plays into modern man's tendency to surrender his autonomy. There have been indications for several years that the science and profession of psychoanalysis were moving into a state of crisis. One expression of this crisis, which is now present among us and cannot be evaded, is the turning against psychoanalysis on the part of outstanding members of the orthodox Freudian groups. Their speeches sound very much like the God is dead plaint of some present-day theologians. And indeed, the God of psychoanalysis may actually be dead to the extent that, like the God of the theologians, it was wrongly conceived. Central in the roots of this crisis lies the failure of psychoanalysis to solve the problem of will and decision. For if the complete determinism in theory for which Freud argued were true in practice, no one could be cured in psychoanalysis. The opposite is likewise true. If we assumed a complete indeterminism, i.e., that we could make ourselves over in bland freedom by any New Year's whim or resolution, no one would need to bother to come for psychotherapy. Actually, we find that people's problems are stubborn, recalcitrant, and troublesome, but we find they can change. And so we need to look further for what changes them. Academic psychologists tended also, no matter what the individual psychologist himself believed about his own ethical actions, to accept the position that as psychologists we were concerned only with what was determined and could be understood in a deterministic framework. This limitation of perception inevitably tended to put blinders on our perception. We made our man over into the image of what we let ourselves see. Psychologists tended to repress the problem of power, particularly irrational power. We took literally Aristotle's dictum that man is a rational animal by assuming that he is only that, and that irrationality is merely a temporary aberration to be overcome by right education of the individual, or, if the pathology is somewhat more severe, by re-education of his maladjusted emotions. There was, of course, in Alfred Adler's psychology a concern with power, but that has generally been taken as merely a subhead to his beliefs in social inferiority and the struggle for security. Freud's assumptions about primitive cannibalism and the aggressive instinct have the element of power in them. But this also tends to be rationalized away in that it is used in referring only to severe pathology. The repression of power enabled psychology more readily to discard will and hold to a theoretical determinism, since the critical demonic effects of determinism did not then come out into the open. But in psychoanalysis and psychotherapy, where therapists dealt with living, suffering people, the problem of the undermining of will and decision became increasingly critical. For the theory and process of psychoanalysis and most other forms of psychotherapy inevitably played into the passive tendencies of the patient. As Otto Rank and Wilhelm Reich in the 1920s began to point out, There were built-in tendencies in psychoanalysis itself that sapped its vitality and tended to emasculate not only the reality with which psychoanalysis deals, but the power and inclination of the patient to change. In the early days of psychoanalysis, when revelations of the unconscious had an obvious shock value, this problem did not come out into the open as much. And in any case with hysterical patients who formed the bulk of those Freud worked with in his early formative years, there does exist a special dynamic in what Freud could call repressed libido, pushing expression. But now, when most of our patients are compulsives of one form or another, and everybody knows about the Oedipus complex, and our patients talk about sex with an apparent freedom which would have shocked Freud's Victorian patients off the couch, and, indeed, talking about sex is the easiest way of avoiding really making any decisions about love and sexual relatedness. The predicament resulting from the undermining of will and decision can no longer be avoided. The repetition compulsion, a problem that has always remained dead, intractable, and insoluble within the context of classical psychoanalysis, is in my judgment fundamentally related to this crisis of will. Other forms of psychotherapy do not escape the dilemma of psychoanalysis, namely that the process of psychotherapy itself has built-in tendencies which invite the patient to relinquish his position as the deciding agent. The very name patient proposes it. Not only do the automatic, supportive elements in therapy have this tendency, but so does the temptation, to which patient and therapist easily succumb, to search for everything else as responsible for one's problems rather than oneself. To be sure, psychotherapists of all stripes and schools realize that sooner or later the patient must make some decisions, learn to take some responsibility for himself. But the theory and the technique of most psychotherapy tends to be built on exactly the opposite premise: illusion and will. The denial of will and decision has been restated by psychologists and psychoanalysts in various ways. The late Freudian Robert Knight holds, for example, that the freedom to make choices experienced by a human being has nothing whatever to do with free will as a principle governing human behavior, but is a subjective experience, which is itself causally determined. In this article, Knight consistently puts quotation marks around the word freedom to show, presumably, that it is an illusion. Choice and responsibility are illusions caused by prior states, but, in turn, causal of future acts. But, and here we arrive at the radical inconsistency, as therapists, the analysts could not help recognizing that the patient's act of choosing was of central importance. Freud, as a psychotherapist, took a view radically and amazingly different from his own theory. He writes in The Ego and the ID that analysis does not set out to abolish the possibility of morbid reactions, but to give the patient's ego freedom to choose one way or the other. Italics Freud's. Wheelis goes on to show the practical dilemma in which the therapist is caught in his actual therapy. Toward the end of analysis, the therapist may find himself wishing that the patient were capable of more push, more determination, a greater willingness to make the best of it. Often this wish eventuates in remarks to the patient: "People must help themselves. Nothing worthwhile is achieved without effort. You have to try." Such interventions are seldom included in case reports, for it is assumed that they possess neither the dignity nor effectiveness of interpretation. Often an analyst feels uncomfortable about such appeals to volition, as though he were using something he didn't believe in, and as though this would have been unnecessary had only he analyzed more skillfully. Psychoanalysts then found themselves in the curious, anomalous position of believing that the patient must have an illusion of freedom in order to change, and they therefore must cultivate this illusion, or at least do obeisance to it. The paradox, for example, that Knight's statement of the problem poses is well described by two reviewers. As psychotherapy progresses, the experience of freedom increases, so that successfully analyzed people report experiencing more freedom in the conduct of their lives than they did prior to psychotherapy. If this freedom is illusory, the purpose of therapy, or at least the result of successful therapy, is to restore an illusion, even though most therapists believe that successful therapy increases the accuracy with which the patient perceives himself and his world. Some analysts, indeed, admit openly that they are engaged in the cultivation of an illusion and undertake to rationalize this in their theory. Consider what this means. We are told that an illusion is most significant in affecting personality change, that truth is not fundamentally, or is only theoretically, relevant to actions, but illusion is. Thus, we are to strive not for truth, but for an illusion. We are to believe in definitions of the world by which we cannot live. Or, if we do try strictly to live by them, we shall, as Wheelis rightly suggests, slide back into a passive impotence that leads to apathy and depression. I do not need to labor the point that this resolution of the dilemma is untenable. Even we analysts could not live by such an illusion, for how is it possible, without considerable pathology, to commit oneself if one knows in advance he is committing himself to an illusion? Furthermore, if patients need to believe in illusions, the possibilities of illusion are, unlike truth, infinite. Who is to decide which illusion the given patient is to live by? Are we to take the illusion which works? If so, then our concept of truth has been wrong, for if the illusion genuinely works, it cannot be entirely illusion. Indeed, the statement that the illusion is most decisive for change is essentially an anti-rational, and thus anti-scientific. 1. For it implies that at the level of behavior the truth or falsehood of a concept is irrelevant. This cannot be accepted. If it seems to be true, there must be some truth in what we call illusion and some illusion in what we call truth. Another solution has been proposed from a different angle, recognizing that freedom and will have to be given some place in the psychoanalytic structure of personality. The later ego analysts such as Hartmann, Rappaport, and others have developed the concept of the autonomy of the ego. The ego, then, is assigned the function of freedom and choice. But the ego is, by definition, a part of the personality. And how can a part be free? Rappaport has written his paper on the autonomy of the ego. Jung once wrote a chapter on the autonomy of the unconscious. And we could, following Walter B. Cannon, write a paper on the autonomy of the body. Each of these would have a partial truth. But would not each also be importantly wrong? Neither the ego nor the body nor the unconscious can be autonomous, but can only exist as parts of a totality. And it is in this totality that will and freedom must have their base. I am convinced that the compartmentalization of the personality into ego, superego, and ID is an important part of the reason why the problem of will has remained insoluble within the orthodox psychoanalytic tradition. We know in our practice of psychoanalysis that lack of freedom is shown in all aspects of the patient's organism. It is shown in his body, muscular inhibitions, and in what is called unconscious experience, repression, and in his social relationships. He is unaware of others to the extent he is unaware of himself. We also know experientially that as this person gains freedom in psychotherapy, he becomes less inhibited in bodily movements, freer in his dreams, and more spontaneous in his unthought-out, involuntary relations with other people. This means that autonomy and freedom cannot be the domain of a special part of the organism, but must be a quality of the total self, the thinking, feeling, choosing, acting organism. I shall show below, when discussing the concept of intentionality, that will and decision are inseparably linked with ID as well as ego and superego, if we are to use Freudian terms. Something of profound significance is going on in spontaneity, feeling, symbolic meanings in each decision one makes prior to anything which might be termed an ego function. Bettelheim is entirely correct, in my judgment, when he emphasizes that a strong ego is not the cause of decisions but the result. Does not the concept of autonomy of the ego have the same difficulties as the old one of free will in positing some special part or organ of the personality as the seat of choice? If we strip the concept of its sophisticated clothes, it becomes something akin to Descartes' theory that the pineal gland, the organ at the base of the brain between body and head, was the place where the soul was located. To be sure, ego psychoanalysis has the positive aspect of reflecting the pressing concerns of contemporary man with his problems of autonomy, self-direction, and choice. But it is also caught in the contradictions with which these problems inescapably confront us. Psychoanalysis and psychology, in all their representations, reveal, with the inconsistency and contradiction which lie therein, the dilemma of will and decision that Western man today experiences. It is a sign of Freud's usual honesty that he frankly states that he is trying to give the patient freedom to choose, even though he knows this is directly contradictory to his theory. He did not quail before contradiction, nor leap to too easy a solution. But as the culture has evolved since Freud, it has become less and less possible to survive in this contradiction. In this book, I propose a solution to this problem. I do it on the basis of my belief that we have omitted a dimension of human experience which is important, indeed critical, to human will. An illustration of the dilemma is given in a passage by Hudson Hoagland. Let us assume that I am an omnipotent physiologist with a complete knowledge of the physiology, chemistry, and molecular activities of your brain at any given moment. With this knowledge, I can then predict precisely what you will do as a result of the operation of your brain's mechanisms, since your behavior, including your conscious and verbal behavior, is completely correlated with your neural functioning. But this only applies if I do not tell you my prediction. Suppose that I tell you what you will do as a result of my complete knowledge of your brain. In doing this, I shall have changed the physiology of your brain by furnishing it with this information. This makes it possible for you then to behave in a way quite different from my prediction. If I were to try to allow beforehand for the effects of telling you my prediction, I would be doomed to an endless regression logically, chasing my own tail in an effort to allow for the effects of allowing for the effects of allowing for the effects, indefinitely. Human awareness and consciousness, that is, knowing, introduce unpredictable elements into our man. And man is the creature who obstreperously insists on knowing. The change of consciousness which this involves is both outside and inside, consisting of forces operating on the individual from the world and the attitude of the person who is attending to these forces. We can note that one's awareness in Hoagland's example would involve such things as becoming aware of forgotten and buried events in childhood and other aspects of the depth experiences which emerge in therapy. This is, to predict our later discussion, the problem of intentionality in contrast to mere intention. Intentionality, in human experience, is what underlies will and decision. It is not only prior to will and decision, but makes them possible. Why it has been neglected in Western history is clear enough. Ever since Descartes separated understanding from will, science has proceeded on the basis of this dichotomy, and we try to assume that facts about human beings could be separated from their freedom, cognition could be separated from conation. Particularly since Freud, this is no longer possible, even though Freud, without full justice to his own discoveries, clung to the old dichotomy in scientific theory. Intentionality does not rule out deterministic influence, but places the whole problem of determinism and freedom on a deeper plane. 8. Wish and will. Between the conception and the creation, between the emotion and the response, falls the shadow. Life is very long. T.S. Eliot. We cannot rest with the contradictions we have seen in psychology and psychotherapy, nor can we leave will and decision to chance. We cannot work on the assumption that ultimately the patient somehow happens to make a choice or slides into a decision by ennui, default, or mutual fatigue with the therapist, or acts from sensing that the therapist, now the benevolent parent, will approve of him if he does take such and such steps. I propose that we need to put decision and will back into the center of the picture. The very stone which the builders rejected is the head of the corner. Not in the sense of free will against determinism, nor in the sense of denying what Freud describes as unconscious experience. These deterministic, unconscious factors certainly operate, and those of us who do therapy cannot escape having this impressed upon us many times in an hour. The issue, rather, is not against the infinite number of deterministic forces operating on every person. We shall keep our perspective clear if we agree at the outset that there are certain values in determinism. One is that a belief in determinism, as in Calvinism or Marxism or behaviorism, allies you with a powerful movement. The fact that one is most free to act energetically and with abandon, as is the Marxist, by virtue of being allied to a determinism, is one of the paradoxes of our problem. Another value is that the determinism releases you from most of the innumerable petty and not so petty issues that you must settle every day. These are all settled beforehand. A third value is that a belief in determinism overcomes your own self-consciousness. Sure of yourself, you can charge ahead. For determinism in this sense is an enlarging of human experience by placing the issues on a deeper level. But if we are true to our experience, we must find our freedom on the same deeper level. This paradox precludes our ever talking of complete determinism, which is a logical contradiction. For if it were true, there would be no need to demonstrate it. If someone does set out to demonstrate, as often used to occur in my college days, that he is completely determined, I would agree with his reasons and then add to his list a number of ways in which he is determined by unconscious dynamics which he may not be aware of and, indeed, is determined, possibly for the reasons of his own emotional insecurity, to make this very argument for absolute determinism. I could go on to make the logical rebuttal that if his present argument is simply a result of his being completely determined, he is making the argument without consideration of whether it is true or false, and therefore that he and we have no criteria for deciding that it is true. This logical self-contradiction of complete determinism is, I believe, irrefutable. But I would probably choose remaining existential, rather to point out to my questioner that in the very raising of these questions, and by taking the energy to pursue them, he is exercising some significant element of freedom. In therapy, for a better example, no matter how much the patient is the victim of forces of which he is unaware, he is orienting himself in some particular way to the data in the very revealing and exploring of these deterministic forces in his life, and is thus engaged in some choice no matter how seemingly insignificant. He is experiencing some freedom, no matter how subtle. This does not at all mean that we push the patient into decisions. Indeed, I am convinced that it is only by the clarification of the patient's own powers of will and decision that the therapist can avoid inadvertently and subtly pushing the patient in one direction or another. My argument is that self-consciousness itself, the person's potential awareness that the vast, complex, protean flow of experience is his experience, a fact that often takes him by surprise, unavoidably brings in the element of decision at every point. I have had the conviction for a number of years, a conviction which has only been deepened by my experience as a psychoanalyst, that something more complex and significant is going on in human experience in the realm of will and decision than we have yet taken into our studies. And I am convinced that we have omitted this realm to the impoverishment of both our science of psychology and our understanding of our relations with ourselves and others. Our task in these chapters is to explore these problems. We shall first take up the interrelation between will and wish, and then the deeper meanings of wish. We shall proceed to an analysis of intentionality. Finally, we shall apply what we have learned to the practice of therapy. The underlying questions all the way through will be, can we find through such explorations new insight into the meaning of human volition and a new basis for solutions to the problems of will and decision? The demise of willpower. To begin with, the terms willpower and free will are dubious, to say the least, and perhaps no longer even helpful if they were available. Willpower expressed the arrogant efforts of Victorian man to manipulate his surroundings and to rule nature with an iron hand, as well as to manipulate himself, rule his own life in the same way as one would an object. This kind of will was set over against wish and used as a faculty by which wish could be denied. Victorian man sought, as Ernest Schachtel has put it, to deny that he had ever been a child, to repress his irrational tendencies and so-called infantile wishes as unacceptable to his image of himself as a grown-up and responsible man. Willpower, then, was a way of avoiding awareness of bodily and sexual urges and of hostile impulses which did not fit the picture of the controlled, well-managed self. I have not infrequently observed in patients that the emphasis on willpower is a reaction formation against their own repressed passive desires, a way of fighting off their wishes to be taken care of, and the likelihood is that this mechanism had much to do with the form that will took in Victorianism. Will was used to deny wish. Speaking in clinical terms, this process results in a greater and greater emotional void, a progressive emptying of inner contents. This impoverishes imagination and intellectual experience as well. It stultifies and suffocates longings and yearnings as well as wishes. No one needs to remind us of the great stores of resentment, inhibition, hostility, self-rejection, and related clinical symptoms which can develop as a result of this repressive kind of willpower. A woman in her late 20s, since we shall refer back to her, we shall give her a name, Helen, informed me at the beginning of her therapeutic treatment that her motto had always been, "Where there's a will, there's a way." This motto seemed to fit her executive job, which required a lot of routine as well as serious decisions, and her respectable New England background in a typically upper-middle-class family. She gave the impression at first of being a strong-willed person. The only trouble was that one of her most pronounced symptoms was compulsive, promiscuous sexual activity. She seemed incapable of saying no. Whatever the cause, this symptom, no doubt aided by the fact that she was a pretty girl, was directly contradictory to her willpower, as she could easily see. She would also wolf food, occasionally eating everything left on the plates by others at breakfast, paying the price of a stomach ache and later struggling to diet to keep her figure. Her job revealed similarly driven patterns. She would work for 14 hours at a stretch, but never seem any farther ahead. It soon came out, with a good deal of painful weeping, that, despite her superficial social success, she was a profoundly lonely and isolated person. She talked of longings for her mother expressed in the half-fantasy, half-memory of sitting with her in the sun when she was a little girl, and a recurrent dream of wanting to be encircled again by waves of the ocean. She dreamt that she went home and knocked on the door, but her mother, on opening the door, did not recognize her and closed the door in her face. The historical fact was that her mother had suffered a serious depression and had been hospitalized in mental institutions for a good deal of the several years after the girl's birth. So what we see in our patient is a lonely, pathetic infant, overcome with longing for what she never had. It seemed clear that the great stress of willpower was a frantic reaction formation, a desperate endeavor to compensate for the symptoms of her unfulfilled infantile needs, a strategy of living on despite these painful early longings. It is not surprising, such is the irony and balance of the complex processes of human consciousness, that her symptoms were of the compulsive, driven type. This is precisely will gone awry, will turned self-destructive, directed against the person herself. Life is saying to her, if we may put it figuratively, in terms of her motto, where there are such longings and unfulfilled needs, will is exactly not the way. We note, furthermore, that her problem was not mere defiance of her parents, as we normally see it in adolescent behavior. That would show the will still present an active, though negative, and a situation not too difficult to deal with. Our patient's problem was more serious, an emptiness, a vacuity, a longing to fill something which from infancy had always been empty. This kind of pattern can lead to critical problems of apathy if the will breaks down before the dependent longings have been brought to consciousness and to some degree integrated. The early trauma taught Helen as an infant that she must renounce her wishes, for they carried a degree of despair which would have probably sent her into psychosis. Willpower was the means by which she accomplished this. But the neurosis then takes revenge exactly in the area in which the problem originated. Freud's anti-will system, psychoanalysis, was brought into being by the failure of will. It is not surprising that Freud, observing in his Victorian culture how regularly will was used in the service of repression, should have developed psychoanalysis as an anti-will system. In Freud, as Professor Paul Ricoeur puts it, the phenomenon of will is crushed in the dialectic of instinct on one side and authority, in the form of the superego, on the other. Freud's observation that will is under three masters, ID, superego, and external world, leaves will lost, or, if not actually lost, powerless under its masters. Needing very much to succeed in the world, Helen had an active conscience, but world, ID, and suga ego, if one accepts this formulation, were hopelessly grinding her motto, where there's a will, there's a way, into pathetic mockery and extorting a painful price in her masochistic guilt. Freud saw will as an implement in the service of repression, no longer a positive moving force. Seeking the force and the motive of human activity, he looked instead into the vicissitudes of instincts, the fate of the repressed libido, and so on. Object choice in the Freudian system is not choice in a real sense, but a function of the transposition of the historical vicissitudes. Indeed, Freud sees will as the devil of the whole system, in that will has the negative function of setting resistance and repression into motion. Or, if the term devil begs the question, we can use a sophisticated name for it, which Wheelis supplies, namely counterphobic maneuver. This marks the moment when the unconscious became heir to the power of will. What are the sources of this destruction of will in Freud's theory? One source is obvious, Freud's accurate clinical observation. A second source is cultural. Freud's theory was consistent with and an expression of the alienation it described. It must not be forgotten that Freud spoke out of and reflected an objectivistic, alienated, marketplace culture. As I have indicated elsewhere, the very overemphasis on willpower in Victorian times was part and parcel of the compartmentalization that foreshadowed the culture's collapse, which indeed occurred in 1914. The overemphasis on willpower was parallel to the increasingly rigid pattern of will of the compulsive neurotic before his whole system breaks down. The alienation of Victorian man from himself, under the rubric of will, is expressed in Freud's system under the rubric of the opposite pole, namely wish. A third reason is that Freud needed to replace will because of the requirements of his scientific model, his aim and desire being to make a deterministic science based on the image of 19th century natural science. He thus needed a quantitative cause and effect system. He speaks of his mechanisms as hydraulics, and in his last book, Libido is given the analogy of an electromagnetic charge. A fourth reason for Freud's seeking to destroy will was exactly why we are now interested in rediscovering it on a more profound basis, namely, to deepen human experience, to place these phenomena on a level which would reflect more adequately a dignity and respect for human life. For, contrary to its intention, Victorian willpower, by implying that every man was master of his fate, and could decide the whole course of his life by a resolution on New Year's Eve or on a chance whim in a Sunday morning church service, actually belittled life, robbed it of dignity, and cheapened human experience. That some of these aspects of Freud, like the last two, are contradictory, should not daunt us. One of the marks of his greatness was that he could live with such contradictions. He might well have countered such a charge with the lines of Walt Whitman, "I contradict myself? Very well. I contradict myself." The wish. In attacking the morbid psychological processes of willpower, Freud developed his far-reaching emphasis on the wish. It is not will but wish that moves us. Nothing but a wish can set the mental apparatus in motion, he says time and again. Since we are setting out to explore the implications of wish, it is helpful to point out that wish is also assumed to be the force in other, more or less deterministic, psychological systems as well. In the Hullian type of behaviorism, wish is present as the desire and need to reduce tension, an emphasis surprisingly akin to Freud's definition of pleasure as the reduction of tension. In general, our sciences of man assume the usual adaptational and evolutionary wishes that people wish to survive and live long. The word wish, let us hasten to say, in view of the fact that in our post-Victorian day we still tend to impoverish the term by making it a concession to our immaturity or infantile needs, may be seen in processes much more extensive than the residue of childhood. The correlates of wish can be found in all phenomena of nature down to the most minute pattern of atomic reaction. For example, in what Alfred North Whitehead and Paul Tillich call the negative-positive movements in all particles of nature. Tropism is one form, in its etymological sense, of the innate tendency in biological organisms to turn toward. If, however, we stop with wish as this more or less blind and involuntary movement of particle toward another or of one organism toward another, we are inexorably pushed to Freud's pessimistic conclusion of the death instinct, taken literally, namely, the inevitable tendency of organisms to move back to the inorganic state. If wish is only a force, we are all involved in an abortive pilgrimage, which consists of simply moving back to the state of the inorganic stone again. But wish also has the element of meaning. Indeed, it is the particular confluence of force and meaning which constitutes the human wish. This meaning element is certainly present in Freud's concept of wish, and is one of his central contributions, even though he speaks, contradictorily, as though wish were only blind force. He was able to use the wish with such fecundity, particularly in fantasies, free associations, and dreams, because he saw in it not simply a blind push but a tendency which carried meanings. Despite the fact that when he writes about wish fulfillment and satisfaction of libidinal needs, and talks as if the wish were only an economic quantity, a force by itself, the context he assumed is the point of the meeting of meaning with force. In the first few weeks of life, for example, the infant may be thought of as indiscriminately and blindly pushing its mouth toward the nipple. Any nipple, human or rubber, will do. But with the emergence and development of consciousness and the capacity to experience oneself as subject in a world of objects, new capacities arise. Chief among these is the use of symbols and the relating to life by way of symbolic meanings. From then on, the wish is more than merely a blind push. It carries a meaning as well. The nipple becomes breast, and how different the words are. The former is an anatomical description of the part of the body that gives us our rations for survival. The latter is a symbol which brings in a total experience, the warmth, the intimacy, even the beauty and possible love which go with feminine care. I am aware of the difficulties this dimension of symbolic meaning introduces for a natural science of man. Nevertheless, we must take man, our object of study, as we find him, a creature who relates to his life by way of symbolic meanings which are his language. It is thus methodologically unsound and empirically inaccurate to reduce the wish to mere force. After the emergence of consciousness in man, wishes are never merely needs, nor merely economic. I am attracted sexually by one woman, not by another. It is never just a matter of sheer, stored-up quantities of libido, but rather my erotic force, channeled and formed by the diverse meanings the first woman has for me. We should qualify our never in the previous sentence with two exceptions. One is artificial situations, like soldiers stationed in the Arctic for 12 months, in which certain aspects of experience are simply and consciously bracketed. Another exception is in pathology, when a person is driven by indiscriminate sexual urges toward any male or female, like our patient Helen. But here we have a state precisely defined as pathological, and it is an important proof of my point that indiscriminate sexuality goes against a significant element in the human wish. I do not know what Louis XVI was bracketing when he said, "Any woman will do, just give her a bath and send her to a dentist." But I do know that when people who are not kings and not radically disturbed have sexual relations with someone fairly frivolously, let us say in a chance meeting or in carnival, they find themselves afterwards investing the other person, possibly only in fantasy, with tenderness or virtue or special attributes that have some meaning for them. Disgust is also an expression of a humanly meaningful wish, or more specifically, a frustration of it. In instances of almost purely anonymous sexual relationship, as it occurs, for example, in some homosexual practices, the later reaction in which the person feels disgust also demonstrates the point we are making. My experience as a therapist suggests that the human being has to make the creature with whom he has sexual relations in some way personal, even if only in fantasy, or else suffer depersonalization himself. This carries the corollary that discussions and approaches in therapy based on such concepts as control of ID impulses and integration of primary processes all miss the point. Is there ever such a thing as a primary process as such? Only in very severe pathology, or in our own abstracted theory. The former is the situation in which meaningful symbolic processes break down, as in our patients. The latter is when our own symbolism is used as therapists. What we have is not an organism constituted by primary processes and the control of them, but a human being whose experience involves wishes, drives, and needs experienced and known by him, and by us if we can understand him, in symbolic meanings. It is the symbolic meanings that have gone awry in neurosis, and not the ID impulse. The human wish, we are saying, is not merely a push from the past, not merely a call from primitive needs demanding satisfaction. It also has in it some selectivity. It is a forming of the future, a molding by a symbolic process which includes both memory and fantasy of what we hope the future will be. The wish is the beginning of orienting ourselves to the future, an admission that we want the future to be such and such. It is a capacity to reach down deep into ourselves and preoccupy ourselves with a longing to change the future. Note that I say beginning, not the end. I am perfectly aware of wish fulfillment, wishes as a substitute for will, and so on. I am saying that there is no will without a prior wish. The wish, like all symbolic processes, has a progressive element, a reaching ahead, as well as a regressive pull, a propulsion from behind. The wish thus carries its meaning as well as its force. Its motive power lies in the conjunction of this meaning and force. We can now understand why William Lynch should hold that to wish is the most human act. illness as the inability to wish. Further data are given for our enlarging of the significance of wish from another quarter. That is the fact of the illness, emptiness, and despair which is caused by a person's inability to wish. T.S. Eliot shows this on a broad cultural scale in The Wasteland. The unforgettably vivid incidents in this epic-making poem sing out over and over again, with the cumulative power of a symphony. The main character, a lady of leisure satiated with sex and luxury, says to her lover, "What shall I do now? What shall I do? I shall rush out as I am, and walk the street with my hair down. So, what shall we do tomorrow? What shall we ever do? The hot water at 10, and if it rains, a closed car at 4. And we shall play a game of chess, pressing lidless eyes and waiting for a knock upon the door." We can identify in the poem some of the characteristics of the contemporary emotional and spiritual wasteland. One is the desperate lack of communication. When the lady asks her lover why he does not talk to her and implores him to tell her what he's thinking, he answers only, "I think we are in Rat's Alley, where the dead men lost their bones." To cease wishing is to be dead, or at least to inhabit a land of the dead. Another characteristic is satiety. If wishes are thought of only as pushes toward gratification, the end consisting of the satisfying of the need, the poem is saying that emptiness and vacuity and futility are greatest where all wishes are met. For this means that one stops wishing. But Eliot, writing poetically of the most unpoetic subjects, is more profound than that, and our psychology could well be also. He describes the underlying cause of this situation, in a word, as sterility. It is a literal sexual sterility in the particular myth he takes as the basis for his poem, the legend of a man called the Fisher King who ruled over a waste land. This very old legend has to do with fertility of land, spring following the wasteland of winter, and later, the myth became worked into the King Arthur stories, the Holy Grail becoming the means of healing the Fisher King. The land was barren and dry, and was to remain so until a knight of purity should arrive to heal the Fisher King, who is wounded in the genital organs. The essence of the sterility is futility, aimlessness, purposelessness, lack of zest in life. These are associated with the radical blocking off of consciousness. It is the unawareness of the woman that is so terrible. This, in turn, is interpreted by Eliot as due to a lack of faith, which in part comes from severing oneself from the great symbolic experiences in the tradition of our historical culture. He sets his contemporary boudoir in a milieu of references to Shakespeare, Milton, and Ovid, but the woman has no awareness at all of the beauty that surrounds her. He sets the sexual affair amid allusions to the great passionate lovers of the past like Dido and Aeneas and Antony and Cleopatra, but sex for this lady and her lover, far from being passionate, is no longer even a futile panting palm to palm. Eliot is saying, in effect, that without faith we cannot want any more. We cannot wish. And this includes sexual wants. Without faith we become impotent, genitally as well as otherwise. The religious context of the poem can be interpreted in the terms I am using in this chapter, that there is a dimension of meaning expressed in the symbolism of the wish, that this is what gives the wish its specifically human quality, and that without this meaning, even the emotional and sexual aspects of wanting become dried up. The poem was written in 1922, early in the age of optimism when we believed that peace and prosperity were just around the corner and that it was only a matter of a few years' progress until all our needs would be met. The jazz age of F. Scott Fitzgerald, when the only pessimism was a romantic, nostalgic, self-pitying melancholy. Though this is the most discussed poem of our age, few people in that day, no matter how gripped by the poem they were, must have realized how predictive it was, and I would wonder if even Eliot knew how clinical psychotherapy would later substantiate his prediction of apathy and impotence. Eliot, like a number of the existentialists, did not believe that an answer was yet possible in the culture in which he wrote the poem. The time was not ripe, in Heidegger's terms, Intellix kairos not yet present. He has the night going only as far as the chapel perilous. There is the empty chapel, only the wind's home. It has no windows, and the door swings, dry bones can harm no one. He does not see any real hope of revival at that time, and, at the conclusion of the poem, the Fisher King is still fishing, with the arid plain behind me. Shall I at least set my lands in order? London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. I find this turning of the Fisher King to technical pursuits very gripping, setting his lands in order, as one does when anxiety blocks one's deeper intentionality. The technical preoccupation is especially striking when set in juxtaposition to that powerful line, London Bridge is falling down. Though the time was obviously not ripe for an answer in 1922, it may be more ready for a resolution in our age. There is in this poem, moreover, a kind of wishing that goes way below the question of the relieving of genitalia or the filling of the stomach. This is the imaginative yearning expressed in the lidless eyes, waiting for a knock upon the door. On its simplest plane, biologically and psychologically, we see echoed here the myth of sleeping beauty, waiting for the kiss of the prince. Except that the princess, in her naivete, sleeps, whereas Our Lady, in her despair, has lidless eyes which cannot be closed in rest. On a deeper level, there seems to me in this waiting for a knock upon the door, a profound wishing that still takes place in despair, a waiting that may be pictured as a wish for a state beyond despair, as is implied in Waiting for Godot. But it also has within it the hope for the way out, however latent, the dynamic beginning of the wish for constructive possibilities that transcend the emptiness, futility, and apathy. Lack of capacity to wish. In the past few years, a number of persons in psychiatry and related fields have been pondering and exploring the problems of wishing and willing. We may assume that this confluence of concern must be an answer to a strong need in our time for new light on these problems. In his penetrating interpretations of literature and its relation to depth psychology, Father William Lynch develops the thesis that it is not wishing which causes illness, but lack of wishing. He holds that the problem is to deepen people's capacity to wish, and that one side of our task in therapy is to create the ability to wish. He defines wish as a positive picturing and imagination. It is a transitive verb. To wish involves an act. There is an autonomous element in the wish which Lynch relates to an act of imagination. Every genuine wish is a creative act. I find support for this in therapy. It is indeed a positive step when the patient can feel and state strongly, I wish such and such. This, in effect, moves the conflict from a submerged, unarticulated plane in which he takes no responsibility but expects God and parents to read his wishes by telepathy to an overt, healthy conflict over what he wants. On the basis of the theological myth of creation, Lynch says, God exults when man comes through with a wish of his own. Lynch then goes on to point out something that is generally overlooked, namely that the wish in interpersonal relationship requires mutuality. This is a truth shown in its breach in many myths, and brings the person to his doom. Peer Gynt in Ibsen's play runs around the world wishing and acting on his wishes. The only trouble is that his wishes have nothing to do with the other person he meets but are entirely egocentric, encased in a cask of self, sealed up with a bung of self. In The Sleeping Beauty, by the same token, the young princes who assault the briars in order to rescue and awaken the slumbering girl before the time is ripe, in the words of the fairy tale, are exemplars of behavior which tries to force the other in love and sex before the other is ready. They exhibit a wishing without mutuality. The young princes are devoted to their own desires and needs without relation to the thou. If wish and will can be seen and experienced in this light of autonomous, imaginative acts of interpersonal mutuality, there is profound truth in St. Augustine's dictum, love and do what you will. But Father Lynch, and certainly St. Augustine, were not naive about human nature, just as Freud was not. They knew full well that this wishing is stated in ideal terms. They knew that the trouble is precisely that man does wish and will against his neighbor, that imagination is not only the source of our capacity to form the creative mutual wish, but it is also bounded by the individual's own limits, convictions, and experience. And thus, there is always in our wishing an element of doing violence to the other as well as to ourselves. No matter how well analyzed we may be, or how much the recipient of grace, or how many times we have experienced satori. Lynch calls this the willful element, willful here being the insistence of one's own wish against the reality of the situation. Willfulness, he holds, is the kind of will motivated by defiance, in which the wish is more against something than for its object. The defiant, willful act, says Lynch, is correlated with fantasy rather than with imagination, and is the spirit which negates reality, whether it be a person or an aspect of impersonal nature, rather than sees it, forms it, respects it, or takes joy in it. The autonomous, spontaneous element in wishing and willing is also present in the significant new studies of will by the psychiatrist Leslie Farber. Dr. Farber demarcates two realms of will, the first consisting of an experience of the self in its totality, a relatively spontaneous movement in a certain direction. In this kind of willing, the body moves as a whole, and the experience is characterized by a relaxation and by an imaginative, open quality. This is an experience of freedom which is anterior to all talk about political or psychological freedom. It is a freedom, I would add, presupposed by the determinist and anterior to all the discussions of determinism. In contrast, the will of the second realm, as Dr. Farber sees it, is that in which some obtrusive element enters, some necessity for a decision of an either or character, a decision with an element of an against something along with a for something. If one uses the Freudian terminology, the will of the superego would be included in this realm. Farber makes these contrasts, using will in this second sense. We can will to read, but not to understand. We can will knowledge, but not wisdom. We can will scrupulosity, but not morality. This is illustrated in creative work. Farber's second realm of will is the conscious, effortful, critical application to the creative endeavor in preparing a speech for meeting or revising one's manuscript, for example. But when actually giving the speech, or when hopefully creative inspiration takes over in our writing, we are engrossed with a degree of forgetfulness of self. In this experience, wishing and willing become one. One characteristic of the creative experience is that it makes for a temporary union by transcending the conflict. Farber emphasizes that the temptation is for the second realm to take over the first. We lose our spontaneity, our free flow of activity, and will becomes effortful, controlled, i.e., Victorian willpower. Our error, then, in the words of Yeats, is that will tries to take over the work of imagination. As I understand it, what Farber is describing as will of the first category is very close to what Lynch calls wish. And they are both, Lynch in wish and Farber in his realm of spontaneous will, giving very good descriptions of something to which we shall devote our next chapter, intentionality. I shall offer here some provisional definitions. Will is the capacity to organize oneself so that movement in a certain direction or toward a certain goal may take place. Wish is the imaginative playing with the possibility of some act or state occurring. But before we move on to more intricate questions, we must do two things. One is to block in a rough dialectic of the interrelation of will and wish. This is intended to show some of the phenomenological aspects that must be taken into consideration. Will and wish may be seen as operating in polarity. Will requires self-consciousness. Wish does not. Will implies some possibility of either or choice. Wish does not. Wish gives the warmth, the content, the imagination, the child's play, the freshness, and the richness to will. Will gives the self-direction, the maturity, to wish. Will protects wish, permits it to continue without running risks which are too great. But without wish, will loses its lifeblood, its viability, and tends to expire in self-contradiction. If you have only will and no wish, you have the dried-up, Victorian, neo-Puritan man. If you have only wish and no will, you have the driven, unfree, infantile person who, as an adult remaining an infant, may become the robot man. William James and Will. The other task that must be done before exploring intentionality is to consider William James, that psychologist, philosopher, American man of genius, who struggled all his life with a problem of will. His experience will launch us on our way. One of my esteemed colleagues, writing of James's severe depression and the fact that for a number of years he was on the verge of suicide, asks us not to judge him harshly for those aspects of maladjustment. I take a different view. I believe that understanding the depressions James suffered and the way he dealt with them increases our appreciation and admiration for him. True, All his life, he was plagued by vacillation and an inability to make up his mind. In his last years, when he was struggling to give up his lecturing at Harvard, he would write in his diary one day, resign, the next day, don't resign, and the third day, resign again. James's difficulty in making up his mind was connected with his inner richness and the myriad of possibilities for him in every decision. But it was precisely James's depressions, in which he would often write of his yearning for a reason for wishing to live 4 hours longer, which forced him to be so concerned with will, and precisely in the struggle against these depressions that he learned so much about human will. He believed, and as a therapist, I believe that his judgment here is clinically sound, that it was his own discovery of the capacity to will which enabled him to live a tremendously fruitful life up to his death at 68, despite his depressions and his continual affliction with insomnia, eye troubles, back disorders, and so on. In our own age of the disordered will, as it has been termed, we turn to William James with eagerness to find whatever help he can give us with our own problem of will. He begins his famous chapter on will, published in 1890, by summarily dismissing wish as what we do when we desire something which is not possible for achievement, and contrasts it with will, which exists when the end is within our power. If with the desire there is a sense that attainment is not possible, we simply wish. I believe that this definition is one of the places where James's Victorianism shows through. Wishes are treated as unreal and childlike. Obviously, no wish is possible when we first wish it. It becomes possible only as we wish it in many different ways, and through considering it from this side and that, possibly over a great period of time, we generate the power and take the risk to make it happen. But then James launches into what turns out to be one of the most thrilling treatises on will in literature, which I can only touch on. There is, first, the primary type, which is distinguished by the fact that it does not require a whole series of decisions. We decide to change our shirt or begin to write on a paper, and once we start, a whole series of movements is set going by itself. It is ideomotor. This primary will requires absence of conflict. James is here trying to preserve spontaneity. He is taking a stand against Victorian willpower, the exercise of the separate faculty called willpower, which must have failed him dismally in his own life and led him into the paralysis, which expressed itself in his depressions. Now, we know in our day a lot more about this so-called absence of conflict, thanks chiefly to psychoanalysis, and that infinitely more is going on in states which seem without conflict. He then touches on the healthy will, which he defines as action following vision. The vision requires a clear concept and consists of motives in their right ratio to each other, which is a fairly rationalistic picture. Discussing unhealthy will, he rightly focuses on the obstructed will. One illustration of this that he cites is the state that exists when our eyes lose focus and we are unable to rally our attention. We sit blankly staring and do nothing. The objects of consciousness fail to touch the quick or break the skin. Great fatigue or exhaustion marks this condition, and an apathy resembling that then brought about is recognized in asylums under the name of abulia as a symptom of mental disease. It is interesting that he relates this apathy only to mental disease. I, for one, believe this is the chronic, endemic, psychic state of our society in our day, the neurotic personality of our time. The question then boils down to, why doesn't something interest me, reach out to me, grasp me? And James then comes to the central problem of will, namely attention. I don't know whether he realized what a stroke of genius this was. When we analyze will with all the tools modern psychoanalysis brings us, we shall find ourselves pushed back to the level of attention or intention as the seed of will. The effort which goes into the exercise of the will is really effort of attention. The strain in willing is the effort to keep the consciousness clear, i.e., the strain of keeping the attention focused. The once-born type of well-adjusted person doesn't need much effort, James comments, but heroes and neurotics need a lot. This leads him to a surprising, though very keen, statement of an identity between belief, attention, and will. Will and belief, in short, meaning a certain relation between objects and the self, are two names for one and the same psychological phenomenon. The most compendious possible formula perhaps would be that our belief and attention are the same fact. He then beguiles us with one of his completely human and earthy illustrations. I cite it in detail because I wish to come back to it in discussing the unfinished aspects of James' concept of will. We know what it is to get out of bed on a freezing morning in a room without a fire, and how the very vital principle within us protests against the ordeal. The scene is New England before the advent of central heating. Probably most persons have lain on certain mornings for an hour at a time, unable to brace themselves to the resolve. We think how late we shall be, how the duties of the day will suffer. We say, I must get up, this is ignominious, and so on. But still the warm couch feels too delicious, and the cold outside too cruel, and resolution faints away and postpones itself again and again, just as it seemed on the verge of the decisive act. Now, how do we ever get up under such circumstances? If I may generalize from my own experience, we more often than not get up without any struggle or decision at all. We suddenly find that we have got up. A fortunate lapse of consciousness occurs. We forget both the warmth and the cold. We fall into some reverie connected with the day's life, in the course of which the idea flashes across us. Hollow, I must lie here no longer. An idea which at that lucky instant awakens no contradictory or paralyzing suggestions and consequently produces immediately its appropriate motor effects. It was our acute consciousness of both the warmth and the cold during the period of struggle which paralyzed our activity. He concludes that the moment the inhibition ceases, the original idea exerts its effect, and up we get. He adds, with typical Jamesian confidence, that this case seems to me to contain in miniature form the data for an entire psychology of volition. Let us now take, for our special examination, James's own example. We note that just when he gets to the heart of the problem of will, in this illustration there comes a remarkable statement. He writes, we suddenly find that we have got up. That is to say, he jumps over the whole problem. No decision at all occurs, but only a fortunate lapse of consciousness. But, I ask, what went on in that fortunate lapse of consciousness? True, the paralyzing bind of his ambivalence was released. But that is a negative statement and doesn't tell us why anything else happened. Surely we cannot call this just a lucky instant, as James does, or a happenstance. If our basis for will rests on the mere luck or happenstance, our house is built upon the sands indeed, and we have no basis for will at all. Now, I do not mean to imply that so far James, in this example, has not said something. He has, and it is very important. The whole incident shows the bankruptcy of Victorian willpower, will consisting of a faculty which is based upon our capacity to force our bodies to act against their desire. Victorian willpower turned everything into a rationalistic, moralistic issue, e.g., the attraction of the warmth of the bed, the giving into of which is ignominious, as opposed to the so-called superego pressure to be upright, that is, up and working. Freud described at length the self-deceit and rationalization involved in Victorian willpower and, I believe, dethroned it once and for all. The example shows James's own struggle against the paralyzing effects of Victorianism, in which the goal becomes twisted into a self-centered demonstration of one's own character and the real moral issue gets entirely lost in the shuffle. So we return to our crucial question. What went on in that fortunate lapse of consciousness? James only tells us that we fall into some reverie connected with the day's life. Ah, here lies our secret. Psychotherapy has brought us a good deal of data about that reverie which James did not have, and I do not believe that we fall into it at all. For purposes of clarity, I shall state here my own argument concerning the unfinished business in James's concept of will. I propose that a whole dimension of experience is left out by James, as it is also omitted by us in contemporary psychology. The answer does not lie in James's conscious analysis or in Freud's analysis of the unconscious, but in a dimension which cuts across and includes both conscious and unconscious, and both cognition and conation. To this dimension, which has been known historically as intentionality, we now turn.
9.
Intentionality. Learning is not the accumulation of scraps of knowledge. It is a growth, where every act of knowledge develops the learner, thus making him capable of constituting ever more and more complex objectivities, and the object growth in complexity parallels the subjective growth in capacity. Husserl, as interpreted by Quentin Lauer. As we have been exploring the deeper significance of wish, we have noticed that a curious theme has been constantly emerging. Something more is going on in a wish than meets the eye. This theme is implied when Lynch speaks of the autonomous element in wishing, or when he and Farber both speak of the relation of the wish to imagination and spontaneity. And the theme is present especially when we consider the meaning of the wish, that aspect of the wish in human beings that goes beyond mere force and is expressed in language, art, and other symbols. The same theme was also present as the big X, which James leaped over in his illustration of getting out of bed on a cold morning. This theme, running through our discussion like an obligato, is intentionality. By intentionality, I mean the structure which gives meaning to experience. It is not to be identified with intentions, but is the dimension which underlies them. It is man's capacity to have intentions. It is our imaginative participation in the coming day's possibilities in James's example out of which comes the awareness of our capacity to form, to mold, to change ourselves and the day in relation to each other. James's reverie as he lay in bed is a beautiful, albeit denied, expression of it. Intentionality is at the heart of consciousness. I believe that it is also the key to the problem of wish and will. First, what does the term mean? We shall define it in two stages. The preliminary stage is the fact that our intentions are decisive with respect to how we perceive the world. This afternoon, for instance, I go up to see a house in the mountains. Suppose, first, that I am looking for a place which some friends can rent for the summer months. When I approach the house, I shall question whether it is sound and well built, gets enough sun, and other things having the meaning of shelter to me. Or suppose that I am a real estate speculator. Then what will strike me will be how easily the house can be fixed up, whether it will bring a price attractively higher than what I shall have to pay for it, and other things meaning profit. Or let us say that it is the house of friends I am visiting. Then I shall look at it with eyes which see it as hospitality, its open patio and easy chairs which will make our afternoon talk more pleasant. Or, if this is a cocktail party at the house of friends who have snubbed me at a party at my house, I find myself seeing things that indicate that anyone would prefer my cottage to theirs, and other aspects of the invidious envy and social status for which we human beings are notorious. Or, finally, if this afternoon I am outfitted with my watercolor materials and bent on doing a sketch, I shall see how the house clings to the side of the mountain, the pattern of the lines of the roof leading up to the peaks above and sweeping away into the valley below, and, indeed, now I even prefer the house ramshackle and run down for the greater artistic possibilities this gives me. In each one of these 5 instances, it is the same house that provides the stimulus, and I am the same man responding to it. But in each case, the house and experience have an entirely different meaning. But this is only one side of intentionality. The other side is that it also does come from the object. Intentionality is the bridge between these. It is the structure of meaning which makes it possible for us, subjects that we are, to see and understand the outside world, objective as it is. In intentionality, the dichotomy between subject and object is partially overcome. The roots of intentionality. The concept seems to me so important and has been so neglected in contemporary psychology that I ask the reader to go with me into an exploration of its meaning. Its roots are to be found in ancient thought. Aristotle said, "What is given to the eyes, in our terms, what is perceived, is the intention of the soul." Cicero speaks of the soul as the tension of the body. But the specific concept of intentionality itself was introduced into Western thought by Arabic philosophers in early medieval times and became central for the thought of the Middle Ages. It then meant how we know reality, that is, it was an epistemology. 2 kinds of intentionality were made distinct. Intentio primo, referring to knowing particular things, that is, objects which actually exist. And intentio secundo, the relations of these objects to general concepts, that is, knowing by conceptualization. All of this presupposes that we could not know a thing unless we already, in some way, participated in it. For St. Thomas Aquinas, intentionality is what the intellect grasps about the thing understood. He states, in language unfortunately not made easier for us by the translator, the intellect, through a species of being informed in the act of intelligence, forms itself some intention of the understood thing. We note the words being informed in the passive voice, followed later by form in the active voice. I take this to mean that in the process of knowing, we are informed by the thing understood, and in the same act, Our intellect simultaneously gives form to the thing we understand. What is important here is the word inform, or forming in. To tell someone something, to inform him, is to form him, a process that can sometimes become very powerful in psychotherapy by the therapist saying just one sentence or one word at the right moment. How different this is from the indoctrination many of us got in graduate school. That information is simply dry data, external to us, which we manipulate. Intentionality thus begins as an epistemology, a way of knowing reality. It carries the meaning of reality as we know it. Our theme is carried a giant step forward by Immanuel Kant's second Copernican revolution in modern thought. Kant held that the mind is not simply passive clay on which sensations write, or something which merely absorbs and classifies facts. What really happens is that objects themselves conform to our ways of understanding. A good example of this is mathematics. These are constructs in our minds, but nature conforms, answers, to them. As Bertrand Russell was to say about physics a century and a half after Kant, physics is mathematical not because we know so much about the physical world, but because we know so little. It is only its mathematical properties that we can discover. Kant's revolution lay in making the human mind an active, forming participant in what it knows. Understanding itself is then constitutive of its world. In the last half of the 19th century, the concept of intentionality was reintroduced by Franz Brentano, whose forceful lectures at the University of Vienna both Freud and Husserl attended. Brentano believed that consciousness is defined by the fact that it intends something, points towards something outside itself, specifically, that it intends the object. Thus, intentionality gives meaningful contents to consciousness. Though Freud, so far as I know, never mentions Brentano in his writings, it is clear that he was more than just an anonymous auditor at Brentano's lectures. There is evidence, I am told, of Freud's active participation in the class, and also that Brentano at one time gave him a recommendation. It would seem to me that the intentionality implicit in Freud's views is one of the not too rare cases of the influence of the ideas of one man on another in such a germane way that they become part and parcel of the second man's thought, and may seem to have always been his. Intentionality is built into the warp and woof of Freud's approach to free association, dreams, and fantasies. The reason Freud does not mention the concept explicitly may be the same reason it has been left out of other aspects of our academic and scientific psychology. Freud wanted to establish a natural science form of psychology for his psychoanalysis, and explicit intentionality, the missing link between mind and body, makes such a task infinitely more difficult, if not impossible. Take, for example, Freud's endeavor to make an economic theory out of libido, with the significant variable being the changes in the economic quantities of excitation. One can assume a certain force, let us say, of sheer sexual desire, with glandular and neuromuscular correlates in the whole body, as well as specific excitation in the sexual organs. But it turns out that a person's libido is no fixed quantity at all, but rises and falls with the associations he or she has of the loved one and the father, mother, past lovers et al. And that these symbolic meanings, which are qualitative, have more significance and force as a variable than the quantity of libido. Freud, indeed, was the one who, above all, taught us of these very meanings which destroy his own or any other sheer quantitative interpretation. Edmund Husserl, the disciple of Brentano, who was to become the father of modern phenomenology, extended the concept to the whole of our knowledge. Consciousness, he pointed out, never exists in a subjective vacuum, but is always consciousness of something. Consciousness not only cannot be separated from its objective world, but indeed constitutes its world. The upshot is that meaning is an intention of the mind, in Husserl's words. The act and experience of consciousness itself is a continuous molding and remolding of our world, self-related to objects and objects to self in inseparable ways, self-participating in the world as well as observing it, neither pole of self or world being conceivable without the other. This, of course, does not mean that we cannot bracket for the moment the subjective or objective side of the experience. When I measure my house to see how much paint it will take to repaint it, or when I get a report on some endocrinological tests on my child, I bracket for the moment how I feel about it. I want only to understand as clearly as I can these measurements. But then my responsibility is to put these objective facts back into the context in which they have meaning for me, my project to paint my house, or my caring for the health of my child. I believe that one of our serious errors in psychology is to bracket out part of experience and never put it back together again. Heidegger then took the next step by removing Husserl's concept out of the thin air of Platonic idealism and extending it to the total feeling, valuing, acting human being. He did this by his concept of care, Sorg. Care is constitutive of our world in a sense analogous to Kant's understanding. Man is the being, Heidegger says over and over again, who is concerned about being. And when man fails to be, we could add from our therapeutic observations of states of conformism and depersonalization, he loses his being, that is, loses his potentialities. There is a close inner relationship between caring and intentionality, suggested already by the fact that the root word tend, to take care of, is the center of the term intentionality. A word itself embodies a cumulative, creative wisdom in that it is the product of centuries of molding, forming, and reforming on the part of an infinite number of people who are trying to communicate something important to themselves and to the fellow members of their culture. Let us see what help we can find in understanding intentionality and its related terms intend and intention by tracking down their etymological sources. All of these terms come from Latin stem intendere, which consists of in plus tendere, tensum, the latter, interestingly enough, meaning to stretch, and from which we get our word tension. This tells us immediately that intention is a stretching toward something. Now, a fact which may be surprising to many readers, as it was to me, is that the first meaning given for intend in Webster's does not have to do with purpose or design, as when we say, I intend to do something, but is rather to mean, signify. Only secondly does Webster give the definition to have in mind a purpose or a design. Most people in our voluntaristic Victorian tradition have tended to skip over the primary and central meaning and to use the concept only in its derivative meaning of conscious design and purpose. And since our psychology soon became able to prove that such conscious designs and purposes were mostly illusions and that we are not at all creatures of these nice, freely chosen, voluntary plans, we were constrained to throw out the whole kit of intents with the caboodle of intentions. We had known already that the road to hell is paved with good intentions, and we now saw that these intentions, good or bad, were figments of our own self-conceit anyway. But if you change self-conceit to self-concern and realize that there is no knowledge or act at all without this self-concern, that everything has its concern or intent in it, and that we know our world by virtue of these intents, if you make these shifts from the pejorative to the positive form of the same words, how different the implication is. The more significant aspect of intention is its relation to meaning. We use this in one form in the legal phrase asking, what is the intent of the law? When referring to its meaning. Intent is the turning of the mind toward an object. Webster's tells us in the first definition. Hence, a design, purpose. The design and purpose come after the hence. That is to say, the voluntaristic aspects of the experience lie in the fact that already the mind is turned toward an object which has a certain import and meaning for us. All the way through this etymology is, of course, that little word tend. It refers to movement toward something, tend toward, tendency. To me, it seems to be the core of our whole quest. Its presence there in the center is a perpetual reminder that our meanings are never purely intellectual or our acts purely results of pushes from the past, but in both we are moving toward something. And mirabile dictu, the word also means, as we briefly saw, to take care of, we tend our sheep and cattle, and we tend to ourselves. Thus, when Husserl says, meaning is an intention of the mind, he includes both the meaning and the act, the movement toward something. He points out this dual meaning in the German language. The word Meinung, which signifies either opinion or meaning, has the same stem as the German verb meinen, to intend. In pondering the English language at this point, I was surprised, being brought up to think that the objective fact was the epitome of everything and occupied the place next to God, if not indeed his throne itself, to find that we also have that dual import. When I say, I mean the paper is white, you take my sentence as giving you merely a statement of fact. It is a unilateral equivalence. A is B. But when I say, I mean to turn the corner, but the car skids, You take my mean as my intention, a statement of my commitment and conviction. Only later will we see if I can make it come true. The conclusion, therefore, to which our argument points is that every meaning has within it a commitment. And this does not refer to the use of my muscles after I get an idea in order to accomplish the idea. And most of all, it does not refer to what a behaviorist might say on reading these paragraphs. Just as we've always said, the consciousness is only in the act anyway, and we might as well study only the muscular action, the behavior, to start with. No, our analysis leads to exactly the opposite conclusion, that a sheer movement of the muscles as the larynx in talking is exactly what you don't have. You have, rather, a human being intending something. And you cannot understand the overt behavior except as you see it in relation to, and as an expression of, its intention. Meaning has no meaning apart from intention. Each act of consciousness tends towards something, is a turning of the person towards something, and has within it, no matter how latent, some push toward a direction for action. Cognition, or knowing, and conation, or willing, then go together. We could not have one without the other. This is why commitment is so important. If I do not will something, I could never know it, and if I do not know something, I would never have any content for my willing. In this sense, it can be said directly that man makes his own meaning. Note that I do not say that he only makes his meaning, or that it is not dialectically related at every instant to reality. I say that if he is not engaged in making his meaning, he will never know reality. My task so far has been to define the concept of intentionality. I have emphasized that it contains both our knowing and our forming reality, and that these are inseparable from each other. From the point of view of intentionality, James's reverie as he lies in bed is entirely sensible, and his sudden act of getting up is not at all a willow, the wisp, lucky instant, or fortunate happening, but an understandable and reliable expression of his connection with the day's events. It is his imaginative participation in the day and the events of the day which is reaching out to him, grasping him, that accomplishes the getting up. Examples from psychoanalysis. I wish now to give some examples from psychoanalysis of the problem of intentionality. Take the fascinating instances of a patient who cannot perceive some obvious thing not because anything is wrong with his eyes or his neurological functioning or anything of that sort, but because the intentionality in which he is trapped makes it impossible for him to see it. A patient of mine presented data the very first session that his mother tried to abort him before he was born, that she then gave him over to an old maid aunt to raise the first 2 years of his life, after which she left him in an orphan's home promising to visit him every Sunday, but rarely putting in an appearance. Now, if I were to say to him, being naive enough to think it would do some good, your mother hated you, he would hear the words, but they might well have no meaning whatever for him. Sometimes a vivid and impressive thing happens. Such a patient cannot even hear the word, such as hate, even though the therapist repeats it. Suppose my patient is a psychologist or psychiatrist. He might then remark, I realize all of this seems to say my mother didn't want me, didn't love me, but those are simply foreign words to me. He is not prevaricating or playing a game of hide and seek with me. It is simply a fact. The patient cannot permit himself to perceive the trauma until he is ready to take a stand toward it. This experience is surely not foreign to anyone. We sense that we shall be fired from our job, that someone we love will die imminently. But what goes on is a curious inner conversation with ourselves. I know I will be able to see this later on, but I cannot see it now. This is simply a way of saying, I know it is true, but I cannot yet permit myself to see it. The world can be too overwhelming if we are not able to take a stand toward a traumatic happening, but also are unable to escape seeing it. Schizophrenia is one reaction to such a dilemma. Sometimes the therapist makes the mistake of setting out to drum into the patient's head an obvious truth which the patient has not been able to admit. For example, telling a woman that she does not love her baby. What often happens then is that the patient, if she does not quit therapy, develops some other, probably worse, block between herself and reality. Intentionality presupposes such an intimate relationship with the world that we would not be able to go on existing except if we could block the world out at times. This should not be called simply by the condemnatory term resistance. I do not doubt the reality of resistance, as Freud and others elucidated it, but I am emphasizing here a broader, structural phenomenon. That is, every intention is an attention, and attention is I can, as Merleau-Ponty puts it. We are, therefore, unable to give attention to something until we are able in some way to experience an I can with regard to it. The same principle is evident, also in exceedingly interesting ways, in memory. Patients often need 1 or 2 years of analysis before they can remember some obvious event in their childhood. When they suddenly do recall the event, has their memory gotten better? Of course not. But what has happened is a change in the patient's relation to his world, generally by way of his increased capacity to trust the therapist and, accordingly, himself, or there is a reduction of his neurotic anxiety for other reasons. His relation to intentionality, in contrast to his mere conscious intention, which was assumedly there to begin with, has changed. Memory is a function of intentionality. Memory is like perception in this regard. The patient cannot remember something until he is ready to take some stand toward it. Recovery of childhood memories, Franz Alexander puts it, is not the cause but the result of analysis. All of this hinges on the inseparability of knowing and willing, of cognition and conation, which we see nowhere more clearly than in psychotherapy. Patients come for therapy because they are aware that they cannot act in their lives because they don't know, aren't aware of drives from their unconscious, don't know their own mechanisms, have never become conscious of the childhood genesis of these mechanisms, and so on. But if this is the only approach, the patient will lie there on the couch for 8 or 9 years, never acting because he doesn't yet know enough, and psychoanalysis, in the words of Sylvan Tompkins, becomes systematic training in indecision. But it is also an error for therapy to reach in the opposite direction, as several schools have done of late, and insist that the function of the therapist is to clarify reality for the patient and get him to act accordingly. This makes the therapist the psychic policeman of the society, whose job is to help the patient conform to the mores of our particular historical period, about which it can only be said that, if they are still viable at all, they are of exceedingly dubious merit. Our only way to avoid both errors is to move the problem to the deeper plane of intentionality. My thesis here is that the function of psychoanalysis should be to push intention toward the deeper, wider, organic dimension of intentionality. Has it not been always the function of psychoanalysis to demonstrate that there never is a purely conscious intention, that we, whether we literally are murderers or not, are always pushed by the irrational, demonic, dynamic forces of the dark side of life that Schopenhauer and Nietzsche, as well as Freud, talked about? Freud dethroned deliberation as the motive for actions. Whatever we do, infinitely more than our rational reasons and justification is involved. Psychoanalysis gives the data that makes the necessary distinction, as well as the necessary connection between intention and intentionality. We must now pause to distinguish intentionality from purpose, or voluntarism. Intentionality is a form of epistemology which neither purpose nor voluntarism are. Intentionality involves response, which neither purpose nor voluntarism do. Not solipsistic, intentionality is an assertive response of the person to the structure of his world. Intentionality gives the basis which makes purpose and voluntarism possible. A patient's voluntary intention, so far as he is aware of it, may be to get to his hour with me on time, to tell me this or that important thing that has happened to him, to relax and be completely honest. But his unconscious intentions, in contrast, may well be to please me by playing the role of the good patient, or to impress me with how brilliant his free associations are, or to force my unconditioned attention by describing what catastrophic things he may do to himself and others. Intention is a psychological state. I can set myself voluntarily to do this or that. Intentionality is what underlies both conscious and unconscious intentions. It refers to a state of being and involves, to a greater or lesser degree, the totality of the person's orientation to the world at that time. And what is most interesting is the times in psychotherapy when strong voluntary intention, correlated with willpower, blocks the way to the person's intentionality, and is just what keeps the patient from communicating with the deeper dimensions of his experience. R. William James, struggling there in bed with his Victorian willpower and remaining paralyzed for as long as he struggled, is an engaging example. And as long as he struggled in that way, we could be sure that he would remain paralyzed. Intentionality, as I am using the term, goes below levels of immediate awareness and includes spontaneous, bodily elements and other dimensions which are usually called unconscious. This has positive as well as negative implications. For example, my intention at this moment is to put these ideas, which seem important to me, into readable form and to finish this chapter in the not-too-distant future. But unless I am participating in an intentionality, which is more than that, i.e., unless I am committed to writing as good and true a book as I can, I shall accomplish only a pedestrian job. I shall produce nothing of genuine significance or originality. For in my pressure to get the chapter done, I will be blocking off new ideas which might well up in me, new insights and forms emerging from the preconscious and unconscious dimensions of experience. Intention goes with conscious purpose. But the gift of psychoanalysis is the depth dimension, a contribution which vastly enlarges intention and indeed pushes it from a conscious purpose to the more total, organic, feeling and wishing man, the man who is the product of his past as well as moving toward the future. Psychoanalysis will not let intention rest as simple intention, but pushes it to the deeper, wider, organic plane of intentionality. We have said that intentionality gives the underlying structure for wishing and willing. Speaking psychoanalytically, intentionality gives the structure within which repression and the blocking off of conscious intentions takes place. Freud made it undeniably clear in his use of free association that associations which seem merely random are not at all random. In free association, the thoughts and memories and fantasies take their form, their pattern, their meaningful theme, which the patient or any one of us engaging in free association not on the couch but in normal thinking and creativity may not at all catch at the moment, from the fact that they are his fantasies, his associations, coming out of his way of perceiving the world and his commitments and problems. It is only afterwards that the person himself can see and absorb the meaning that has been in these apparently random, disconnected things he is saying. Free association is a technique of going beyond mere conscious intention and giving oneself over to the realm of intentionality. It is in the basic, more inclusive realm of intentionality that these deeper meanings lie, but it is also here where we find the patient's reasons for his repression in the first place. I believe that the long-run impact of Freud and psychoanalysis will be to deepen and enlarge our understanding of intentionality. Perception and intentionality. On the desk before which I sit lies a sheet of paper. If I have in mind to make some notes on the paper for my manuscript, I see the sheet in terms of its whiteness. Has it already been scribbled upon? If my intention is to fold it into a toy plane for my grandson, I see the paper in its sturdiness. Or if my intent is to draw a picture on it, I see the rough, coarse-grained texture of the paper inviting my pencil and promising to make my lines more interesting. It is the same piece of paper in each case, and I am the same man responding to it. But I see three entirely different pieces of paper. It makes no sense, of course, to call this distortion. It is simply an example of the infinite variety of meanings a given event, a given pattern of stimulus and response, can have. An intention is a turning of one's attention towards something. In this sense, perception is directed by intentionality. This can be illustrated by the fact that consciousness consists of a figure-ground constellation. If I look at the tree, the mountain is a background. If I look at the mountain, the reverse is the case. The mountain then becomes the figure, and the rest the foreground. The selective, either-or character of perception is one aspect of intentionality. I cannot look at one thing at this instant without refusing to look at another. To say yes means for that moment I must say no to something else. This is one example of how conflict is of the essence of consciousness. The conflict, which is part and parcel of intentionality, is the beginning of volition, and the beginning of volition is present in the structure of consciousness itself. But we must now hasten to say that this selecting process, I look here rather than there, is not at all simply a using of neck and eye muscles to turn the head and line of vision in my picking out the object to which I attend. A more intricate and much more interesting process is occurring. It is the inner process of conceiving the object so that I can perceive it. Such is the amazingly intimate interrelation of my subjective experience with what goes on in the objective world. I cannot perceive something until I can conceive it. Professor Donald Snygg has reminded us of that memorable event when the people in a primitive society were unable to see Captain Cook's ship when it sailed into their harbor because they had no word, no symbol for such a ship. What they did perceive, I do not know, possibly a cloud or animal, but at least it was something they did have a symbol for. Language, or the symbolizing process, is our way of conceiving that we may perceive. The word conceive is used in our society to mean to become pregnant, and the analogy is not inappropriate. For the act of perceiving also requires the capacity to bring to birth something in oneself. If one cannot, or for some reason is not yet ready, to bring to birth in himself some position, some stance toward what he is seeing, he cannot perceive it. From our examples in psychoanalysis, it is clear that the patient cannot get insights, perceive truths about himself and his life, until he is ready to take some stand toward the truth, until he is able to conceive them. The stem of both perceive and conceive is the Latin capra, which means to take, to seize. Even the word apprehend has the same active rather than passive quality, coming as it does from prehendere, to seize with the hand. How far removed this is, the wisdom inhering in the evolution of these words, from the passive picture most of us had learned about perception, namely, of a stimulus occurring and making an imprint upon the retina. The sexual as well as the pregnancy analogy is not out of place. Both perception and conception are an active forming of the world that goes on in the intercourse between the living being, man, and the world to which he is related. The new idea is born, the new view of Cézanne's trees is created, the new technical invention is made. Consciousness creates in the sense that it conceives its knowledge. But this is a continuous reciprocal, attracting and counter-attracting, responsive relationship between subject and object, not unlike sexual intercourse. It is not the mere relation between master and slave. If we take the time-honored metaphor of the sculptor and his clay, we must see that the clay also forms the sculptor. The clay conditions what he does, limits, and even changes his intentions, and, thus, also forms his potentialities and consciousness. If intentionality is a significant process in perception, as I believe it is, more is the misfortune that the dimension has been left out of consideration in psychological studies. Instead of leaving it specifically out of the picture, which I think in itself has contaminated our work, we ought to figure intentionality directly in. This means taking account of the experimenter's bias. Robert Rosenthal has already demonstrated how the expectations, the intentions of the experimenter, do influence the results. We should also figure in the intentionality of the human subjects in any experiment. What underlies the intentions of your colleagues in participating in your experiment? What is the intentionality of the subjects in the classroom to whom you are giving the thematic apperception test? It has been amazing, indeed, that we have seemed to believe that these things would not make any difference. In any case, may I emphasize that time and again, when reading psychological studies, I have the conviction that the psychologist is studying something different from what he thinks he is studying. He will not actually know what he is getting unless he can clarify on the level of intentionality the situation of the participating persons. This takes us to the threshold of the relation of the body to intentionality. But before we cross that threshold, however, we must clear up a common misunderstanding. Intentionality is not to be confused with introspection. It is not a looking into or at ourselves to find such and such. It is not a looking that transforms me into an object. It does not have to do with spection, as Paul Ricoeur points out, or splitting me into a spectator and actor. The common tendency to connect intentionality with introspection is another comment on how difficult it is in our day to get over the habit, after Descartes' original dichotomy, of making everything into object or subject. Intentionality is shown in the act itself. By my act I reveal myself, rather than by looking at myself. The imputation that is correlated with intentionality is not a speculative matter, but an act which, because it always involves responding, is responsible. The body and intentionality. Victorian man used his will to push down and suppress what he called lower bodily desires. But one surely cannot be a man of decision without taking bodily desires into consideration. Our discussion of wish in the previous chapter indicates that bodily wishes must be brought into integration with will, or else the one will block the other. The body consists of the muscular, neurological, and glandular correlates of intentionality, such as increased adrenaline secretion when we are enraged and want to strike something, increased speed of heartbeat when we are anxious and want to run, engorgement of the sexual organs when we are sexually excited and want to have intercourse. In therapy, when a patient in a given hour is blocked off from his wishes and intentionality in general, a good place to start is for the therapist simply to help the patient become aware of his bodily feelings and his bodily state at that moment. William James was very much concerned with the body. We can see this in his staunch insistence on the importance of sensations and on his view of emotions as the perception of inner bodily changes. There is a parallel in the preoccupation of that other Victorian, Freud, with sex and instinct. In each of these men, we see the Victorians endeavor to come to terms with a body from which their culture had alienated them. Each dealt with the body as a tool, an instrument, unaware that this is an expression of the very alienation he sought to overcome. When I was ill with tuberculosis 2.5 decades ago, I found that my inherited willpower was strangely ineffective. In those days, the only cure was bed rest and carefully graduated exercise. We could not will ourselves to get well, and the strong-willed, dominating type of person sick with TB generally got worse. But I found that listening to my body was of critical importance in my cure. When I could be sensitive to my body, hear that I was fatigued and needed to rest more, or sense that my body was strong enough for me to increase my exercise, I got better. And when I found awareness of my body blocked off, a state similar to what patients have in analysis when they say they are not with it, I got worse. This may seem like a poetic and mystical viewpoint for someone seriously ill to be indulged in, but actually it was a hard rock, empirical issue of whether I would live or die. As far as I could judge, this was true for the other patients as well. This bodily awareness sometimes comes spontaneously, but by no means necessarily so. Will is a listening, Vander states, which brings to mind particularly the listening to the body. In our society, it often requires considerable effort to listen to the body, an effort of sustained openness to whatever cues may come from one's body. In recent years, the work of the body re-educationalists, the teachers of exercise and of yoga, have brought out the significant interrelation between the capacity to listen to the body and psychological well-being. The presence of volition is betrayed in the phrases we use, such as I accept fatigue, I agree to rest, I consent to follow my physician's or teacher's recommendation, I adopt a regimen. There is, therefore, a willing which is not merely against bodily desires, but with the body, a willing from within. It is a willing of participation rather than opposition. Will moves through desire, said Aristotle. The fact that my desires are felt and experienced in my body, with all the glandular changes that go therewith, the fact that they are embodied desires, means that I cannot escape taking some stand in regard to them. That is to say, if I have a wish, I cannot avoid willing about it, even if only to deny that I have the wish. Pure detachment works only if we can disengage our bodies. Hence, the outright denial of awareness of wishes generally involves doing violence to one's body. My body is an expression par excellence of the fact that I am an individual. Since I am a body, separate from others as an individual entity, I cannot escape putting myself on the line in some way or other, or refusing to put myself on the line, which is the same issue. One may try to conform to someone else psychologically, be an imprint of the other in ideas, but Siamese twins bodily are very rare. The patient who cannot experience himself as bodily separate from another, say his mother, is generally representative of a serious pathological illness, often of the schizophrenic kind. The fact that my body is an entity in space, has this motility and this particular relation to space which my movements give it, makes it a living symbol of the fact that I cannot escape in some way or other taking a stand. Will, as Paul Ricoeur emphasizes, is embodied will. Thus, so many words having to do with will refer to our physical place, taking a position, accepting a viewpoint, choosing an orientation. Or we say that someone is upright, straight, or the opposite, prone, cringing, ducking, all referring to will and decision as shown through the position of the body. Peer Gynt in Ibsen's play could never become an individual self so long as he followed the spirit of the Boyg and went around, walked crooked, He achieved some selfhood only when he walked straight through, as Ibsen expresses the stance of the man of single-minded will. Even more interesting is the body as a language of intentionality. It not only expresses intentionality, it communicates it. When a patient comes in the door of my consulting room, intentionality is expressed in his way of walking, his gestures. Does he lean toward me or away? Does he talk with a half-closed mouth? And what does his voice say when I stop listening to the words and listen only to the tone? Not only in the therapeutic hour, but in real life as well, our communication has much more than we are aware of it. The subtle character of the dance, the meaning communicated by virtue of the forms we continuously create by our bodily movements. In their research at Wisconsin with schizophrenics, Carl Rogers and his associates give some vivid pictures of intentionality and the body with patients who could not or would not communicate, at least for some months, except through the language of the body. Eugene Genlin tells, for example, of coming to the ward to do therapy with a hostile patient who would never speak. At first, the patient immediately ran away at Dr. Genlin's coming. Then, the patient remained longer before running, and finally stood there for the hour, while Genlin stood beside him. In his fugitive flutter of his eyes at moments of fear, in the tremor of his mouth hovering on the verge of crying or smiling, in all these expressions, there is a language which can be more significant, and is surely more eloquent than most spoken words. Obviously, it communicates much more than the bright, intellectualized talking of the sophisticated patient who chatters for months in order to avoid awareness of his own underlying feelings. Will and intentionality. In one of his sonnets, Shakespeare writes of his going to bed at night weary with the day's travel. He continues, but then begins the journey in my head to work my mind, when body's works expired. For then my thoughts, from far where I abide, intend a zealous pilgrimage to thee, and keep my drooping eyelids open wide. In this use of the word intend, Shakespeare has the act already present in the intention. In our day, we would say, intend to make a zealous pilgrimage to thee. We see the act as separate, as something which must be brought in explicitly, something added after you've put your mind to it, made a decision. Shakespeare wrote when English, as is always the case with languages in their classical periods, had a special vitality and power which was characterized by the inseparability of intent and act. Our later language reflects the dichotomy between mind and body. We assume that the intent and act are separate as a matter of course. We have to state the making by itself. The emphasis in this chapter has been that Shakespeare's usage represents not only the more poetic, but the more accurate version psychologically. It is what we experienced prior to the artificial abstraction. The separation of intention and act is an artificial posture and does not accurately describe human experience. The act is in the intention and the intention in the act. Professor Paul Ricoeur offers the following example. I am taking a trip. The trip is not just an objective matter, i.e., as seeing myself already there. It is also to be done, a project to be done by me. It is a possibility for realization by me as much as lies in my power. Ricoeur points out that in this projecting of a trip, we are dealing with future structures, but it is not accurate to say disparagingly that this is just subjective. It is not less objective because it has to do with the future, with non-resolved structures. It is an unjustified reduction on the part of Wittgenstein and the positivists, and the behaviorists are to be included at this point, to make the world only out of objective facts. I can is part of the world. This point is particularly important in therapy, for patients come to us because they cannot say, I can, but only I can't. In order to understand that I can't, we must also see the I can behind it, of which it is the negation. It cannot have escaped the reader's attention, as it is not mine, that all through this chapter the word will, in connection with intentionality, is also the same word we use for the future tense in English. Will and intentionality are intimately bound up with the future. Both meanings, simple future, something will happen, and personal resolve, I will make it happen, are present in varying degrees in each statement of intentionality. I will come to New York in September may have very little of resolve and be almost entirely a simple statement of the future. But I will get married, or I will write a poem, are much less a comment on the future and mostly a statement of a resolve. The future does not consist of simply a state of time which is going to occur, but contains the element, I will make it so. Power is potentiality, and potentiality points toward the future. It is something to be realized. The future is the tense in which we promise ourselves. We give a promissory note. We put ourselves on the line. Nietzsche's statement, man is the only animal who can make promises, is related to our capacity to posit ourselves in the future. We are reminded here also of William James's fiat, let it be so. The hopelessness of many patients, which may be expressed in depression, despair, feelings of I can't, and related helplessness can be usefully seen from one point of view as the inability to see or construct a future. It is an intentionality and will that the human being experiences his identity. I is the I of I can. Descartes was wrong in his famous sentence, I think, therefore I am, for identity does not come out of thinking as such, and certainly not out of intellectualization. Descartes' formulation leaves out, as we have previously indicated, exactly the variable that is most significant. It jumps from thought to identity, when what actually occurs is the intermediate variable of I can. Kierkegaard mocked Hegel's similarly oversimplified and intellectualistic solution that potentiality goes over into actuality, when he proclaimed that potentiality does go into actuality, but the intermediate variable is anxiety. We could rephrase it. Potentiality is experienced as mine, my power, my question, and therefore whether it goes over into actuality depends to some extent on me, where I throw my weight, how much I hesitate, and so on. What happens in human experience is I conceive, I can, I will, I am. The I can and I will are the essential experiences of identity. This saves us from the untenable position in therapy of assuming that the patient develops a sense of identity and then acts. On the contrary, he experiences the identity in the action, or at least in the possibility for it. I have elsewhere pointed out that anxiety and potentiality are two sides of the same experience. When potentiality for sexual intercourse emerges at adolescence, the young person not only feels zest and self-worth at his new powers, but also normal anxiety, since these powers will now involve him in a complex pattern of relationships, some potentially very important, in which he will have to act. Normal, constructive anxiety goes with becoming aware of and assuming one's potentialities. Intentionality is the constructive use of normal anxiety. If I can have some expectations and possibility of acting on my powers, I move ahead. But if the anxiety becomes overwhelming, then the possibilities for action are blotted out. Thus, Paul Tillich points out that pronounced neurotic anxiety destroys intentionality, destroys our relationship to meaningful contents of knowledge or will. This is the anxiety of nothingness. Without intentionality, we are indeed nothing. Tillich goes on, interestingly enough, to relate intentionality to vitality and then to courage. Man's vitality is as great as his intentionality. They are interdependent. This makes man the most vital of all beings. He can transcend any given situation in any direction, and this possibility drives him to create beyond himself. Vitality is the power of creating beyond oneself without losing oneself. The more power of creating beyond itself a being has, the more vitality it has. The world of technical creations is the most conspicuous expression of man's vitality and its infinite superiority over animal vitality. Only man has complete vitality because he alone has complete intentionality. If the correlation between vitality and intentionality is rightly understood, one can accept the biological interpretation of courage within the limits of its validity. Overwhelming anxiety destroys the capacity to perceive and conceive one's world, to reach out toward it, to form and reform it. In this sense, it destroys intentionality. We cannot hope, plan, promise, or create in severe anxiety. We shrink back into a stockade of limited consciousness, hoping only to preserve ourselves until the danger is past. Intentionality and vitality are correlated by the fact that man's vitality shows itself not simply as a biological force, but as a reaching out, a forming and reforming of the world in various creative activities. The degree of one's intentionality can thus be seen as the degree of one's courage. Tillich describes the Greek concept of arete, meaning a combination of strength and value, and the Roman virtus, having a similar union of masculine strength and moral nobility. Vitality and intentionality are united in this ideal of human perfection, which is equally removed from barbarism and from moralism. Taking a final lead from the origin of the word itself, we can go further and relate intentionality to intensity of experience, or to the degree of intentness in life. There have been a number of attempts to identify what we mean by vitality in the psychological sphere. Such words as aliveness and so on are used, but without anyone's having much conviction that he has said anything. Does not intentionally give us a criterion for defining psychological vitality? The degree of intentionality can define the aliveness of the person, the potential degree of commitment, and his capacity, if we are speaking of a patient, for remaining at the therapeutic task. 10. Intentionality in therapy. Neither in the theoretical nor in the practical sphere do we care for, or go to help to, those who have no head for risks or sense for living on the perilous edge. William James. In turning now to therapy, we have a twofold purpose. First, to arrive at some suggestions on how intentionality and will may be used in clinical work with people in psychological difficulty. Second, to see what light the practical examples cast upon the question which is still most important, namely, what are intentionality and will? Psychotherapy should give us a spring of data, the richness and depth of which are unique, on how wish, will, and intentionality are experienced by living, feeling, suffering people. In our discussion of intentionality, I may have given, against my intention, the impression that there was an ideal way of willing, a willing by participation, which puts one in harmony with one's body and world. That is one realm of wishing and willing. But what of the conflict of will? Surely this conflict remains and requires us to push on to another realm. As William James touchingly puts it, the simple, once-born person may have little of it, but the hero and the neurotic of plenty, as he had reason to know. Neurosis can roughly be defined as a conflict between two ways of not fulfilling oneself. To borrow James's example, neither staying in bed because it's warm, nor getting up to demonstrate your own noble character adds a mite to your stature. If James had been my patient and began an hour with a story of such a conflict about getting out of bed, I would have agreed immediately, silently or outspokenly, with his wish. It is nice to lie in a warm bed on a cold morning. Furthermore, and perhaps more to the point, it brings the added satisfaction of demonstrating one's autonomy by protesting against that rigid society which orders you to be up and working. And perhaps staying in bed expresses both horns of James's dilemma toward his father, that extraordinary man who loved much but required much. Only by admitting and affirming the immediate wish can we get to the deeper level of what he genuinely wishes, that is, to the events of the day. Therapy, in clarifying the intentionality of the patient, shifts the fight to the real battlefield. It helps the patient and ourselves to fight the conflict on grounds in which a genuine fulfillment is possible. It shifts the struggle to one between authentic fulfillment and non-fulfillment. The reverie which William James fell into concerning the possibilities of the day, which I have insisted is not a chance fall, shows that on the level of intentionality, he was indeed a man who obviously had a profoundly vital interest in living and a dedication to what he could do. My task as a therapist is to be conscious as best I can of what the intentionality of the patient is in a particular session. And if the session is not simply one in a fairly consistent progression but represents some crisis, as many hours do, my task is to draw out this intentionality so that the patient cannot escape becoming aware of it too. And that, very often, is no easy task. Case of Preston. The session from which I will now give some verbatim quotations was one which took place in the 7th month of analysis. The patient, a writer, one of whose symptoms was a fairly steady and sometimes exceedingly severe writer's block, was a sophisticated and gifted man of 40. He had had 5 years of previous analysis before coming to me. The previous analysis had helped him to some extent. He was now able to hold down a job, having before lived off his wife's inherited income. But he still had severe anxiety, depression, and sexual problems. For reasons I won't go into, the previous analyst felt that these could not be cured. In any case, when he wrote to me a month after breaking off with the previous therapist in a state of painful, almost incapacitating tension and despair, I agreed to see him. My motives for deciding to work with him were partly because of the challenge offered by this kind of person of inner resources and stature who hasn't gotten help, at least in a basic sense, from his previous analysis. Therapy ought to be able to help persons of this kind, and if it doesn't, we should know why. The fact that he was a very sophisticated person who knew almost everything about the field is partly why I was more active and challenging during this hour than I would be with some other patients. If I may state at the outset a conclusion related to our discussion here, I now believe that one reason psychoanalysis doesn't get to the basis of the problems of persons like Preston in a certain number of cases is that the intentionality of the patient is not reached. He, therefore, never fully commits himself, is never fully in the analysis, never has a full encounter. 5 months before the session I now report took place, he had arrived at an hour in great perturbation over his struggle, which had gone on for several weeks, to finish writing an important article. In that session, I felt that he desperately wanted help, and varying my technique, as I often do, I had plunged directly and specifically into the practical problem of his block, asking what went on as he sat down at the typewriter, and so on. After that hour, he had gone back to his studio and had written what he judged was the best article he had ever done, a verdict later borne out objectively. I mention this prior incident because it probably had something to do with his conscious intentions in contrast to his intentionality in the hour I am now presenting. When he came in this hour, he threw himself on the couch and sighed audibly. "Preston, I'm stuck in my writing worse than I've ever been. Stupidest thing, a simple piece I'm trying to do. This play is modest, minor. I can't do a thing. Worst block and I don't know how long as I've been writing. I have a stack of paper like that. Gestures, it's a clear test of my psychical condition. Nothing in the work. It's not magic I expect. Just seems to be a spectacular illustration of my perversity. Something's gotta happen. It means I gotta go back to the office this afternoon. Didn't want to. I have other things to do. It's got to be done by tomorrow night."
Deadline.
It's hard. Don't understand why it should be so particularly burdensome. Pause. I don't know whether to just continue to talk about it or leave it alone. Go on to other things. Therapist. I prefer to let you decide, let you go on as you wish. Preston. Sighs deeply. I'm so used to myself as a stage manager around here. I might just be doing this to avoid talking about something else. I can't control my behavior in all this. I started out this AM in good shape, good spirits to write this piece. And whammo. Now, of course, the pressure is building up like mad. I can't think of what to do. Well, I don't know whether to talk about it. It's nothing. It's just a minor piece. This was said in a lackadaisical, disinterested voice, his mouth barely open as he talked. After sighing considerably, he went on, "Last night I had some dreams. Don't remember them, but I remember I almost had them. If I had remembered, something would have broken through. I would have been in touch with myself. A thin wall. Why I can't break through it. I was thinking before I came in, there's so much weight of habit behind me, behind my sickness, that every time I seem to get anywhere, see something, or something changes. It's like a pinprick in those self-seal tires,
No.
Something has to be done. My anxiety is building up. I was tense all day. I try to neutralize it. I have masochistic fantasies. While trying to write, every 5 minutes I'd get up, go to the toilet, get a drink. I have a pile this high of pages. Gestures. Somehow it would write itself. I never could start out well. Eventually it changes. I have no interest in it. I don't think about it. I'm the worst I ever was. It's a habit. I have no interest in it. During the first 15 minutes of this hour, I was almost entirely silent, trying to hear, naively and simply, what he was doing in these communications.
What does he want?
What is he after this morning? Is he asking for help, as was the case in the similar hour 5 months ago? When I heard his lackadaisical tone, I did not think so. We cannot conclude that he wishes help with the problem of writing in the face of all these remarks. I'm not interested in it, and somehow it would write itself. Nevertheless, he is very upset. This is obvious and genuine. Does he want some magical intervention to do it for him? There is certainly an element of this in Preston's style of life. The first dream he had reported in the analysis, which had come in the second week, was of his being in a hospital and being given a truth serum. At first it didn't work. Then he felt dizzy, and he and the attendant believed it was working. But he then, at the end of the dream, was afraid that what would come out would not be what they wanted to hear. I believed there was an element of this present today, and that he needed to make himself dizzy in a masochistic way to receive the magic. But I did not think this was the main thing going on. Besides, there is that arresting sentence in the early dream that he was afraid what would come out would not be what they wanted to hear. This is a striking way of saying that the magic is not the issue, but what would come out, his concealed attitude and feelings toward the they, including centrally me, the giver of the serum in the dream. This is his intentionality, as we have been using the term here. And the fact that this came up in a dream, and therefore under less conscious distortion, made me take it with special concern. As I was trying to hear what was going on today, I then recalled his manner of walking in and throwing himself on the couch at the beginning of the hour. I had picked up the feeling, without my being consciously aware of it at that time, that he seemed to be angry. This was now supported by his way of talking, his mouth mostly closed, emitting words between clenched teeth. My hypothesis, accordingly, was that what was going on was anger, or more specifically, rage at me. Should I interpret to him what I sensed? If I had, he probably would have nodded his head, agreed, and nothing would have happened, except that he would retreat a little more solidly behind his stockade, possibly showing some half-covert irritation. Or he would say that I was simply wrong, and again we'd be at the same point. If the intentionality is anger or is in other ways negative, rational discussion is ruled out by definition. We cannot draw out intentionality by a verbal interpretation as such. Preston makes the point more than clear for us by that marvelous symbol, I'm a self-sealed tire. Whatever prick he is given will affect him no more than it would such a tire, and he will be sealed right up again. I must, rather, make him experience his anger with me, get him to live out with me what he is doing. It is arrogant for me, as therapist, to think that the patient goes through all these writhings and sufferings just for my benefit, but I happen to be the other person in the room with him at the moment, the personal embodiment of his interpersonal world. Thus, I am the one the intentionality is directed toward, played out with, regardless of all the genetic transference elements in it. I am with him here both as a real person in my own right and as a representative of the world of persons in relation to whom he can experience and live out his conflicts in his intra- and interpersonal world. After the first quarter of an hour, the following exchanges then took place between us. Therapist: what you've been doing since the beginning of the hour is to tell me it will right itself. You have nothing to do with it. You dump it in my lap. You ask me even whether to talk about it. You're outside it. Nothing you can do about it. Preston: pause, it's something I can't control. A major part of my life has no center. My own center doesn't function. Sure, I put it outside. Nothing I can say. Getting more heated when I don't pick this up. I can't change it. I felt this reference to no center in his life, which could well have come out of some of my own writing which he had read, was bait to hook me into a discussion with him. I responded merely, yup. Preston: I can't. It's not willful or strategic. How? T sat at my typewriter, and I worked. I tried. God damn it. What in hell am I supposed to do? The piece is not anything hard. I worked. The material didn't frighten me. It wasn't dull. Nothing much. Knew what I had to say. Knew my language. I knew what my judgments were. I sat at the typewriter. Nothing came. Nothing. I had a pile this high of paper. All variations over and over of the same words.
Now.
Shouts: what in hell am I supposed to do? Therapist: you're asking me, aren't you? Preston:
Sure.
Therapist: you're asking me. That in itself puts it outside you. Pause. Preston: right now. I feel very, very irritated. Oh boy, I don't feel like saying anything. I feel trapped right now. I feel like killing somebody. Therapist: you're furious. Preston: I know I am. Therapist: furious at me. Preston: yeah, that's true. Therapist: you said a few minutes ago the reason you can't do it is you have no will. But the reason you have no will is you put yourself always outside it. You have nothing to do with it. It'll write itself. If there's no man at the typewriter, who's going to write it? Preston: I have no will to put myself inside it. Consciously I do, but will is all unconscious anyway. Night before last, I consciously wanted to screw this girl. He refers here to an incident when he was impotent 2 nights before. Therapist. What you told me in the session yesterday was exactly that you didn't want to screw her. Preston. Well, I mean, I thought I wanted to. Or I ought to want to, oh, God, I don't know. On the theory that the best defense is a good offense, he shifts his tactics. Since last fall, I haven't changed one bit. I'm just as bad as I ever was, as bad as when I came to you. What I want to do by bringing out that he is dumping it in my lap will be obvious to the reader. I am making him confront his fiction that it will write itself. He has nothing to do with it. I am spotlighting his intentions in order to make him experience the conflict between those and his intentionality. He came this morning assumedly with the intention of getting help with the problem of his writing block. But we saw at the very beginning of the hour the clear contradiction between his lackadaisical attitude and tone of voice and the fact that he is really suffering and up against a serious problem. These two themes are contradictory on the level of intention, but they must have some unity and be both encompassed in whatever is his intentionality. This whole part of the hour can be seen as this conflict between intention and intentionality coming into the open and inescapably experienced with whatever effect goes along with it. In this case, rage. When I say, if there's no man at the typewriter, who's going to write it? The obvious answer from him would be, you, May, will write it for me. Cause it magically to be written. But when this is drawn into the open, it is so patently absurd that he doesn't say it. When the conflict does come out clearly, Preston then utters that fascinating statement about will. If I had discussed this with him, what would have turned out would be useless intellectualization, and we'd miss the point. But if we take it in the context, we find him beautifully stating the contradiction between what he thought he wanted consciously, intention, and his underlying will, intentionality. Intelligent persons like Preston, in the heat of effect in psychoanalysis, often utter quite amazing insights without any realization of the import of what they are saying. I think his sentence, will is all unconscious anyway, is such a statement. If the reader accuses me of trapping the man, I would answer, yes, that's exactly what I am trying to do, or more accurately, trapping the conflict and thus forcing it into the open. If my hypothesis is wrong, that is, if I misread what was going on and it was not anger at me, these sentences would simply fall like seeds on stone. He would not react. Or he would simply tell me that I'm wrong and perhaps then point out what was going on. Or he might react with greater despair and hopelessness. If the therapist is wrong about the intentionality, the upshot is that the therapeutic exchanges simply don't work. When this patient experiences the full impact of the conflict in consciousness, he turns in an accusing rage on me. I haven't helped him at all. He's just as bad as when he came to me. This rage is certainly to be expected. We see it in prototype in Oedipus' rage at Tiresias, when Tiresias was the voice by which Oedipus' conflict came into full consciousness. The tape script goes on from that last interchange. Therapist. Well, one thing is clear today. You're angry at me. Let it come. Preston. That's not it. Well, maybe it is. God damn it anyway. What the hell? I'm through. I'm finished. I'm washed out. I can't do it. I'm just hanging on to this job by a thread. I'll lose this job. I won't be able to pay you. I'll tell them, I couldn't do your piece. I'm neurotic. They'll be happy with that. So off I go, back to the intellectual salt mines. Therapist. Well, that'll give you a great deal of revenge on me, won't it? You'll go to hell. Be a bum. Can't do a thing. Can't pay me. Preston. Well, I didn't mean it that way. It's not true. Anything I say is not true. That's why it's so damn frustrating. Therapist. One thing that is true today, you're angry at me. You've been angry since you came in at the beginning of the hour. What makes you not right, makes you tense, is your anger. Preston. Why am I angry? What am I angry at? What does it mean I'm angry? What's the sense in being angry? I'll not talk. Therapist. It has nothing to do with all these whys and whats. The hell with that. You'll not talk. That's an excellent way to tie my hands. It's your way of being angry. To tie my hands. Preston. So I tell you. Big deal. So what then? Therapist. What do you want me to do? Preston. I don't know. My feeling of anger, when I think about it, it goes. After this rage experienced in the encounter with me, my statement, "What do you want me to do?" is, I think, very important. It is one of those questions, "What do you wish for me today?" or the slightly more shocking one, "Why did you come today?" which I often ask, and not infrequently when the patient directs a hostile question at me. It is a direct way of bringing out his intentionality. If I had tried to do this before he fully experienced his rage, he would have sloughed it off with a platitude. Isn't it obvious that he wants me to help him with his writing block? But now that the question cannot be avoided, the first real despair of the hour emerges. Preston, I can't help it because I start thinking. I can't. At this point of despair, I make a summary interpretation. Therapist, you tell me you can't do anything about writing. You tell me you're angry, but can't tell me anything about that because you're thinking. Well, one thing you can do is tell me your feelings. Yesterday, you spent most of the hour telling me you have to remain sick. When you told me what happened in your writing, what you say is exactly that you did not try. You got up to get a drink every 5 minutes, or God knows what. What I hear today is not "I can't," but over and over again the shout, "I won't." I don't mean you can change this by an act of will, for God's sake. If it were so easy, why are we here? But behind your can't is an angry, stubborn battle. A battle going on with me today. Also going on with your father. What you told me a few minutes ago is exactly what would have infuriated your father most of all. You'd lose your job, have no money, go to hell, be a bum. His tone of voice, which of course isn't conveyed in the type, is entirely different in the next response from the lackadaisical, "Do my bidding, God," in you tone of the first part of the hour. He speaks now with an open mouth and with earnestness, wanting to communicate. Preston, I told you I was the same as when I came here. No, I'm a lot changed. It looks like I'm the same.
Why?
Because the conflict is a lot more dangerous. The edge is sharper. I see it now and I didn't then. What's come out is, I must have you seeing me as sick. Exactly when I got angry is when you refused to believe I couldn't change. Oh, so sick in tone of mocking himself. You didn't say a word. You had to take me as sick. It was as though you were saying, "It's all bullshit." You were believing I could do it. I wanted you to believe I couldn't. I don't want to do it. No satisfaction in doing well. Satisfaction comes from being sick. I'm a martyr. Therapist.
Exactly.
Preston. I'm a martyr. I'm noble, sensitive. I can't do it. That's a tragedy. What I was saying yesterday, I must be impotent. That's the martyr to girls, impotent. Now I'm in a situation where it doesn't work. Why I need to be sick. Why I need to show I can't live. I'll die if I'm a success. I'll die if I am healthy. They can't turn me out. Can't abandon me. How could you do this to a sick person? If I am self-sufficient, well, you'd turn me out. Get out of my room. Get out of this house. I'd be abandoned. I didn't belong in the world. Therapist. At least it's clear. You abandon yourself. You treat yourself as if you don't belong in the world. That's just what you did in your writing today. If you came here and said, "I worked hard, I did it," what's special to that? But if you say, "I can't do a damn thing," that's the real tragedy. Preston, that's why I am so enraged when you don't accept I can't. I was angry. I'm not angry now. I was so angry I couldn't talk. I kept my mouth closed like this. What could be clearer? Therapist. Yes, you were enraged at exactly the point where I wouldn't go along with I can't. This illustrates what was said in the previous chapter, that the therapist takes the patient in terms of the I can behind his I can't. I don't imply, of course, that our verbalizing to the patient the I can side is going to help, or even that we necessarily should verbalize it. It may take a long time before the I can is a practical possibility and can be realized by him. My point is that the patient can discuss and talk about the I can't from now till doomsday without the talk being viable at all, or having power to change him, or even to give him emotional relief, unless the I can is part of the polarity. It is the I can that makes talking about the I can't dynamic, makes it hurt, and draws upon some motivation to change. Otherwise, I can't is resignation, and may have, at first, a kind of bittersweet, nostalgic, and romantically cynical satisfaction, but soon becomes merely empty and mocking. When the patient is genuinely helpless and despairing, I would not challenge him in this way, for obvious reasons, the chief one being that he would not need it. What is important here is that the I can't write is used by Preston as a strategy to crack the whip over my head. It is a cover for the real I can't, which is not I can't write, but I can't afford to get well, or I'll be turned out, abandoned, unloved, as he later puts it. It is a serious threat to patients when you believe in their I can, even though you don't do this at all exhortatively or moralistically, but simply as a realistic belief stemming from knowledge and some healthy faith that people do change and grow. The reason it is a threat is not simply that it makes him responsible. It is the more subtle and profound threat that he has no world to which he can orient himself. My not fitting into the world he has continuously built for himself all his life severely shakes his self-world relationship. Later in the hour he goes on, most of this part of the session crying, Preston, I was trying desperately to say, I'm sick.
And why?
What I forgot to say earlier. I first thought of it when you mentioned my father. Why I should have left this out. I said that what I was writing had nothing to do with the block today. It certainly does. The play was about a father, mother, and son, the son just back from the war. The son was going out to ruin after 2 days at home, just as I did when I came back from war. The father was standing, tense. The son said to the mother, I'm going out. Father never said he loved me. Then the son thought, maybe I didn't tell him. Then he said, Pop, I do love you. Father is tense. Then he breaks down, and they embrace. I pretend I don't want it. I want my father to say, I love you, you can do it. Pause. I want my father to put his arm around me and say, I love you. You're all right. You can work, you really can. You have the right to live. I don't have my father's sanction. Something more. Mother gave in to me, made over me, and there was tension. But father, no. Father only said, stay away from girls. Father never let me go out. I want my father to say, you can. You can. He said, you can't. You won't live. In the remainder of the session, he brings out the feelings he has had about people loving him only because of his fame, and his contradictory fear that if he becomes more famous, he will not be loved. His own inner conflict, the intrapsychic aspect which comes out when the interpersonal encounter is engaged, is well expressed in the following sentence taken from this last part. I function like a mirror, two persons, one in one direction, one in the other. How shall we summarize what is occurring here? There is first the conscious intention of the patient. It was, so far as he was aware of it. I find myself blocked in my task of writing. I feel like hell over being blocked. He was not aware that the feeling like hell is anger and resentment over the fact that he should be up against such a problem to begin with, but would feel it as a generalized upset with the resulting intent. I shall make an emergency appeal to get Dr. May to do something about this. Then, as I see it, we arrive at his intentionality, his way of relating to me as a whole, which was present when he came in, though on a level of unawareness. It consisted of anger and resentment against me, an aggressive cracking of the whip, which he unwittingly reveals to us in that nice symbol. I'm a theater director here. It took the form of a struggle to get me to take over, to put the writing on my shoulders, and so on. I liken this to the demands of a small child in bed, the prince commanding the adults to serve him and being enraged. Meanwhile, that his promise, which assumedly he got from his mother, is not fulfilled. The rage which comes out is, on one side, rage that he should be in such a block, a humiliating insult added to injury since the prince should be able to wave his wand, the pen, and turn out great writing. He could not have verbalized what I have just described if I had asked him at the beginning of the hour, yet I would hesitate to call it unconscious. It was being lived out, present in the language of his bodily movements, spoken symbolically in his way of relating to me. It is the bridge connecting varying levels of awareness and consciousness. But then something comes out which can properly be called unconscious, the repressed element in his saying that the play he saw the night before had nothing to do with his upset. When I refuse to go along with I can't, the repressed memory comes out. In my judgment, only after the encounter with me could one break through this repression. He was then able to remember that the play he saw did have a good deal to do with his conflict, and no doubt much to do with why he had the severe block this particular morning. If I write well and succeed, Father won't love me. In the last third of the hour, the problems of intrapsychic conflicts appear. His anger has under it a yearning to be loved, the fear of being thrown out and abandoned. The only way one can be loved, especially by women, is by being sick, in need, a failure. These have a great deal to do with genetic factors, his childhood experiences, and so on, which are the proper area of psychoanalysis and which I do not neglect but are not our area of inquiry here. But these realms cannot be reached without the exploration of wish and will, that is to say, without the intentionality first coming into the open. Some readers may be asking in the course of our discussion of intentionality, what is the difference between this and acting out in therapy? And they might press the point with the question, does not the emphasis on the act as an inseparable part of the intent amount to a recommendation of acting out? Acting out is a transmuting of an impulse or intent into overt behavior in order to avoid insight. To see the full implications of a desire or intention, to get insight about its meaning, typically upsets one's self-world relationship more and is, therefore, more anxiety-creating and painful than to act out the desire physically, even if one gets rebuffed or hurt in the latter process. At least, if one can keep the whole problem on the level of muscular behavior, one doesn't have to face the more difficult threat to his self-esteem. This is why acting out is rightly associated with infantile, psychopathic, and sociopathic character types. Acting out occurs not on the level of consciousness, but on the level of awareness, which, as I shall indicate in the next section, is the capacity that the human being shares with animals, the more primitive developmental level prior to consciousness. In adult patients, acting out is generally an endeavor to discharge the desire or intention without having to transmute it into consciousness. It is not easy to live with intentionality without acting it out. To live in a polarity of intent and act means to live with one's anxiety. Hence, if patients cannot escape into the act, they try to avoid the tension by doing the opposite, by denying the whole intention itself. The sophisticated patient uses the method, and this seems to me to be the usual method nowadays, of intellectualizing the intention and thereby denying its effect, emasculating and draining off the whole experience. Nowadays, when the patient experiences a hatred for and a desire to kill his father, he generally knows that he does not have to get a gun and do it. But if he then detaches himself from the whole thing by reminding himself, everybody gets such thoughts in psychoanalysis. It's simply part of the Oedipus complex. Talking about it forever will do no good and will only solidify his defenses against working through whatever real problem he has with his father. What such a patient is doing is precisely taking the intentionality out of the experience. He emasculates it so that he really doesn't intend anything, doesn't move toward anything, and discusses a detached idea. Detachment and psychopathic acting out are the two opposite ways to escape confronting the impact of one's intentionality, the former being the method of the intellectualizing, compulsive obsessional type, and the latter being the method of the infantile, psychopathic type. What we want the patient to do is to genuinely experience the implications and meaning of his intention, and to experience includes the act but defined in the structure of consciousness and not physically. When we emphasize that the intention has its act within the structure of consciousness, two things are implied. One, that the act must be felt, experienced, and accepted as part of me along with its social implications. And two, that I am thereby freed from the need to act it out physically. Whether or not I do act it out behaviorally in the world is a problem on a different plane. If I have faced my intentionality, I can hope to make the decision in the outside world. Psychoanalysis ought to be the place par excellence of experiencing intentions and their implied actions and meaning, the playground of intentionality, to borrow Freud's phrase about transference, without the patients having to transform this into overt behavior. To be sure, therapists are taking some risk that harmful acting out may occur, since whenever the patient genuinely experiences something, there's risk. But when the patient gets emotionally upset at becoming conscious of his desire to kill his father, the effect can and ought to be used in the service of changing his relationship to his father. Such hatred and desire to kill, when present in adult life, generally turn out, in my experience, to be expressions of dependency on the father. The normal, constructive outcome is that through insight into the meaning of the experience, as well as abreacting the effect, he will kill his own excessive tie to his father and thereby gain greater emotional independence. This illustration, no doubt, sounds oversimplified, but I hope it shows the distinction between experiencing the intention and its implications in consciousness and psychopathic acting out. Both the psychopathic and the detached types are struggling to escape confronting the meaning of their intentionality. The whole import of what we have been trying to do in these chapters on intentionality is to restore and make central this meaning of the act. Thus, the concern with intentionality can be the genuine undermining of acting out in psychoanalysis. Another point needs to be made here. Intentionality is based upon a meaning matrix which patient and therapist share. Every person, sane or insane, lives in a meaning matrix which he, to some extent, makes, i.e., it is individual, but he makes it within the shared situation of human history and language. This is why language is so important. It is the milieu within which we find and form our meaning matrix, a milieu which we share with our fellow human beings. Language is every man's spiritual root, says Binswanger. By the same token, we state that history is every man's cultural body. The meaning matrix comes before any discussion, scientific or other, since it is what makes discussion, as in psychotherapy, possible. We can never understand the meaning matrix of a patient, or anyone for that matter, by standing purely objectively outside it. I must be able to participate in my patient's meanings but preserve my own meaning matrix at the same time, and thus unavoidably and rightfully interpret for him what he is doing, and often doing to me. The same thing holds true in all other human relationships as well. Friendship and love require that we participate in the meaning matrix of the other, but without surrendering our own. This is the way human consciousness understands, grows, changes, becomes clarified and meaningful. Stages in therapy. The process of therapy with individual patients involves bringing together the three dimensions of wish, will, and decision. As the patient moves from one dimension to the next in his integration, the previous dimension is incorporated and remains present in the one that follows. Intentionality is present on all three dimensions. We discussed wish, will, and decision earlier in this book. It is now significant that we return to them after our discussion of intentionality. For intentionality is essential for the complete understanding of wish, will, and decision. We shall now show more fully the meaning of our problem by describing practical therapy on all three levels. The first dimension, wish, occurs on the level of awareness, the dimension which the human organism shares with animals. The experiencing of infantile wishes, bodily needs and desires, sexuality and hunger, and the whole gamut of infinite and inexhaustible wishes which occur in any individual is a central part of practically all of psychotherapy, from that of Rogers on one hand to the most classical Freudian on the other. For the human being, experiencing these wishes may involve dramatic and sometimes traumatic anxiety and upheaval as the repressions which led to the blocking off of the awareness in the first place are brought out into the open. On the significance and necessity of unmasking repression, dynamic aspects which are beyond the scope of our present discussion, various kinds of therapy differ radically, but I cannot conceive of any form of psychotherapy which does not accord the process of awareness a central place. The conditioning therapies of Wolpe and Skinner, for example, do not aim to bring out these aspects of awareness. I would not call them psychotherapy, however, but rather what their name implies: behavior therapy, reconditioning, re-education, retraining of habit patterns. The experiencing of wishes may come out in the simplest forms: the desire to fondle or be fondled, the wishes associated originally with nursing and closeness to mother and family members in early experience. In adult experience, wishes may vary from sexual intimacy to the touch of the hand of a friend or the simple pleasure of wind and water against one's skin, and it goes all the way up to the sophisticated but naive experiences which may come in a dazzling instant when one is standing near a clump of blooming forsythia and is suddenly struck by how brilliantly blue the sky looks when seen beyond the sea of yellow flowers. This immediate awareness of the world continues throughout life at a hopefully accelerating pace, and is infinitely more varied and rich than one would gather from most psychological discussions. This growing awareness of one's body, wishes, and desires, processes which are obviously related to the experiencing of identity, normally also bring heightened appreciation of oneself as a being and a heightened reverence for being itself. It is at this point that the Eastern philosophies, like Zen Buddhism, have much to teach us. Let us glance again at the case of Helen, the patient we described in our chapter on wish and will, who used "where there's a will, there's a way" as a reaction formation against her powerful yearning to be encircled in her mother's arms. We noted that this yearning seemed to originate in her first 2 years of infancy, when her depressed mother had been taken away to a mental hospital. At the beginning of therapy, Helen was not aware that she had these wishes for her mother's love and tenderness and for being enclosed in fondling arms, though she got it promiscuously from the various men she slept with. She was aware only of generalized depression, sadness, and grief under the hurried, driven surface of her life. Her emerging awareness and acceptance of these infancy wishes, her experiencing them in the therapeutic hours, brought out some overt anger, a good deal of resentment, helplessness, and feeling ashamed of her weakness, accentuated passivity for a time, alternating with rage, and so on, down the line. I mention these things to show that bringing to awareness these important, long-denied wishes is not at all easy, not at all a childish game of wishing. It is typically traumatic and can be highly upsetting. Hence, we find the regression that often occurs in psychoanalysis. Nor do we bring into consciousness these wishes merely for the sake of letting off steam or getting the effect out, though I think the genuine experiencing of the effects is essential, along with the inevitably attending sadness, grief, and mourning for the lost past. But the fact, more significant than the sheer effect release, is that the wishes point to a meaning. Helen began to discover the relation between her frustrated love for her mother and what she wanted to get from the endless line of boyfriends, her use of sex and intimacy as oral gratification, and her defiant, competitive needs. If mother and father won't give me love, I'll show them how I can get it. And this, in accordance with the usual development of rage and resentment in a neurosis, will be a way which, among other things, will make the parents very angry. There is, however, a further stage that is not infrequent in our culture, a more structuralized form of the above, in which the patient has developed the goal of not wanting, a kind of cynical or despairing aim of not wishing for anything. In my experience, this goes with obsessional, compulsive personality types. The person lives by the formula, it is better not to want. To want exposes me. To wish makes me vulnerable. If I never wish, I'll never be weak. Our culture plays up to this in a curious, backhanded way. On one hand, the society seems to promise that all our wishes will be granted. Avalanches of advertising guarantee to make one a blonde or a redhead overnight and have one out of her stenographer's chair and on a jet bound for Nassau by the weekend. The Horatio Alger myth has long since been destroyed, but not the myth that all things will be given to us. But there also seems to be in our culture a curious cautiousness. You'll get these abundant gratifications only if you don't feel too much. Don't let on you want too much. The result is that, instead of conquering the world like Alger, we should wait passively until the genie of technology, which we don't push or influence, only await, brings us our appointed gratifications. All of this is a part of the rewards which go with belief in the vast myth of the machine in the 20th century. However one may interpret this culturally, the upshot is the same. People carry within them a great number of wishes to which they react passively and which they hide. Stoicism, in our day, is not strength to overcome wishes, but to hide them. To a patient who, let us say, is interminably rationalizing and justifying this and that, balancing one thing against another as though life were a tremendous marketplace where all the business is done on paper and ticker tape and there are never any goods, I sometimes have the inclination in psychotherapy to shout out, "Don't you ever want anything?" But I don't cry out, for it is not difficult to see that on some level the patient does want a good deal. The trouble is he has formulated and reformulated it until it is the rattling of dry bones, as Eliot puts it. Tendencies have become endemic in our culture for our denial of wishes to be rationalized and accepted with the belief that this denial of the wish will result in its being fulfilled. And whether the reader would disagree with me on this or that detail, our psychological problem is the same. It is necessary for us to help the patient achieve some emotional viability and honesty by bringing out his wishes and his capacity to wish. This is not the end of therapy, but it is an essential starting point. We note that the body is particularly important in wishing. A number of times the word has come up as we discuss this dimension, wishing for fondling of the body, awareness chiefly as a bodily enterprise, and so on. The body is important in this stage of therapy as a language. Wishes and the intentionality underlying wishing are expressed in subtle gesture, ways of talking and walking, leaning toward or away from the therapist, all of which comprise a language that, because it is unconscious, is more accurate and honest than what the patient consciously articulates. This is the general reason the body needs to be accepted, I exulted in, lusted in, loved, and respected. Conflicts will emerge as the bodily armor is undermined. In Wilhelm Reich's phrase, they will always be there as part of bodily expression. But conflicts can be met constructively, while nothing at all will occur positively if the body remains walled off. From wish to will. The second dimension is the transmuting of awareness into self-consciousness. This is correlated with the distinctive form of awareness in human beings, consciousness. The term consciousness, coming etymologically from con and siri, means knowing with. Strictly speaking, self-consciousness, in the normal sense in which we are using the term here, is a redundancy. Consciousness itself includes my awareness of my role in it. On this level, the patient experiences I am the one who is these wishes. This is the dimension of accepting oneself as having a world. If I experience the fact that my wishes are not simply blind pushes towards someone or something, that I am the one who stands in this world where touch, nourishment, sexual pleasure, and relatedness may be possible between me and other persons, I can begin to see how I may do something about these wishes. This gives me the possibility of insight or inward sight, of seeing the world and other people in relation to myself. Thus, the previous bind of repressing wishes because I cannot stand the lack of their gratification on one hand, or being compulsively pushed to their blind gratification on the other, is replaced by the fact that I myself am involved in these relationships of pleasure, love, beauty, trust. I then have the possibility of changing my own behavior to make them more possible. The generic term for self-conscious intentions is for our use, will. This term reflects the active flavor and self-assertiveness of such intentional acts. On this dimension, will enters the picture not as a denial of wish, but as an incorporation of wish on a higher level of consciousness. The experiencing of the blue of the sky behind forsythia blossoms on the simple level of awareness and wish may bring delight and the desire to continue or renew the experience, but the realization that I am the person who lives in a world in which flowers are yellow and the sky so brilliant, and that I can even increase my pleasure by sharing this experience with a friend, has profound implications for life, love, death, and the other ultimate problems of human existence. As Tennyson remarks when he looks at the flower in the crannied wall, I could understand what God and man is. This is the dimension on which human creativity emerges. The human being does not stop with a naive delight, but he paints a picture or he writes a poem which he hopes will communicate something of his experience to his fellow men. Wish and will to decision. The third dimension in the process of therapy is that of decision and responsibility. I use these two terms together, with some redundancy, to distinguish them both from will. Responsibility involves being responsive to, responding. Just as consciousness is the distinctively human form of awareness, so decision and responsibility are the distinctive forms of consciousness in the human being who is moving towards self-realization, integration, maturity. Again, this dimension is not achieved by denying wishes and self-assertive will, but incorporates and keeps present the previous two dimensions. Decision, in our sense, creates out of the two previous dimensions a pattern of acting and living which is empowered and enriched by wishes, asserted by will, and is responsive to and responsible for the significant other persons who are important to oneself in the realizing of the long-term goals. If the point were not self-evident, it could be demonstrated along the lines of Sullivan's interpersonal theory of psychiatry, Buber's philosophy, and other viewpoints. They all point out that wish, will, and decision occur within a nexus of relationships upon which the individual depends not only for his fulfillment, but for his very existence. This sounds like an ethical statement, and is For ethics have their psychological base in the capacities of the human being to transcend the concrete situation of the immediate self-oriented desire and to live in the dimensions of past and future, and in terms of the welfare of the persons and groups upon whom his own fulfillment intimately depends. Professor Ernest Keane formulates this, my third dimension of decision, as follows. Emerging out of my self-consciousness is my experience of myself as a valuing self and a becoming self. The terms here have to be less precise, perhaps because this experience is more highly individuated. This emerging involves an integration or synthesis of my bodily awareness and my self-consciousness, or one might say, of my wish and my will. Reserving an additional level for the holistic functioning of a person's being in intercourse with the world reflects not only the dialectical nature of decision, but also the important insight that intending with one's whole being is more than the sum of the parts of wishing and willing. A decision is neither a wish nor an act of will, nor an additive combination of the two. Wishing for something against my will is like being tempted to steal the candy bar. Willing something against my wish is like denying that I like candy. Deciding something is like putting myself on record to myself that I shall or shall not endeavor to get it. Hence, making a decision is a commitment. It always involves the risk of failure, and it is an act that my whole being is involved in. Human freedom. Our final question is the relation of man's will to his freedom. William James was entirely correct in pointing out that this is an ethical, not a psychological question. But the question, as James also saw, cannot be avoided. Some answer is always presupposed in everyone's life and work, and it is only the mark of honesty to make this clear. The impact of Freud and the new psychology has been to vastly increase the sphere of determinism or necessity. We see as never before how much we are creatures of conditioning and how much we are driven and molded by our unconscious processes. If our freedom is only to choose in the areas which are left over, the negative space that remains when determinism has taken over the rest, we are lost indeed. Freedom and choice shrink and become only the crumbs from the table thrown to us temporarily until new determinisms are discovered. Man's will and freedom then become childish absurdities. But this is a naive and primitive view of will and freedom and must be discarded. One thing which is clear since Freud is that the first freedom, the naive freedom of the Garden of Eden before the fall into consciousness, or the infant before the struggle to achieve and enlarge consciousness, is a false freedom. The present struggle with the machine is the same question all over again. If our freedom is what is left over, what the machine can't do, the whole issue is lost to start with. We are doomed when, in some future day, a machine can be invented to do it. Freedom can never be dependent upon a suspension of necessity, by God or science or anything else. Freedom can never be an abnegation of law, as though our will operated only in a temporary margin of relief from determinism. But the planning, the forming, the imagination, the choosing of values, the intentionality are the qualities of human freedom. Freedom and will consist not in the abnegation of determinism, but in our relationship to it. Freedom, wrote Spinoza, is the recognition of necessity. Man is distinguished by his capacity to know that he is determined and to choose his relationship to what determines him. He can and must, unless he abdicates his consciousness, choose how he will relate to necessity, such as death, old age, limitations of intelligence, and the conditioning inescapable in his own background. Will he accept this necessity, deny it, fight it, affirm it, consent to it? All these words have an element of volition in them, and it should, by now, be clear that man does not simply stand outside in his subjectivity like a critic at the theater and look at necessity and decide what he thinks of it. His intentionality is already one element in the necessity in which he finds himself. Freedom lies not in our triumphing over objective nature or in the little space that is left to us in our subjective nature, but in the fact that we are the men who experience both. In our intentionality, the two are brought together, and in our experiencing both, we already change both. Intentionality not only makes it possible for us to take a stand vis-a-vis necessity, but requires us to take the stand. This is illustrated ad infinitum in psychotherapy, when the patient argues rigid determinism, generally when he is discouraged or wishes to escape the meaning of his intentions. And the more he is determined to be a determinist, The more he argues, which already is intentionality, that he has nothing whatever to do with the fate that is bearing down upon him, the more he is making himself in fact determined. Nietzsche spoke often of loving fate. He meant that man can face fate directly, can know it, dare it, fondle it, challenge it, quarrel with it, and love it. And though it is arrogance to say we are the masters of our fate, we are saved from the need to be the victims of it. We are indeed co-creators of our fate. Psychoanalysis requires that we should not rest with intentions or conscious rationalizations, but must push on to intentionality. Our consciousness can never again be the simple one, based on the belief that because we think something consciously, it is necessarily true. Consciousness is an immediate experience, but its meaning must be mediated by language, science, poetry, religion, and all the other aspects of the bridges of man's symbolism. We share with William James the perplexity of living in a transitional age, he at the beginning and we, it is hoped, near the end of it. One thing he was clear about. Even though a man can never know for certain, and even though there are no absolute answers and never will be, man has to act anyway. After the 5 years in his late 20s and early 30s, when he was paralyzed with his own depression and scarcely able to will the simplest thing, he decided one day that he could make an act of will to believe in freedom. He willed freedom, made it his fiat. The first act of freedom, he writes, is to choose it. He was convinced afterwards that this act of will was what enabled him to deal with and transcend his depression. It is at least clear in his biography that at that point, the highly constructive life, which continued right up to his death at 68, began for him. This fiat became an integral part of the Jamesian view of will. Among the many sensations greeting us, the many stimuli affecting us, we have the power to throw our weight on this possibility rather than that. We say, in effect, let this be the reality for me. The fiat, be it so, is James's leap. It is his statement of commitment. He knew that in an act of will a man was doing something more than what met the eye. He was creating, forming something which had never existed before. There is risk in such a decision, such a fiat, but it remains our one contribution to the world, which is original and underived. I have been critical of James's theory of will in that he omits intentionality, the heart of the problem. But in the human act of will, in which every man starts at the beginning and can only say with Socrates in his decision to drink the hemlock, I do not know, but I believe, and take the leap, James is still great indeed. Since his words ring with the sincerity and power of one who has hammered them out on the anvil of his own suffering and ecstasy, we can do no better than to quote him. The huge world that girdles us about puts all sorts of questions to us and tests us in all sorts of ways. Some of the tests we meet by actions that are easy, and some of the questions we answer in articulately formulated words. But the deepest question that is ever asked admits of no reply but the dumb turning of the will and tightening of our heartstrings as we say, yes, I will even have it so. The world thus finds in the heroic man its worthy match and mate, and the effort which he is able to put forth to hold himself erect and keep his heart unshaken is the direct measure of his worth and function in the game of human life. He can stand this universe. He can still find a zest in it, not by ostrich-like forgetfulness, but by pure inward willingness to face the world, despite all the deterrent objects there. Will you, or won't you have it so? We are asked it every hour of the day, and about the largest as well as the smallest, the most theoretical as well as the most practical things. We answer by consents or non-consents, and not by words. What wonder that those dumb responses should seem our deepest organs of communication with the nature of things. What wonder if the amount which we accord of it be the one strictly underived and original contribution which we make to the world. Part 3. Love and Will. 11. The relation of love and will. Sexual passion is the cause of war and the end of peace, the basis of what is serious, and the aim of the jest, the inexhaustible source of wit, the key to all illusions, and the meaning of all mysterious hints, just because the profoundest seriousness lies at its foundation. But all this agrees with the fact that the sexual passion is the kernel of the will to live, and consequently the concentration of all desire. Therefore, in the text I have called the genital organs the focus of will. Schopenhauer. It is a curious thing that Schopenhauer, old misanthrope as he is often called by the thin-skinned, should have, in this section referred to above, called sexual passion the kernel of the will to live, and the genital organs the focus of will. He here expresses a truth of the relationship of love and will, indeed the interdependence of them in a way which runs contrary to modern man's conventional understanding. Power, which we can for the moment identify with will, and love, even sexual love, are considered to be antithetical. I believe that Schopenhauer was right, that they are not opposites but closely related. Our discussion of the demonic has shown that self-affirmation and self-assertion, obvious aspects of will, are essential to love. We discuss them together in this book because they are interrelated in ways which are crucial to the personal lives of all of us, as well as specifically to psychotherapy. Both love and will are conjunctive forms of experience. That is, both describe a person reaching out, moving toward the other, seeking to affect him or her or it, and opening himself so that he may be affected by the other. Both love and will are ways of molding, forming, relating to the world, and trying to elicit a response from it through the persons whose interest or love we covet. Love and will are interpersonal experiences which bring to bear power to influence others significantly and to be influenced by them. Love and will blocking each other. The interrelation of love and will is shown, furthermore, by the fact that each loses its efficacy when it is not kept in right relation to the other. Each can block the other. Will can block love. This can be seen particularly in the willpower of the inner-directed type of man, as he appears in Reisman's studies. This was the man who was often the powerful captain of industry and finance in the early decades of this century, and was our link to the great emphasis that was placed on individual willpower which characterized the end of the Victorian Age. This was the period in which a man could talk of his unconquerable soul and could proclaim, "I am the captain of my fate. But if my soul is really unconquerable, I shall never fully love, for it is the nature of love to conquer all fortresses. And if I must cling to being the master of my fate, I shall never be able to let myself go in passion, for passionate love always has tragic possibilities." Eros, we have seen in an earlier chapter, breaks the limb's strength and overpowers the intelligence in all its shrewd planning. An example of will-blocking love can be seen in the father of a young student patient of mine, who is the treasurer of a large corporation. He telephoned me to talk about maximizing the effectiveness of his son's treatment, exactly as though we were at his company board meetings. When the son became sick with a minor illness in college, the father immediately flew to the scene to take charge. The same father became furious when his son held hands and kissed his girlfriend on the front lawn of their resort home. At dinner, the father told how he had entered into negotiation to buy the company of a friend of the son's, but, having become irritated over the slowness of the negotiations, had called up the would-be partners and told them to forget the whole thing. He showed no awareness that he was sending another company into bankruptcy with the snap of his fingers. This father was a public-spirited citizen, the chairman of several committees for civic betterment, and he could not understand why, when he had been treasurer of an international corporation, his subordinates secretly referred to him as the hardest ass. OB in Europe, the strong willpower which the father thought solved all his problems actually served at the same time to block his sensitivity, to cut off his capacity to hear other persons, even, or perhaps especially, his own son. It is not surprising that this exceedingly gifted son failed in his college work for several years, went through a beatnik period, and ultimately had a tortuous time permitting himself to succeed in his own profession. Typical of the inner-directed genre, the father of my patient could always take care of others without caring for them, could give them his money but not his heart, could direct them but could not listen to them. This kind of willpower was a transfer into interpersonal relationships of the same kind of power that had become so effective in manipulating railroad cars, stock transactions, coal mines, and other aspects of the industrial world. The man of willpower, manipulating himself, did not permit himself to see why he could not manipulate others in the same way. This identifying of will with personal manipulation is the error that sets will in opposition to love. It is a sound hypothesis, based on a good deal of evidence in psychotherapeutic work, that the unconscious guilt which parents like this carry because they manipulate their children leads them to be overprotective and overpermissive toward the same. These are the children who are given motor cars but not moral values, who pick up sensuality but are not taught sensitivity in life. The parents seem vaguely aware that the values on which their willpower was based are no longer efficacious, but they can neither find new values nor give up the manipulative will. And the fathers often seem to act on the assumption that their will therefore has to do for the whole family. This overemphasis on will, which blocks love, leads sooner or later to a reaction to the opposite error, love which blocks will. This is typically seen in the generation made up of the children of parents like the father we described above. The love proposed in our day by the hippie movement seems to be the clearest illustration of this error. Hippie love is indiscriminate, is a common principle within the movement. Hippie love emphasizes immediacy, spontaneity, and the emotional honesty of the temporary moment. These aspects of hippie love are not only entirely understandable reactions against the manipulative will of the previous generation, but are values in their own right. The immediacy, spontaneity, and honesty of the relationship experienced in the vital now are sound and telling criticisms of contemporary bourgeois love and sex. The hippies' revolt helps destroy the manipulative willpower which undermines human personality. But love also requires enduringness. Love grows in depth by virtue of the lovers experiencing encounter with each other, conflict and growth, all over a period of time. These cannot be omitted from any lasting and viable experience of love. They involve choice and will under whatever names you use. Generalized love, to be sure, is adequate for generalized, group situations, but I am not honored by being loved simply because I belong to the genus man. The love which is separated from will, or the love which obviates will, is characterized by a passivity which does not incorporate and grow with its own passion. Such love tends, therefore, toward dissociation. It ends in something which is not fully personal because it does not fully discriminate. Such distinctions involve willing and choosing, and to choose someone means not to choose someone else. This is overlooked among the hippies. The immediacy of love in the hippie development seems to end in a love that is fugitive and ephemeral. Now spontaneity is a tremendous relief after the assembly line, sex on Saturday night artificiality of bourgeois love against which the hippies are rebelling. But what of fidelity and the lasting qualities of love? Erotic passion not only requires the capacity to give oneself over to let oneself be stimulated by, the power of the immediate experience, but it also requires that one take this event into one's own center, to mold and form oneself and the relationship on the new plane of consciousness which emerges out of the experience. This requires the element of will. Victorian willpower lacked the sensitivity and flexibility which goes with love. In the hippie movement, in contrast, there is love without the staying power which goes with will. Here we see another important illustration of the fact that love and will are inseparable from each other. A final indication that the problems of love and will belong together is the similarity in their solutions. Neither can be adequately dealt with in our day simply by new techniques, patching up the old values, restating old habits in more palatable form, or any other such device. We cannot content ourselves by painting the old building a new color. It is the foundations which are destroyed, and the resolutions, by whatever name we may call them, require new ones. What is necessary for resolutions is a new consciousness in which the depth and meaning of personal relationship will occupy a central place. Such an embracing consciousness is always required in an age of radical transition. Lacking external guides, we shift our morality inward. There is a new demand upon the individual of personal responsibility. We are required to discover on a deeper level what it means to be human. Impotence, as an example. The problem of sexual potency is especially interesting because it represents the confluence of will and love. Impotence is an expression of the fact that the person is trying to make his body do something, perform the sex act which it doesn't want to do. Or, to put it slightly differently, the patient is trying to will his body to love when he does not love. We can't will potency. We can't will to love. But we can will to open ourselves, participate in the experience, allow the possibility to become a reality. Impotence is the failure not of intention, but of intentionality. For just as the language of sex is tumescence and erection of the penis in the man and excitement and readiness for intercourse in the woman, so the language of eros is fantasy, imagination, and the heightened sensitivity of the whole organism. And if the deeper but more subtle language of the second falls on deaf ears, the more direct, insistent, and obvious language of the body takes over to communicate the message by means of sexual impotence. The incident given in the previous chapter, that of Preston's impotence, may be cited here in greater detail to give us a picture of the dynamics of impotence as well as the contrast between eros and sex. During that hour, I asked Preston what fantasy was going on in his mind that evening as he was undressing and on the brink of going to bed with the girl. Understandably, it was difficult for him to recall it since these images and the feelings associated with them had to be repressed in the service of trying to force himself ahead in the act. But when he did remember it, the fantasy he related was this. The woman's vagina was a bear trap. She would take in his penis, get him to impregnate her, have a baby, and thus catch him for good. As he went on in telling the fantasy, it became evident that he had experienced the situation not only as his getting trapped by the woman and, as contradictory as it sounds, as being seduced rather than doing the seducing, but also as an expression of his own counter-sadism toward her in that he went ahead in the act, getting her more excited only to disappoint her. The impotence, therefore, turns out to be an accurate expression of the denied symbolic meanings occurring in Preston's subconscious fantasies. Such fantasies are not at all the result of whim, but are the accurate and necessary expressions of his anxiety, his need to submit to the woman, and his revenge on her. Fantasy is one expression of imagination. Both fantasy and imagination are capacities by which personal meaning is given an act. Imagination is the home of intentionality and fantasy, one of its languages. I use fantasy here not as meaning something unreal to which we escape, but in its original meaning of fantasticus, able to represent, to make visible. Fantasy is the language of the total self, communicating, offering itself, trying on for size. It is the language of I wish I will, the projection and imagination of the self into the situation. And if one cannot do this, he will not be present in the situation, sexual or other, whether his body is there or not. Fantasy assimilates reality, and then pushes reality to a new depth. Imagination and time. The positive side of the use of fantasy can be seen in other hours of Preston's. We take one example in which he speaks, Preston. I thought about what we'd been talking about, how I ward off all experience, live behind protective walls. Then I made an act of will, saying, so long as you protect yourself, you will be unhappy. Why can't you let go?
So I did.
Then I began to feel Beverly attractive, and sexual relations seemed very enjoyable. But I had no erection yet. I was worried. Then I thought, do you have to have intercourse every time?
No.
Then my erection came. The good sexual relationship they then had was not, of course, the total answer to his problem. The deeper sources of his conflict were shown by what came up in the second half of that therapeutic hour after he said, I can't afford to deserve Beverly's love. Then, talking about his mother and sister, he cried, I can't give in to them. I have to get even with them. They'll go to their death. I won't give in. Obviously, this reveals a neurotic problem which has to be resolved. But the first part, the constructive act of will, must go along with the second. Just as the second unconscious aspects cannot be ignored, so the first, what he calls the act of will, likewise cannot be ignored. The two poles of the problem move dialectically, each helping the other. We cannot will love, but we can will to open ourselves to the chance. We can conceive of the possibility, which, as patients testify, sets the wheels in motion. This flushes out what keeps us from conceiving of it, the source of the unconscious and repressed difficulties. We can then let our imaginations play on it, dwell on it, turn it over in our minds, focus on it, invite the possibility of love in fantasy. This brings us to the problem of time. In cases of impotence, we recognize an all too familiar pattern, the impression of being compulsively hurried. We undressed immediately, the patient says, or we went to bed immediately and I was impotent. In order to make ourselves do something about which we are in significant conflict, we act compulsively, trying to jump into it in order to outwit, or at least to get ahead of, the pursuing, repressed hounds of consciousness. If it were done when it is done, as Macbeth classically states in his crucial moment, then it were done quickly. We must hurry in order not to let ourselves know consciously what, on another level, we know that we know. The fact that many people tend not to give themselves time to know each other in love affairs is a general symptom of the malaise of our day. We are the age, says John Galbraith, referring to the motels along the highways, of short-order sex. When I said above that we fly to sex in order to avoid eros, the word fly can be taken in several senses. Fly means to go in haste. We experience a compulsion, little aware that it is our own anxiety which pushes us. Fly also can be taken as flight from. It would be well if it were done quickly before our fantasies catch up, before the voice of the conflict gets so strident that it takes away our erection and desire to have intercourse with the woman. The haste to engage in sex often serves to short-circuit eros. We arrive now at the fundamental relationship between eros, time, and imagination. Eros takes time for the significance of the event to sink in, time for the imagination to work, and if not time to think, at least time to experience and to anticipate. This is why someone in love wants to be alone, wandering here and there by himself, not concentrating or trying to work. He is giving eros time to do its work. This significance of time is one of the characteristics which distinguishes eros from sex. Eros may seem to take effect simultaneously with the first glimpse of the other person. Love at first sight is by no means necessarily neurotic or to be relegated to the immature. The suddenly beloved elicits a composite image from our experiences in our past or in our dreams of our future. We spontaneously experience him or her in relation to our personal style of life, which we form and carry with us all our lives and which becomes clearer the more fully we know ourselves. But it takes time for the integrating process to take place, time for eros to be interwoven with the multitude of memories, hopes, fears, aims, ad infinitum which form the pattern we recognize as ourselves. Union of love and will. Man's task is to unite love and will. They are not united by automatic biological growth, but must be part of our conscious development. In society, will tends to be set against love. For this there is an important genetic history. We have a memory, a reminiscence in Plato's sense, of a time when there was a union of ourselves with our mothers in the early experience of nursing at mother's breast. Then we were also at union with the universe, were wedded to it, and had the experience of union with being. This union yielded a satisfaction, calm happiness, self-acceptance, and elation. This is what is relived in meditation of the Zen or Hindu variety and in some drug experiences. It is a union with the universe which is shown in mysticism and produces a mild ecstasy, a blissful feeling that I am completely accepted by the universe. This is the backdrop of human existence implied in every myth of the Garden of Eden, every story of paradise, every golden age, a perfection which is deeply embedded in man's collective memory. Our needs are met without self-conscious effort on our part, as, biologically, in the early condition of nursing at the mother's breast. This is the first freedom, the first yes. But this first freedom always breaks down, and it does so because of the development of human consciousness. We experience our difference from and conflict with our environment, and the fact that we are subjects in a world of objects, and even mother can then become an object. This is the separation between self and world, the split between existence and essence. Mythologically, it is the time when each child reenacts the fall of Adam. This first freedom is inadequate because one cannot remain in it if we are to develop as a human being. And though we experience our separation from it as guilt, in Anaximander's sense of separation from the boundless, we must nevertheless go through with it. But it remains the source of all perfection, the backdrop of all utopias, the perpetual feelings that there ought to be a paradise someplace, and the efforts, forever creative but forever doomed to disappointment, that make us try to recreate a perfect state like the early one in our mother's arms. We cannot, not because of something God does or some chance accident or some happenstance that might have been different, We cannot because of the simple development of human consciousness. But nevertheless, we still always seek, as when we write a good paragraph or do a good work of art. We fall anew, but we remain ready to arise and pit ourselves anew against our fate. This is why human will, in its specific form, always begins in a no. We must stand against the environment, be able to give a negative. This inheres in consciousness. Ariety points out that all will has its source in the capacity to say no. No, not against the parents, although it shows itself in coming out against them, representatives of the personal authoritative universe as they are. The no is a protest against a world we never made, and it is also an assertion of oneself in the endeavor to remold and reform the world. Willing, in this sense, always begins against something, which generally can be seen as specifically against the first union with mother. Small wonder that this is done with guilt and anxiety, as in the Garden of Eden, or with conflict, as in normal development. But the child has to go through with it, for it is the unfolding of his own consciousness which prods him. And small wonder that, though he affirms it on one level, on another he regrets it. This is one aspect of the acceptance of the demonic. During a re-experiencing of this period, one patient dreamt of a tiger which he was wont to interpret as his mother. But the therapist, with a wisdom which comes from having a view of the whole, continuously remarked, "The tiger is in you." He was by this means able to give up fighting it and assimilate it, take it in as part of his own strength, and, as a result, become more affirmative as a person. Will begins in opposition, begins in a no since the yes is already there. The danger is that this stage of development will be interpreted negatively by the parents, as shown in their excessive anger or interpretation of the child's original no as personally against them, and thus they may be seen by the child as opposing his development and autonomy. And he may, getting recriminations against choices, be tempted and, to some extent, even give in to this temptation, to give it up, go back to the bliss, which now is now a bliss only in quotation marks. This is the hankering, nostalgic, and self-defeating, which we see in adult neurotics, to go back to the first union again. But the past cannot be resurrected or ever made real again. This is why the reuniting of will and love is such an important task and achievement for man. Will must come in to destroy the bliss, to make possible a new level of experience with other persons and the world, to make possible autonomy, freedom in the mature sense, and consequent responsibility. Will comes in to lay the groundwork which makes a relatively mature love possible. No longer seeking to re-establish a state of infancy, the human being, like Orestes, now freely takes responsibility for his choices. Will destroys the first freedom, the original union, not in order to fight the universe forever, even though some of us do stop at that stage. With the first bliss of physical union broken, man's task is now the psychological one of achieving new relationships which will be characterized by the choice of which woman to love, which groups to devote himself to, and by the conscious building of those affections. Hence, I speak of the relating of love and will not as a state given us automatically, but as a task, and to the extent it is gained, it is an achievement. It points toward maturity, integration, wholeness. None of these is ever achieved without relation to its opposite. Human progress is never one-dimensional, but they become touchstones and criteria of our response to life's possibilities. 12. The meaning of care. Only the truly kind man knows how to love and how to hate. Confucius. There is a strange phenomenon about the Vietnam War. It lies in the fact that the photographs from this war, the movies for TV, the stills for the newspapers and magazines, are different from those of any other war. No more the pictures of victory, no more the planting of the flag atop a mound as at Iwo Jima, no more the triumphant marches through the streets. Amid the announcements in this war of the dead and wounded each day, the counting of bodies because there is nothing else to count, there comes something else, not a planned effect or one consciously decided by someone's brain. It comes from the photographers, those journeymen who represent the unconscious of all of us, whose stand on the war is irrelevant, who get one picture rather than another due to a stance of the body or a use of muscles, whose sole concern is human interest. From these photographers come pictures of wounded caring for each other, of soldiers taking care of the injured, of a Marine with his arm around a wounded comrade, the wounded one crying out in pain and bewilderment. What comes back in the photos is, on this elemental level, care. In a Vietnamese village, as reported in a recent TV program, gas bombs had been thrown into holes and huts to drive out of hiding any remaining Viet Cong. Only women and children came out of the holes. One child, about 2, routed out with his mother, sat on her lap looking up at a large Negro Marine. The side of the child's face was dirty with the smoke and soot from the smoke bomb. He had been crying. He looked up with an expression of bewilderment, now beyond crying, not knowing what to make of such a world. But the camera shifted immediately to the Black American Marine looking down at the child, commanding and somewhat hideous in his battle uniform. He had exactly the same expression, bewilderment, his eyes wide as he stared down at the child, his mouth slightly ajar. But his stare did not move, remaining fixed on that child. What should he make of a world in which he does this? While the announcer of the program rattled on about how the gas is harmful for only 10 minutes and then leaves no deleterious effects, the cameraman kept his camera focused on the face of the Marine. Was the Marine recalling that he too had once been a child in some southern state, driven from caves and huts where he had been playing, recognizing that he too was of a race held to be inferior? That he too was once a child in a world at which he could only look out and up, a world causing pain for reasons no child can begin to fathom? Does he see himself in this child, see his bewilderment as a black child? I do not think he ponders these things consciously. I think he only sees there another human being with a common base of humanity on which they pause for a moment in the swamps of Vietnam. His look is care. And the cameraman happens to see him, happens almost always now to see them so, and keeps his camera trained on his face. A subconscious reaching out only for human interest, rendering to us an unconscious expression of the guilt of us all. And while the broadcaster gives in a bland voice the interminable lists of figures of wounded, dead, dead, wounded, the cameraman, anonymous at this moment and forever, representing only an outreach of our own blind and unconscious muscles, our own bodies, keeps his camera pointed at the face of a large black man staring down at the crying child, nameless in the whole sad quicksand of modern war. This is a simple illustration of care. It is a state composed of the recognition of another, a fellow human being like oneself, of identification of oneself with the pain or joy of the other, of guilt, pity, and the awareness that we all stand on the base of a common humanity from which we all stem. Care and love and will. Care is a state in which something does matter. Care is the opposite of apathy. Care is the necessary source of eros, the source of human tenderness. Fortunate, indeed, is it that care is born in the same act as the infant. Biologically, if the child were not cared for by its mother, it would scarcely live out the first day. Psychologically, we know, from the researches of Spitz, that the child withdraws to his bed corner, withers away, never developing but remaining in a stupor, if, as an infant, he does not receive mothering care. For the Greeks, Eros could not live without passion. Having agreed with that, we can now say Eros cannot live without care. Eros, the demon, begins physiologically, seizing us and whirling us up into its vortex. It requires the necessary addition of care, which becomes the psychological side of Eros. Care is given power by nature's sense of pain. If we do not care for ourselves, we are hurt, burned, injured. This is the source of identification. We can feel in our own bodies the pain of the child or the hurt of the adult. But our responsibility is to cease letting care be solely a matter of nerve endings. I do not deny the biological phenomena, but care must become a conscious psychological fact. Life comes from physical survival, but the good life comes from what we care about. For Heidegger, care, Sorg, is the source of will. This is why he practically never speaks about will or willing, except when he is refuting other philosophers' positions. For will is not an independent faculty, or a department of the self, and we always get into trouble when we try to make it a special faculty. It is a function of the whole person. When fully conceived, the care structure includes the phenomenon of selfhood, writes Heidegger. When we do not care, we lose our being, and care is the way back to being. If I care about being, I will shepherd it with some attention paid to its welfare, whereas if I do not care, my being disintegrates. Heidegger thinks of care as the basic constitutive phenomenon of human existence. It is thus ontological in that it constitutes man as man. Will and wish cannot be the basis for care, but rather vice versa. They are founded on care. We could not will or wish if we did not care to begin with. And if we do authentically care, we cannot help wishing or willing. Willing is caring made free, says Heidegger, and I would add, made active. The constancy of the self is guaranteed by care. Temporality is what makes care possible. The gods on Mount Olympus do not care. We here have our explanation for this fact, which everyone has patently seen and wondered about. The fact that we are finite makes care possible. Care also, in Heidegger's concept, is the source of conscience. Conscience is the call of care and manifests itself as care. Heidegger quotes an ancient parable of care, which Goethe also used at the end of Faust. Once when Care was crossing a river, she saw some clay. She thoughtfully took up a piece and began to shape it. While she was meditating on what she had made, Jupiter came by. Care asked him to give it spirit, and this he gladly granted. But when she wanted her name to be bestowed upon it, he forbade this and demanded that it be given his name instead. While Care and Jupiter were disputing, Earth arose and desired that her own name be conferred on the creature, since she had furnished it with part of her body. They asked Saturn to be their arbiter, and he made the following decision, which seemed a just one. Since you, Jupiter, have given it spirit, you shall receive that spirit at its death. And since you, Earth, have given its body, you shall receive its body. But since Care first shaped this creature, she shall possess it as long as it lives. And because there is now a dispute among you as to its name, let it be called Homo, for it is made out of humus, earth. This fascinating parable illustrates the important point brought out by the arbiter Saturn, time, that though man is named Homo after the earth, he is still constituted in his human attitudes by Care. She is given charge of him in the parable during his temporal sojourn in this world. This also shows the realization of the three aspects of time: past, future, and present. Earth gets man in the past, Zeus in the future. But since Care first shaped this creature, she shall possess it as long as it lives, i.e., in the present. This excursion into ontology makes it clearer why Care and will are so closely related, indeed are two aspects of the same experience. It also gives us a distinction between wishing and willing. Wishing is like a mere hankering, as though we'll stirred in its sleep, as Macquarie writes, but did not get beyond the dreaming of action. Will is the full-blown, matured form of wish, and is rooted with ontological necessity in Care. In an individual's conscious act, will and care go together, are in that sense identical. This gives us, indeed requires of us, a clear distinction between care and sentimentality. Sentimentality is thinking about sentiment rather than genuinely experiencing the object of it. Tolstoy tells of the Russian ladies who cry at the theater but are oblivious to their own coachman sitting outside in the freezing cold. Sentimentality glories in the fact that I have this emotion. It begins subjectively and ends there. But care is always caring about something. We are caught up in our experience of the objective thing or event we care about. In care, one must, by involvement with the objective fact, do something about the situation. One must make some decisions. This is where care brings love and will together. Paul Tillich's term, concern, used normally with the adjective ultimate, I also take to be a synonym for what we are now discussing. But I prefer for our purposes here the simpler and more direct term, care. I could also use the term compassion, which may connote to many readers a more sophisticated form of care. But compassion, a feeling with someone, is already an emotion, a passion which may come and go. I choose the term care because it is ontological and refers to a state of being. Care is important because it is what is missing in our day. What young people are fighting, in revolts on college campuses, and in the sweep of protests about the country, is the seeping, creeping conviction that nothing matters. The prevailing feeling that one can't do anything. The threat is apathy, uninvolvement, the grasping for external stimulants. Care is a necessary antidote for this. As open as the methods of the student revolts are to criticism, they still boil down to a struggle to preserve the right below rights. The struggle is for the existence of the human being in a world in which everything seems increasingly mechanical, computerized, and ends in Vietnam. The rubric, do not staple, mutilate, or fold, is, though unknown to the student, and acting out of Heidegger's statement that man is ontologically constituted by care. It is the refusal to accept emptiness though it face one on every side, the dogged insistence on human dignity though it be violated on every side, and the stubborn assertion of the self to give content to our activities, routine as these activities may be. Love and will, in the old romantic and ethical sense, are dubious concepts and, indeed, may be both unavailable and unusable in that framework. We cannot support them by the appeal to romance in this day, when romance is on the way out, or by the appeal to ought. Neither of these carry cogency any longer, but there remains the old, bedrock question, does something or some person matter to me? And if not, can I find something or someone that does matter? Care is a particular type of intentionality shown especially in psychotherapy. It means to wish someone well, and if the therapist doesn't experience this within himself, or doesn't have the belief that what happens to the patient matters, woe unto the therapy. The common, original meaning of intentionality and care lies in the little term, tend, which is both the root of intentionality and the meaning of care. Tend means a tendency, an inclination, a throwing of one's weight on a given side, a movement, and also to mind, to attend, to await, to show solicitude for. In this sense, it is the source of both love and will, the mythos of care. I shall now refer to an episode in history very much like our own period, which may help us to understand the myth of care. After the golden age of classical Greece, when the myths and symbols gave the citizen an armor against inner conflict and self-doubts, we come down to the 3rd and 2nd centuries BC. We find ourselves in a world with a radically different psychological mood from the time of Aeschylus and Socrates. On every side we find anxiety, inner doubts, and psychological conflict rampant in the literature. And this world is not unlike our own. As one student of that Hellenistic age puts it, if you woke up one morning to discover that some miracle had transported you to Athens in the early years of the 3rd century BC, you would find yourself in a social and spiritual atmosphere not altogether unfamiliar. The political ideals of the city-state, liberty, democracy, national self-sufficiency had lost their appeal in a world dominated by large-scale despotisms and shaken by economic crises and social unrest. The old gods retained their temples and their sacrifices, but had ceased to inspire a living faith. The masterminds of the preceding century, Plato and Aristotle, seemed to have no message for the rising generation, no medicine for the prevailing mood of disillusionment, skepticism, and fatalism. Now, and in the period immediately following, the writers are indeed aware of angst. Plutarch paints a graphic picture of an anxious man with the telltale symptoms of dread such as palm sweating and insomnia. Epictetus has one chapter entitled Concerning Anxiety, in which he gives his diagnosis of the state of anxiety and the rules for conquering it. This man is disordered in the will to get and the will to avoid. He is not in the right way. He is feverish, for nothing else changes the complexion and causes a man to tremble and his teeth to chatter. Lucretius bemoans the fact that anxiety is everywhere, dread of death, dread of the plague, dread of punishments which will occur after death, dread of superhuman spirits. In the midst of his poem, The Nature of the Universe, he looks up into the heavens, studded with flashing stars, and then in hearts already racked by other woes a new anxiety begins to waken and rear up its head. We fall to wondering whether we may not be subject to some unfathomable divine power, which speeds the shining stars along their various tracks. This source of anxiety which Lucretius mentions reminds us again of the anxiety nowadays concerning flying saucers, night lights that people fear may be visitations from other planets, gremlins, and so on. Some perceptive psychotherapists like C.G. Jung are convinced that modem man's change in relation to space produces much more hidden anxiety in the middle of the 20th century than is generally admitted. There is more similarity between our modern age and this anxiety-ridden Hellenistic period than just these projections and hallucinations. Lucretius looked back at this 3rd century and wrote a description which, apart from its poetic style, could be taken out of a contemporary newspaper as a portrait of the great society. Epicurus saw that, practically speaking, all that was wanted to meet men's vital needs was already at their disposal, and that their livelihood was assured. He saw some men in full enjoyment of riches and reputation, dignity and authority, and happy in the fair fame of their children. Yet, for all that, he found aching hearts in every home, racked incessantly by pangs the mind was powerless to assuage and forced to vent themselves in recalcitrant repining. Lucretius followed this up with an interesting effort at diagnosis. He concluded that the source of this illness was the container itself. That is, man himself, or man's mind, was at fault. Epicurus believed, and Lucretius followed him with the devotion of a full believer, that if the natural world is explained to people in a completely rational way, they will be freed from their anxiety. I propose, rather, that the source of this illness was that man had lost his world. The great change that had occurred was the loss of communication with this world, with others, and with himself. That is to say, the myths and symbols had broken down, and the human being, as Epictetus was later to phrase it, does not know where in the world he is. A number of schools flourished during this Hellenistic period, which included not only the Stoics and Epicureans, but Cynics, Cyrenaics, and Hedonists, together with the traditional Platonists and Aristotelians. What is significant about these diverse schools is that they are no longer endeavors to discover moral reality like the Socratic school, or to construct systems of truth like Platonic and Aristotelian schools. They are rather methods of teaching people how to live in a world filled with psychological and spiritual conflicts. The teachings of these schools now take on the character of overt psychotherapy, good or bad as it may be. Several of the schools saw people's problems centrally as how to control their passions, how to remain above the conflicts of life. The Stoics and Epicureans developed the doctrine of ataraxia, an attitude of unshakability toward life, a passionless calm attained, especially in the case of the Stoics, by an effort of strong will, and by a refusal to let oneself be touched by the ordinary emotions of grief, hardship, and loss of life. You should assert your mastery over outward events, or if you could not do that, at least you should be unaffected by them. Great individual strength, viz. The Roman legionnaire and governor, was often produced by the beliefs and practices of Stoicism. But it was a strength gained at the price of suppression of all emotions, negative and positive alike. As attempts to give a kind of psychotherapy, the Epicurean and Stoic schools were much the same. Both schools would have liked to banish the passions from human life, writes Dodds. The ideal of both was freedom from disturbing emotions, and this was to be achieved in the one case by holding the right opinions about man and God, and in the other by holding no opinions at all. The Epicureans sought to achieve tranquility of mind and body by rationally balancing their pleasures, with special value placed on intellectual pleasures. This seemed to open the door to a life of gratification and to welcome in the joys of the senses. Epicurus set bounds to desire and fear, Lucretius tells us, for he made it clear that, more often than not, it was quite needlessly that mankind stirred up stormy waves of disquietude within their breasts. But whatever the intentions of this control by setting bounds to fear were, which, interestingly enough, meant also setting bounds to desire, this method, in actual practice, led to an emasculation of the person's dynamic urges. One writer of the period even refers to the Epicureans as eunuchs. The hedonist tradition emphasized finding pleasure in sensual satisfaction. But these hedonists were to discover, as hedonists of other periods, including our own, were to learn, that sensual satisfaction sought for its own sake turns out to be strangely unsatisfying. One teacher in this school, Hygeias, despairing of ever attaining happiness, became the philosopher of pessimism, and his lectures in Alexandria had to be prohibited by Ptolemy because they resulted in so many suicides. This is the beginning of the time when the teacher or philosopher conceives his lecture room as a dispensary for sick souls. Now, the most impressive of all these endeavors to help man meet his anxiety is Lucretius. Sensitive to human sufferings and poet that he was, he could not simply steel his feelings to the psychological and spiritual desolation around him. However much he might have yearned for ataraxia, his poet's nature did not permit him the detachment and capacity for repression necessary to achieve it. The fears and anxieties that dog the human breast, he wrote, do not shrink from the clash of arms or the fierce rain of missiles. They stalk unabashed among princes and potentates. They are not awestruck by the gleam of gold or the bright sheen of purple robes. He knows that some of this anxiety is due to the meaninglessness of people's lives. Men feel plainly enough within their minds a heavy burden, whose weight depresses them. If only they perceived with equal clearness the causes of this depression, the origin of this lump of evil within their breasts, they would not lead such a life as we now see all too commonly, no one knowing what he really wants and everyone forever trying to get away from where he is, as though mere locomotion could throw off the load. Perceptive psychologist as well as poet, Lucretius adds concerning this bored rushing around, in so doing the individual is really running away from himself. He continues, often the owner of some stately mansion, bored stiff by staying at home, takes his departure, only to return as speedily when he feels himself no better off out of doors. Off he goes to his country seat, driving his carriage and pair hotfoot, as though in haste to save a horse on fire. No sooner has he crossed its doorstep than he starts yawning or retires moodily to sleep and courts oblivion, or else rushes back to revisit the city. Lucretius throws himself with religious devotion into explaining the faith he had inherited from his master, Epicurus. He believed the deterministic understanding of the natural universe would cure us of our fears and anxieties. As children in blank darkness tremble and start at everything, so we in broad daylight are oppressed at times by fears as baseless as those honors which children imagine coming upon them in the dark. This dread and darkness of the mind cannot be dispelled by the sunbeams, the shining shafts of day, but only by an understanding of the outward form and inner workings of nature. Lucretius believed that if he could do away with the gods and the myths and help men to be enlightened, empirical, and rationalistic, he would have taken the necessary step to free people from their anxiety. Epicurus, seeing about him all the images of gods on coins and in statues, had made the error of many an empiricist, naive as the error may seem to be, of believing that the gods were actually objects. He had cut the Gordian not by exiling the gods way off to the inner spaces between the worlds, safe from contact with the human species, little suspecting we would by now be getting ready to travel to those very spaces. For it is essential to the very nature of deity that it should enjoy a mortal existence in utter tranquility, aloof and detached from our affairs. It is free from all pain and peril, strong in its own resources, exempt from any need of us, indifferent to our merits, and immune from anger. Lucretius goes further than his master, and tries to do away with the myths altogether, hoping thus to free people from the unfounded fear of the gods. There is no wretched Tantalus, he proclaims, as the myth relates. There is no Tityos lying in hell forever probed by birds of prey. But Tityos is here in our midst, that poor devil prostrated by love, torn indeed by birds of prey, devoured by gnawing jealousy, or rent by the fangs of some other passion. Sisyphus, too, is not a divine figure, but is alive for all to see, bent on winning the insignia of office. As for Cerberus and the Furies and the pitchy darkness and jaws of hell belching abominable fumes, these are not and cannot be anywhere at all. There is no Prometheus anymore, for the agent by which fire was first brought down to earth and made available to mortal man was lightning. Thus, he first treats the mythological figures as though his readers believe them to be real objects located in some place, which it is surely impossible to imagine Aeschylus believing. Then he psychologizes them. The myths are merely figurative expressions of subjective processes within each person. He was arguing here what every intelligent man knows, that the myth does indeed have one pole in the subjective dynamics of the individual's experience. But this is only a half-truth. It omits all the vast implications of the myth as man's way of trying to make sense of and come to terms with the troublesome fact that he does live in a finite universe in which the phenomenon of Sisyphus is objectively present for the normal as well as the morbidly anxious man. It is not merely that every workman toils over and over again at the same job, and his fate is no less absurd than Sisyphus, as Camus points out. It is that we are all engaged in eternal going and returning, laboring and resting and laboring again, growing and disintegrating and growing again. The myth of Sisyphus is present in my very heartbeat, in every change in my metabolism. The recognition of the myth as our fate is the beginning of finding meaning in an otherwise meaningless fatalism. But in his passion to explain away the myths, Lucretius himself is forced to fall into new myth-making. Ironic as this is, it is the fate of all those who engage in mythoclasm. To borrow Jerome Bruner's phrase, they find themselves in secret ways, constructing new myths again. Time and again, Lucretius proclaims that if the reader can let himself be convinced of the natural causes in life, he will be relieved of his anxiety. And if one cannot find adequate causes, it is better to assign fictitious causes. For we cannot relinquish the belief that whatever the senses may perceive at any time is all alike true. And when perceptions seem deceiving, it is better, in default of reason, to assign fictitious causes, than to let things clearly apprehended slip from our grasp. This is to attack belief at its very roots, to tear up the entire foundation on which the maintenance of life is built. This is the myth of the technological man. It is a set of assumptions postulating that the human being is governed by what he can rationally understand, that his emotions will follow this understanding, and that his anxiety and dread will thus be cured. It is a myth with which we are exceedingly familiar in our day. Since a myth must always have its aesthetic form, we may think of Lucretius' whole poem as the embodiment of this myth. Lucretius himself is a Promethean figure in his brave defiance of what he felt to be superstition, ignorance, and the religions which play upon fears and anxiety. The fact that his own myth has inner contradictions and that the very existence of his myth disproves his thesis, namely that it is possible to construct a myth of life without myths, make him particularly important for our inquiry. He is dedicated to the denial of the demonic and the irrational. It is ironic, indeed, that his own death is said to have come from his participating in a magic act. The traditional story, immortalized by Tennyson, is that he died by his own hand after being driven mad by a love philter. Whether this is a factual truth or a legend, it amounts to the same thing, an interpretation by history of the death which rounded out his life by the most irrational and demonic symbol of all, a love philter. Lucretius' endeavor is brave indeed, and on the wings of his superb poetic art, it seems to move nobly down the royal road to enlightenment. But when we examine it more closely, we find the road runs into an abyss, a sudden void. That is the simple fact of death. Time and again, Lucretius brings up death in his poem, and he tries to explain to his readers that if they will accept his proof that there is no hell in the hereafter and no demons to burn them or in other ways give them eternal punishment, they will not need to be afraid of death. But these explanations of the supposed causes of people's anxiety do not do justice even to Lucretius himself, for he is continually concerned with death because of his own deep human feelings and his own active sympathy for humankind, including himself. It turns out that this conflict about death, which will not let him go, is like that of most men, not at all a question of locations of a future hell, but has its source in human love and loneliness and grief. The very last pages of his poem are unforgettably vivid pictures of a plague in Athens to which Lucretius returns and show death as close and horrifying as it ever was at the beginning of his poem. Lonely funerals were raced without a mourner to the grave. One especially distressing symptom was this. As soon as a man saw himself enmeshed in the malady, he lost heart and lay in despair as though under sentence of death. In expectation of death, he gave up the ghost there and then. The whole nation was beside itself with terror. Each in turn, when he suffered bereavement, put away his own dead as circumstance permitted. Men would fling their own kinsfolk amid violent outcry on the pyres built for others and set torches to them. Often they shed much blood in these disputes rather than abandon their dead. These very last lines of the poem, this picture of human beings in the violence of their grief, preferring to shed their own blood rather than abandon their dead, trying vainly to hang on to their loved ones, are the most powerful symbol that man's life transcends all the natural explanations. It is a vivid proof that the meaning of life is in the human emotions of pity, loneliness, and love. We end the poem with the conviction that this is the real evil, horror, and inevitable source of anxiety, which neither Lucretius nor anyone else can deny or negate or mitigate. But it is a tribute to Lucretius' courage and honesty that he never flinches from the problem of death, even though he cannot solve it. According to rational rules, the end of the poem is exactly the wrong place to put such a description. One should conclude affirmatively. We see that Lucretius is governed not simply by brain, but by profound human sensibilities. In the end, his poetry triumphs over his dogma. It is the beauty of his art that enables him not to solve or evade death, but to face it up to the last minute. The anxiety of death, prototypically the basic source of all anxiety, still remains. All his life, Lucretius had his own share, and perhaps more than his share, of dreads and anxiety, a fact undoubtedly connected with the sensitivity and grace that made him such a superb poet. But we cannot stop here. There is a sense in which Lucretius did transcend the problem of death. He transcended it by including in the picture both love and death, by reconciling the irreconcilables, uniting the antinomies, as we observe Aeschylus so nobly doing in his Orestia. Lucretius does this by virtue of a new mythos which emerges with particular clarity in the last pages of his poem. It is not the dogma of his naturalistic explanations, to which we referred earlier, and what he consciously intended to get across. My psychoanalytic experience has made me dubious as to whether rational explanations ever quiet anxiety anyway. Something else happens, namely, the explanation becomes the vehicle for a more profound mythos that does grasp people on levels deeper than rationality. The explanation, for example, becomes part of the mythos that I, the one doing the explaining, care for you, that you and I can trust and communicate with each other. This implication may be, as it surely is in psychoanalysis, a good deal more important than whether my explanation or interpretation is, in itself, entirely accurate or brilliant or whatever. I often notice, when I give an interpretation to a patient in a psychoanalytic session, that what impresses him most at the moment is not the theoretical truth or falsehood of what I say, but the fact that my saying it shows my belief that he can change and that his behavior has meaning. These are aspects of a positive myth. The deeper myth in such explanations may be that we can trust the meaning of our interpersonal universe and that human consciousness can, in principle, be in touch with that meaning. After reading Lucretius, we arise from our chairs better able to face death and to love. We finish the poem with the conviction that, despite death, there is meaning and nobility in the fact that we can admit together that we are not reconciled to the severing of our love. For our human love is even more precious when seen in the light of those Athenians clinging to the bodies of their loved ones. Together in the poem, we affirm our love for each other and our mutual stand against death. The poem has not solved the problem of death at all, but we find ourselves better able to encounter it and less lonely because we encounter it together. This is an illustration of how the myth carries intentionality. The myth is the language by which intentionality is made communicable. The reader will recall our original definition of intentionality, the structure by which experience becomes meaningful. What happens at the end of Lucretius' poem is that we are aware of a meaningful structure in the relationships of our lives to each other and to the universe in which death is an objective fact. We see here an illustration of how intentionality is to be clearly distinguished from conscious intention, which in Lucretius' case was to get across certain explanations, many of which turn out to be false and most of which turn out to be irrelevant. But in his total dedication to his task, a deeper dimension, of which he himself is by no means wholly aware, comes into the picture, more important than what he learned from his master Epicurus, more important than his well-thought-out philosophy, even more important than his voluntary intentions. This lies not in what he says, but in the poem in which, as a totality, a gifted man, feeling, intuiting, loving, and willing, as well as thinking and writing, encounters the whole vast range of human experience. This is the mythos of care. It is a statement which says that whatever happens in the external world, human love and grief, pity and compassion are what matter. These emotions transcend even death.
Care in our day.
In love, every man starts from the beginning, wrote Soren Kierkegaard. This beginning is the relationship between people which we term care. Though it goes beyond feeling, it begins there. It is a feeling denoting a relationship of concern when the other's existence matters to you, a relationship of dedication, taking the ultimate form of being willing to get delight in or, in ultimate terms, to suffer for the other. The new basis for care is shown by the interest of psychologists and philosophers in emphasizing feeling as the basis of human existence. We now need to establish feeling as a legitimate aspect of our way of relating to reality. When William James says, "Feeling is everything," he means not that there is nothing more than feeling, but that everything starts there. Feeling commits one, ties one to the object, and ensures action. But in the decades after James made this existentialist statement, feeling became demoted and were disparaged as merely subjective. Reason, or more accurately, technical reason, was the guide to the way issues were to be settled. We said, "I feel," as a synonym for "I vaguely believe," when we didn't know, little realizing that we cannot know except as we feel. The development of psychoanalysis has led to a resurgence of the primacy of feeling. And in academic psychology, a number of papers have come out lately which show the drift of psychologists and philosophers toward a new appreciation of feeling. Hadley Cantrell's paper, Sentio, Ergo, Sum, is one, and Sylvan Tompkins' Homo Patens is another. Susan Langer entitles her new book, Mind, an essay on feeling. And Alfred North Whitehead, Miss Langer's teacher, in pointing out that Descartes was wrong in his principle, cogito, ergo sum, goes on, "It is never bare thought or bare existence that we are aware of." I find myself rather as essentially a unity of emotions, of enjoyment, of hopes, of fears, of regrets, valuations of alternatives, decisions. All of these are my subjective reactions to my environment as I am active in my nature. My unity, which is Descartes, I am, is my process of shaping this welter of material into a consistent pattern of feelings. I have said that the romantic and ethical basis for love is not available to us any longer. We must seek to start from the beginning, psychologically speaking, with feelings, to show how simply and directly feeling, care pointing toward love, comes into the therapeutic interview. I offer the following excerpt from a psychoanalytic hour. This happens to be Preston, about whom I reported in detail in a previous chapter. Preston, I'm a Judas. To my parents, to my sister. To art, I use it just for my own uses. I feel bad, discouraged. I am sick with lovelessness. Therapist, I encouraged him to relax and let his associations come. Preston, I'm not real. An imposter, a not me.
Literally.
I can't believe in myself. Silence. I'm stuck in outside life, stuck with Beverly, stuck like jigs, immobilized. Beverly and I had great sex 2 weeks ago. But suppose she's pregnant. I'm stuck hunting for a new apartment. Silence. I shouldn't be talking. This is no good. Therapist. Stick with the being stuck. At least that's real. Preston. He agreed. Silence for several minutes. Then he turned around slightly and looked at me from the couch.
I feel concerned about you.
This must be hard, not to know what to do, whether to say something or not. It would be hard for Freud himself. Therapist. What impressed me was the tone of voice, very different from his usual jaunty, triumphant sound. After a minute, did I hear a new tone in what you said, a feeling of real sympathy for me rather than triumph? Preston. Yes, it was sympathy.
Just you were here with me.
Both of us stuck. This feels different from the earlier hours. Therapist. This is almost the first time I experienced a genuine human feeling from you. That in waiting for Godot, which he had mentioned earlier, they feel something for each other. Preston. Yes, it was very important that they wait together. This upsurgence of a genuine human feeling of sympathy, simple as it may be, is a critical point in psychotherapy. To appreciate what a step this is, We can see it against the background of modern drama. Drama gropes for this fundamental state of feeling. Our situation is that in our heyday of rationalistic and technicalistic episodes, we have lost sight of and concern for the human being, and we must now humbly go back to the simple fact of care. The critical issue presented by contemporary drama, for example, is the breakdown of communication. This is the theme of our most serious plays, such as those by O'Neill, Beckett, Ionesco, and Pinter. The mask is fully removed and we see apparent emptiness, as in O'Neill's The Iceman Cometh. The nobility of man which is necessary for tragedy or for any genuine humanism is felt on the stage as the fact that greatness has fled from man, which means that it is there as a vacuum. It is present as a lack. This is the paradoxical state of the meaning of meaninglessness. The apparent vacuum, emptiness, and apathy are the tragic facts. In waiting for Godot, it is of the essence that Godot does not come. We wait forever, and the problem remains. Was there a tree there yesterday? Will there be one there tomorrow? Beckett, not to mention the other dramatists and visual artists, shocks us into the awareness of our human significance, forcing us to look more deeply into our condition as men. We find ourselves caring despite the apparent meaninglessness of the situation. Godot does not come, but in the waiting there is care and hope. It matters that we wait and that we, like the characters in the drama, wait in human relationship. We share with each other the ragged coat, the shoes, the piece of turnip. Waiting is caring, and caring is hoping. This is a paradoxical situation which is lucidly grasped by T.S. Eliot. I said to my soul, be still, and wait without hope, for hope would be hope for the wrong thing. Wait without love, for love would be love for the wrong thing. There is yet faith, but the faith and the love and the hope are all in the waiting. Wait without thought, for you are not ready for thought. So the darkness shall be light, and the stillness the dancing. Many of the contemporary dramas, to be sure, are negations, and some of them tread perilously close to the edge of nihilism. But it is the nihilism which shocks us into confronting the void. And for the one who has ears to hear, there speaks out of this void. The term now refers to a transcendent quality, a deeper and more immediate apprehension of being. It is the mythos of care, and I often believe this mythos alone which enables us to stand against the cynicism and apathy which are the psychological illnesses of our day. This points toward a new morality not of appearance and forms, but of authenticity in relationship. That the vague outlines of such a morality are already upon us is shown in that segment of the younger generation which carries this problem as a genuine concern. These people are not interested in money and success. These things are now immoral. They seek an honesty, openness, a genuineness of personal relationship. They are out to find a genuine feeling, a touch, a look in the eyes, a sharing of fantasy. The criterion becomes the intrinsic meaning and is to be judged by one's authenticity, doing one's own thing, and giving in the sense of making oneself available for the other. No wonder there is a suspicion of words in our day, for these states are determinable only by immediate feelings. The error in this new morality is the lack of content for these values. The content seems present, but it turns out to be based to some extent on whim and temporary emotion. Where is the permanence? Where is the dependability and lastingness? To these questions we now turn. 13. Communion of consciousness. Let them render grace for grace. Let love be their common will. Athena, summing up the duty of the Athenians in the Orestia of Aeschylus. When we look for answers to the questions we have been discussing, we find, curiously enough, that every answer seems to somehow impoverish the problem. Every answer sells us short. It does not do justice to the depth of the question, but transforms it from a dynamic human concern into a simplistic, lifeless, inert line of words. Hence, Denis de Rougemont says, at the end of his Love in the Western World, that there probably aren't any answers. The only way of resolving, in contrast to solving, the questions is to transform them by means of deeper and wider dimensions of consciousness. The problems must be embraced in their full meaning, the antinomies resolved even with their contradictions. They must be built upon, and out of this will arise a new level of consciousness. This is as close as we shall ever get to a resolution, and it is all we need to get. In psychotherapy, for example, we do not seek answers as such, or cut and dry solutions to the question, which would leave the patient worse off than he originally was in his struggling. But we seek to help him take in, encompass, embrace, and integrate the problem. With insight, Carl Jung once remarked that the serious problems of life are never solved, and if it seems that they have been solved, something important has been lost. This is the message of all three of the central emphases in this book: Eros, the demonic, and intentionality. As the function of Eros, both within us and in the universe itself, is to draw us toward the ideal forms, it elicits in us the capacity to reach out, to let ourselves be grasped, to preform and mold the future. It is the self-conscious capacity to be responsive to what might be. The demonic, that shadowy side which, in modern society, inhabits the underground realms as well as the transcendent realms of Eros, demands integration from us on the personal dimension of consciousness. Intentionality is an imaginative attention which underlies our intentions and informs our actions. It is the capacity to participate in knowing or performing the art proleptically, that is, trying it on for size, performing it in imagination. Each of these emphases points toward a deeper dimension in human beings. Each requires a participation from us, an openness, a capacity to give of ourselves and receive into ourselves. And each is an inseparable part of the basis of love and will. The new age which knocks upon the door is as yet unknown, seen only through beclouded windows. We get only hints of the new continent into which we are galloping. Foolhardy are those who attempt to blueprint it, silly those who attempt to forecast it, and absurd those who irresponsibly try to toss it off by saying that the new man will like his new world just as we like ours. There is plenty of evidence that many people do not like ours, and that riots and violence and wars are necessary to force those in power to change it. But whatever the new world will be, we do not choose to back into it. Our human responsibility is to find a plane of consciousness which will be adequate to it and will fill the vast impersonal emptiness of our technology with human meaning. The urgent need for this consciousness is seen by sensitive persons in all fields and is especially made real by the new consciousness in race relations, where we live if we transcend racial differences and die if we do not. I quote James Baldwin: "If we, and now I mean the relatively conscious whites and the relatively conscious blacks, who must, like lovers, insist on or create the consciousness of the others, do not falter in our duty now, we may be able, handful that we are, to end the racial nightmare and achieve our country and change the history of the world. If we do not now dare everything, the fulfillment of that prophecy, recreated from the Bible in song by a slave, is upon us. God gave Noah the rainbow sign, no more water, the fire next time. Love and will are both forms of communion of consciousness. Both are also effects, ways of affecting others and our world. This play on words is not accidental, for effect, meaning affection or emotion, is the same word as that for affecting change. An effect or affection is also the way of making, doing, forming something. Both love and will are ways of creating consciousness in others. To be sure, each may be abused. Love may be used as a way of clinging, and will as a way of manipulating others in order to enforce a compliance. Possibly always some traces of clinging love and manipulating will crop up in the behavior of all of us. But the abuse of an effect should not be the basis for its definition. The lack of both love and will ends up in separation, putting a distance between us and the other person. And in the long run, this leads to apathy. Love as personal. In the embracing and transformation of the antimonies of love and will, we have discovered that sexual love moves through drive to need to desire. Freud began with sex conceived as a drive, a push from the past, a stored-up set of energies. This concept came largely from the fact that his patients were victims of Victorian repression. But we now know that sexual love can evolve from drive, through primary need, to desire. As a drive, sexuality is essentially biological, has the character of force, and is physiologically insistent. Need is a less imperative form of drive. So long as a need is repressed, it tends to become a drive. We shall lump the two together here as need, contrasting them both with desire. The need is physiological in origin, but becomes imperious because of the constant stimulation of sexuality all about us. In contrast, the desire is psychological and arises from human, in a total organismic sense, rather than physiological experience. The first is an economy of scarcity. The second is an economy of abundance. The need pushes us from the rear. We try to get back to something, to protect something, and we are then driven by this need. The desire, on the other hand, pulls us ahead to new possibilities. The need is negative, the desire positive. To be sure, if sexual love, or specifically sex, is unrelieved when the person is in a constant state of stimulation over a period of time, it reverts to its earlier status as a compelling need and may then become a drive. We find, from sources where we would least expect, impressive evidence that even on infrahuman levels, sex is not the primary need we have thought it to be. In Harry Harlow's extensive work with rhesus monkeys, it becomes clear that the monkey's need for contact, touch, and relationship takes precedence over the drive towards sex. The same is true of Masterman's experiments with monkeys, where sex turns out not to be the primary, all-encompassing drive. To be sure, sex is a primary need for the race, and its biological survival depends on sex. But as our world becomes less and less bound by the exigencies of that kind of biological survival, indeed overpopulation is our threat, and more open to the development of human values and choices, we find that this emphasis is not constructive, and that the individual does not depend upon sexuality as a primary need. Now, it is in the shift from drive to desire that we see human evolution. We find love as personal. If love were merely a need, it would not become personal, and what would not be involved? Choices and other aspects of self-conscious freedom would not enter the picture. One would just fulfill the needs. But when sexual love becomes desire, will is involved. One chooses the woman, is aware of the act of love, and how it gets its fulfillment is a matter of increasing importance. Love and will are united as a task and an achievement. For human beings, the more powerful need is not for sex per se, but for relationship, intimacy, acceptance, and affirmation. This is where the fact that there are men and women, the polarity of loving, becomes ontologically necessary. The increased personal experience goes along with the increased consciousness, and consciousness is a polarity, an either or, a saying yes to this and no to that. This is why, in an earlier chapter, we referred to the negative-positive polarity held in the theories of both Whitehead and Tillich. The paradox of love is that it is the highest degree of awareness of the self as a person and the highest degree of absorption in the other. Pierre Teilhard de Chardin asks, in The Phenomenon of Man, at what moment do lovers come into the most complete possession of themselves, if not when they are lost in each other? The polarity, which is shown ontologically in the processes of nature, is also shown in the human being. Day fades into night, and out of darkness day is born again. Yin and yang are inseparable and always present in oscillation. My breath expires, and I then inspire again. The systole and diastole of my heartbeat echo this polarity in the universe. It is not mere poetry to say that the beat of the universe, which constitutes its life, is reflected in the beating of the human heart. The continuous rhythm of each moment of existence in the natural universe is reflected in the pulsating bloodstream of each human being. The fact that love is personal is shown in the love act itself. Man is the only creature who makes love face to face, who copulates looking at his partner. Yes, we can turn our heads or assume other positions for variety's sake, but these are variations on a theme, the theme of making love vis-a-vis each other. This opens the whole front of the person, the breasts, the chest, the stomach, all the parts which are most tender and most vulnerable to the kindness or the cruelty of the partner. The man can thus see in the eyes of the woman the nuances of delight or awe, the tremulousness or the angst. It is the posture of the ultimate bearing of oneself. This marks the emergence of man as a psychological creature. It is the shift from animal to man. Even monkeys mount from the rear. The consequences of this change are great indeed. It not only stamps the love act as irrevocably personal, with all the implications of that fact, one of which being that the lovers can speak if they wish. Another consequence is the accentuation of the experience of intimacy in giving the side of the person closest to ourselves in the sexual experience. The two chords of lovemaking, one's experience of himself and his experience of the partner, are temporarily merged here. We feel our delight and passion, and we look into the eyes of the partner, also reading there the meaning of the act, and I cannot distinguish between her passion and mine. But the looking is fraught with intensity. It brings a heightened consciousness of relationship. We experience what we are doing, which may be play, or exploitation, or sharing of sensuality, or fucking, or lovemaking, or any form thereof. But at least the norm given by this position is personal. We have to block something off, exert some effort, to make it not personal. This is ontology in the psychological area. The capacity for self-relationship constitutes the genus Homo sapiens. The banal word, relating, is lifted to an ontological level in this act, which is anything but banal, in which male and female reenact their counterpart of the age-old cosmic process, each time virginally and with surprise as though it were the first time. When Pythagoras talks of the music of the stars, he refers to a music which has as its obligato the basic act of sexual love. One result of this personal aspect of sexual love is the variety it gives us. Consider, as an analogy, Mozart's music. In some portions of his music, Mozart is engaged in elegant play. In other portions, his music comes to us as pure sensuous pleasure, giving us a sheer delight. But in other portions, like the death music at the end of Don Giovanni or in his quintets, Mozart is profoundly shaking. We are gripped by fate and the demonic as the inescapable tragedy rises before us. If Mozart had only the first element, play, he would sooner or later be banal and boring. If he presented only pure sensuality, he would become cloying. Or if only the fire and death music, his creations would be too heavy. He is great because he writes on all three dimensions, and he must be listened to on all these levels at once. Sexual love, similarly, can not only be play, but probably an element of sheer play should be regularly present. By this token, casual relationships in sex may have their gratification or meaning in the sharing of pleasure and tenderness. But if one's whole pattern and attitude towards sex is only casual, then sooner or later the playing itself becomes boring. The same is true of sensuality, obviously an element in any gratifying sexual love. If it has to carry the whole weight of the relationship, it becomes cloying. If sex is only sensuality, you sooner or later turn against sex itself. The element of the demonic and tragic gives the depth and the memorable quality to love, as it does to Mozart's music. Aspects of the love act. Let us summarize how the love act contributes to the deepening of consciousness. First, there is the tenderness which comes out of an awareness of the other's needs and desires and the nuances of his feelings. The experience of tenderness emerges from the fact that the two persons, longing as all individuals do, to overcome the separateness and isolation to which we are all heir because we are individuals, can participate in a relationship that, for the moment, is not of two isolated selves but a union. In this love act, the lover often cannot tell whether a particular sensation of delight is felt by him or his loved one, and it doesn't make any difference. A sharing takes place which is a new gestalt, a new field of magnetic force, a new being. The second aspect of the deepened consciousness comes from the affirmation of the self in the love act. Despite the fact that many people in our culture use sex to get a short-circuited ersatz identity, the love act can and ought to provide a sound and meaningful avenue to the sense of personal identity. We normally emerge from lovemaking with renewed vigor, a vitality which comes not from triumph or proof of one's strength, but from the expansion of awareness. Probably in lovemaking there is always some element of sadness. To continue an analogy suggested in an earlier chapter, as there is in practically all music no matter how joyful, precisely because it does not last. One hears it at that moment, or it is lost forever. This sadness comes from the reminder that we have not succeeded absolutely in losing our separateness, and the infantile hope that we can recover the womb never becomes a reality. Even our increased self-awareness can also be a poignant reminder that none of us ever overcomes his loneliness completely. But by the replenished sense of our own personal significance in the love act itself, we can accept these limitations laid upon us by our human finiteness. This leads immediately to the third aspect, the enrichment and fulfillment, so far as this is possible, of personality. Beginning with the expansion of awareness of our own selves and our feelings, this consists of experiencing our capacity to give pleasure to the other person and thereby achieving an expansion of meaning in the relationship. We are carried beyond what we were at any given moment. I become literally more than I was. The most powerful symbol imaginable for this is procreation, the fact that a new being may be conceived and born. By new being, I mean not simply a literal birth, but the birth of some new aspect of oneself. Whether literal or partially metaphorical, the fact remains that the love act is distinguished by being procreative, and whether casual and ephemeral or faithful and lasting, this is the basic symbol of love's creativity. A fourth aspect of new consciousness lies in the curious phenomenon that being able to give to the other person in lovemaking is essential to one's own full pleasure in the act. This sounds like a banal moralism in our age of mechanization of sex and emphasis on release of tension in sexual objects. But it is not sentimentality. It is rather a point which anyone can confirm in his own experience in the love act, that to give is essential to one's own pleasure. Many patients in psychotherapy find themselves discovering, generally with some surprise, that something is missing if they cannot do something for, give something to, the partner, the normal expression of which is the giving in the act of intercourse itself. Just as giving is essential to one's own full pleasure, the ability to receive is necessary in the love relationship also. If you cannot receive, your giving will be a domination of the partner. Conversely, if you cannot give, your receiving will leave you empty. The paradox is demonstrably true that the person who can only receive becomes empty, for he is unable actively to appropriate and make his own what he receives. We speak, thus, not of receiving as a passive phenomenon, but of active receiving. One knows he is receiving, feels it, absorbs it into his own experience whether he verbally acknowledges it or not, and is grateful for it. A corollary of this is the strange phenomenon in psychotherapy that when the patient feels some emotion, eroticism, anger, alienation, or hostility, the therapist normally finds himself feeling that same emotion. This inheres in the fact that when a relationship is genuine, they empathetically share a common field of emotion. This leads to the fact that in everyday life, we normally tend to fall in love with those who love us. The meaning of wooing and winning a person is to be found here. The great pull to love someone comes precisely from his or her loving you. Passion arouses an answering passion. Now I am aware of all the objections which will immediately be raised to this statement. One is that people are often repulsed by someone's loving them. Another is that my statement does not take into account all the added things one is motivated to do for the beloved, and that it places too great an emphasis on passivity. The first objection, I answer, is the reverse proof of my point. We inhabit a gestalt with the one who loves us, and to protect ourselves against his emotion, possibly with good reason, we react with revulsion. The second objection is merely a footnote to what I am already saying, that if someone loves us, he will do the many things necessary to show us that this is so. The actions are not the cause, however, but part of the total field. And the third objection will be made only by people who still separate passive and active and who have not accepted or understood active receiving. As we all know, the love experience is filled with pitfalls and disappointments and traumatic events for most of us. But all the pitfalls in the world do not gainsay the point that the given effect going out to the other does incite a response, positive or negative, in him. To quote Baldwin again, we are like lovers who insist on or create the consciousness of the others. Hence, making love, with the verb being neither a manipulative nor accidental one, is the most powerful incentive for an answering emotion. There is, finally, the form of consciousness which occurs ideally at the moment of climax in sexual intercourse. This is the point when the lovers are carried beyond their personal isolation, and when a shift in consciousness occurs which they experience as uniting them with nature itself. There is an accelerating experience of touch, contact, union to the point where, for a moment, the awareness of separateness is lost, blotted out in a cosmic feeling of oneness with nature. In Hemingway's novel, For Whom the Bell Tolls, the older woman, Pilar, waits for the hero and the girl he loves when they have gone ahead into the mountain to make love. And when they return, she asks, "Did the earth shake?" This seems to be a normal part of the momentary loss of awareness of the self and the surging up of a sudden consciousness that includes the earth as well. I do not wish my account to sound too ideal, for I think it is a quality, however subtle, in all love-making except the most depersonalized sort. Nor do I wish it to sound simply mystic, for despite limitations in our awareness, I think it is an inseparable part of actual experience in the love act. Creating of consciousness. Love pushes us toward this new dimension of consciousness because it is based on the original we experience. Contrary to the usual assumption, we all begin life not as individuals, but as we are created by the union of male and female, literally of one flesh, produced by the semen of the father fertilizing the egg of the mother. Individuality emerges within this original we, and by virtue of this we. True, no one of us would actualize himself at all if he did not, sooner or later, become an individual, did not assert his own identity against his mother and father. Individual consciousness is essential for that. Though we do not begin as lonely selves, it is necessary, as we have lost the first freedom, the Garden of Eden at our mother's breast, that we be able to affirm our individuality as the garden crumbles and the beginning of a man emerges. As the we is original organically, the I is original in human consciousness. This individual is a man because he can accept the crumbling of the first freedom, painful as it is, can affirm it, and can begin his pilgrimage toward full consciousness. The original we is always a backdrop against which we conduct the pilgrimage. As W. H. Auden puts it, whatever view we hold, it must be shown why every lover has a wish to make some other kind of otherness his own. Perhaps, in fact, we never are alone. We have said that sex is saved from self-destruction by eros, and that this is the normal condition. But eros cannot live without philia, brotherly love and friendship. The tension of continuous attraction and continuous passion would be unbearable if it lasted forever. Philia is the relaxation in the presence of the beloved which accepts the other's being as being. It is simply liking to be with the other, liking to rest with the other, liking the rhythm of the walk, the voice, the whole being of the other. This gives a width to eros. It gives it time to grow, time to sink its roots down deeper. Philia does not require that we do anything for the beloved except accept him, be with him, and enjoy him. It is friendship in the simplest, most direct terms. This is why Paul Tillich makes so much of acceptance, and the ability, curious loss for modern man that this will sound strange, to accept acceptance. We are the independent men who, often taking our powers too seriously, continuously act and react, unaware that much of value in life comes only if we don't press, comes in quietly when it is not pushed or required, comes not from a drive from behind or an attraction from in front, but emerges silently from simply being together. This is what Matthew Arnold refers to in his lines. Only, but this is rare, when a beloved hand is laid in ours, when, jaded with the rush and glare of the interminable hours, our eyes can in another's eyes read clear, when our world-deafened ear is by the tones of a loved voice caressed, a bolt is shot back somewhere in our breast, and a lost pulse of feeling stirs again. The eye sinks inward, and the heart lies plain. And what we mean, we say, and what we would, we know. A man becomes aware of his life's flow. Hence, Harry Stack Sullivan emphasized the chum period in human development. This period includes the several years, from about 8 to 12, before the heterosexual functioning of the boy or girl begins to mature. It is the time of genuine liking of the same sex, the time when boys walk to school with arms around each other's shoulders, and when girls are inseparable. It is the beginning of the capacity to care for someone else as much as for yourself. If this chum experience is missing, holds Sullivan, the person cannot love heterosexually afterwards. Furthermore, Sullivan believed that the child cannot love anyone before the chum period, and held that if one forces it, one can get him to act as though he loves someone, but it will be a pretense. Whether or not one accepts these beliefs in their extreme form, the import is still clear. An added confirmation of the importance of philia is also given in the experiments of Harry Harlow with rhesus monkeys. Harlow's monkeys, who were not permitted to make friends in their childhood, who never learned to play with siblings or friends, in all sorts of free and non-sexual ways, were those who later could not adequately function sexually. The period of play with peers is, in other words, an essential prerequisite to the learning of adequate sexual attraction and response to the opposite sex later. In his article, Harlow says, "We believe that the role of affection in the socialization of primates can only be understood by conceiving love as a number of love or affectional systems and not as a single emotion. In our hurried day, philia is honored as a kind of vestige of bygone periods when people had time for friendship. We find ourselves so rushed, going from work to meetings to a late dinner to bed, and up again the next morning, that the contribution of philia to our lives is lost. Or we get it mistakenly connected with homosexuality. American men are especially afraid of male friendship lest it have in it some trace of the homosexual. But at least we must recall that the importance of philia is very great in helping us to find ourselves in the chum period and begin the developing of identity. Philia, in turn, needs a gape. We have to find a gape as esteem for the other, the concern for the other's welfare beyond any gain that one can get out of it, disinterested love, typically the love of God for man. Charity, as the word is translated in the New Testament, is a poor translation, but it does contain within it the element of selfless giving. It is an analogy, though not an identity, with the biological aspect of nature which makes the mother cat defend to her death her kittens, and the human being love his own baby with a built-in mechanism, without regard for what that baby can do for him. A gape always carries with it the risk of playing God, but this is a risk that we need to take and can take. We are aware that no human being's motivations are purely disinterested, that everyone's motivations are, at best, a blending of these different kinds of love. Just as I would not like someone to love me purely ethereally, without regard for my body and without any awareness of whether I am male or female, I also don't want to be loved only for my body. A child senses the lie when he is told that adults do something only for your good, and everyone dislikes being told he is loved only spiritually. Each kind of love, however, presupposes care, for it asserts that something does matter. In normal human relations, each kind of love has an element of the other three, no matter how obscured it may be. Love, will, and the forms of society. Love and will take place within the forms of the society. These forms are the myths and symbols viable at that period. The forms are the channels through which the vitality of the society flows. Creativity is the result of a struggle between vitality and form. As anyone who has tried to write a sonnet or skin poetry is aware, the forms ideally do not take away from the creativity, but may add to it. And the present revolt against forms only proves the point in reverse. In our transitional age, we are hunting, exploring, reaching about, struggling to assert whatever we can find in the experiment for some new forms. In a homely illustration, Duke Ellington recounts that when he writes music, he must keep in mind that his trumpeter cannot hit the very high notes securely, whereas the trombonist is very good at them, and writing under these impediments, he remarks, it's good to have limits. Not only with libido and eros, but other forms of love as well. Full satisfaction means the death of the human being. Love runs itself out with the death of the lovers. It is the nature of creativity to need form for its creative power. The impediment thus has a positive function. These forms of the society are molded and presented first of all by the artists. It is the artists who teach us to see, who break the ground in the enlargement of our consciousness. They point the way toward the new dimensions of experience which we have, in any given period, been missing. This is why looking at a work of art gives us a sudden experience of self-recognition. Giotto, precursor to that remarkable birth of awareness known as the Renaissance, saw nature in a new perspective and for the first time painted rocks and trees in three-dimensional space. This space had been there all the time, but was not seen because of medieval man's preoccupation with his vertical relationship to eternity reflected in the two-dimensional mosaics. Giotto enlarged human consciousness because his perspective required an individual man standing at a certain point to see this perspective. The individual was now important. Eternity was no longer the criterion, but the individual's own experience and his own capacity to look. The art of Giotto was a prediction of the Renaissance individualism, which was to flower 100 years later. The new view of space pictured by Giotto was basic for the new geographical explorations of oceans and continents by Magellan and Columbus, which changed man's relation to his world, and for the explorations in astronomy by Galileo and Copernicus, which changed man's relation to the heavens. These new discoveries in space resulted in a radical upheaval of man's image of himself. Ours is not the first age to be confronted with loneliness arising from man's discovery of new dimensions of external space and similarly requiring new extensions of his own mind. The psychological upheaval and spiritual loneliness in this period was expressed by the poet John Donne, and freely men confess that this world spent, when in the planets and the firmament they seek so many new. 'Tis all in pieces, all coherence gone, all just supply and all relation, prince, subject, father, son, are things forgot, for every man alone thinks he hath got to be a phoenix. The loneliness was also expressed in the philosopher Leibniz's doctrine of isolated monads with no doors or windows by which one could communicate with the other, and by the scientist Pascal. On beholding the blindness and misery of man, on seeing all the universe dumb, and man without light, left to himself, as it were astray in this corner of the universe, knowing not who has set him here, what he is here for, or will become of him when he dies, incapable of all knowledge, I begin to be afraid, as a man who has been carried while asleep to a fearful desert island, and who will awake not knowing where he is, and without any means of quitting the island. But just as these men were able to find the new planes of consciousness which did, to some extent, fill the new reservoirs of space, so in our day a similar shift is necessary. Cezanne, at the beginning of our century, saw and painted space in a new way, not in perspective now, but as a spontaneous totality, an immediate apprehension of form in space. He painted the being of space rather than its measurements. As we look at the rocks and trees and mountains on his canvases, we do not find ourselves thinking, this mountain is behind this tree, but we are grasped by an immediate whole which is mythic in that it encompasses near and far, past and present, conscious and unconscious in one immediate totality of our relationship to the world. Indeed, I was recently intrigued to notice, when looking at one of Cezanne's oils in London, Lilac Danacy, which I had never seen before, that he actually paints brushstrokes of the mountain over the tree, in complete contradiction to the literal fact that the mountain, as he looked at it, was 20 miles away. In Cezanne, the forms are not before us as compartmentalized items to be added up, but as a presence that grips us. The same is true in Cezanne's portraits. The subject is presented to us not as a face with a forehead and 2 ears and a nose, but as a presence. The eloquence of this presence beggars our naive slavery to literalism and reveals to us more truth about the human being than does realism. The significant point is that it requires our participation in the picture itself if the painting is to speak to us. In Cezanne, we see this new world of spaces and stones and trees and faces. He tells us the old world of mechanics is gone, and we must see and live in the new world of spaces. This is evident even with his seemingly banal apples and peaches on a table, but it is particularly clear and eloquent in his paintings of trees. In my college days, I used to walk to classes across the campus of my college under tall elms, whose size and strength I admired. Nowadays, I walk to my office under elm trees on Riverside Drive. Between these two, I saw and learned to love Cezanne's paintings of elms in their architectural grandeur, and what I now each morning see, or rather experience, is altogether different from the college campus. Now, the trees are part of a musical movement of forms which has nothing to do with literal measurements of trees. The triangular white forms of the sky are as important as the tree limbs which give them their form. The sheer power hanging in the air has nothing to do with the size of the trees, but consists of the lines the branches block in on the gray-blue of the Hudson River. The new world which Cezanne reveals is characterized by a transcendence of cause and effect. There is no linear relationship in the sense of A produces B produces C. All aspects of the forms are born in our vision simultaneously, or not at all. This demonstrates the new form which will take in our day. The painting is mythic, not literalistic or realistic. All categories of time, past, present and future, conscious and unconscious, are included. And most important of all, I cannot even see the painting if I stand totally outside it. It communicates only if I participate in it. I cannot see Cezanne by observing his rocks as an accurate rendering of rocks, but only by looking at the rocks as patterns of forms which speak to me through my own body and my feelings and my perceptions of my world. This is the world that I must empathize with. I must give myself to it in a universe of basic forms in which my own life is grounded. This is the challenge to my consciousness which these paintings give. But how do I know I will find myself again if I let myself go into the orbit of Cezanne's new forms and spaces? This question explains much of the rabid, irrational, and violent opposition many people feel toward modern art. It does destroy their old world and must, therefore, be hated. They can never see the world in the old way again, never experience life in the old way. Once the old consciousness is shattered, there is no chance of building it up again. Though Cezanne, bourgeois that he was, seems to present strong, solid forms on which life could look secure, we should not be lulled into failing to realize that in his paintings a radically different language obtains. It was a degree of consciousness which drove Van Gogh into psychosis a few years previously and with which Nietzsche struggled at great cost. Cezanne's works are the opposite of the divide and conquer fragmentation which has characterized modern man's relation to nature since Bacon and has led us to the brink of catastrophe. There is in Cezanne a statement that we can and must, will, and love the world as an immediate, spontaneous totality. In Cezanne and his fellow artists, there is a new language of myth and symbol which will be more adequate to love and will in the new conditions we must confront. It is the passion of the artist, of whatever type or craft, to communicate what he experiences as the subconscious and unconscious significance of his relation to his world. Communicate is related to commune, and, in turn, both are avenues to the experience of communion and community with our fellow men. We love and will the world as an immediate, spontaneous totality. We will the world, created by our decision, our fiat, our choice. And we love it, give it effect, energy, power to love, and change us as we mold and change it. This is what it means to be fully related to one's world. I do not imply that the world does not exist before we love or will it. One can answer that question only on the basis of his assumptions, and being a Midwesterner with inbred realism, I would assume that it does exist. But it has no reality, no relation to me, as I have no effect upon it. I move as in a dream, vaguely and without viable contact. One can choose to shut it out, as New Yorkers do when riding the subway, or one can choose to see it, create it. In this sense, we give to Cezanne's art or the cathedral at Chartres the power to move us. What does this mean concerning our personal lives, to which, at last, we now return? The microcosm of our consciousness is where the macrocosm of the universe is known. It is the fearful joy, the blessing, and the curse of man that he can be conscious of himself and his world. For consciousness surprises the meaning in our otherwise absurd acts. Eros, infusing the whole, beckons us with its power with the promise that it may become our power. And the demonic, that often nettle-like voice which is at the same time our creative power, leads us into life if we do not kill these demonic experiences, but accept them with a sense of the preciousness of what we are and what life is. Intentionality, itself consisting of the deepened awareness of oneself, is our means of putting the meaning surprised by consciousness into action. We stand on the peak of the consciousness of previous ages, and their wisdom is available to us. History, that selective treasure house of the past which each age bequeaths to those that follow, has formed us in the present so that we may embrace the future. What does it matter if our insights, the new forms which play around the fringes of our minds, always lead us into virginal land where, like it or not, we stand on strange and bewildering ground? The only way out is ahead, and our choice is whether we shall cringe from it or affirm it. For in every act of love and will, and in the long run they are both present in each genuine act, we mold ourselves and our world simultaneously. This is what it means to embrace the future.